301 Chapter 301 The hardest loli in the sea. Lying, it will kill people, Yen said flatly. The eyes hidden behind the mask made the four priests unable to see any emotion. The next moment the four priests knelt down and didn't dare to say anything. Ian chuckled lightly and said directly without delaying them. Two of you will go to Angel Island to tell the residents that Enilu has been defeated, and the other two will take care of Enilu. Yes, my lord. Let's go to Angel Island. Reach your divine. The two priests who reacted the fastest suddenly stood up and then fled Ion like a gallop. By the way, Anilu can use the heart net to monitor the entire empty island, and I can probably do similar things, but don't think about escaping. Ion did not forget to remind the two priests who were running away. As Jan's voice fell, the movements of the two priests froze, but the movements were accelerated by 3 points for fear of causing Yen's dissatisfaction, but the direction was slightly adjusted and went straight to the direction of Angel Island. As for the remaining two priests, one fat and one thin, as Ian turned his attention to them, the two hesitantly looked at each other for a few breaths, and then stood up and said in a difficult tone, "Don't worry, my lord, we will torture Enilu into a human form, and finally throw the corpse into thousands of pieces." And many more. Ion interrupted the answers of the two priests, dumbfounded, and said, "I mean, let you guys take care of Enilu, don't let him die." After a pause, Ian did not forget to remind, "Gods are dead, and it is common sense that priests need to be buried with them." In an instant the two fat and thin priests in front of Ion were so shocked that their hair stood on end, and they were almost too flustered to answer Ion, and they ran in the direction of Anilu even after rolling and crawling. "Lord Anilu, don't die. God, wait for me." Seeing this, Ion couldn't help but sigh that the priests of Anilu were loyal and commendable. Immediately, Ion searched for the sky along the fallen vines not far away. If Ion remembered correctly, there should be a historical text in this sanctuary. This kind of thing is the real treasure of the sea. In addition to the secrets related to the blank 100 years of the sea 800 years ago, it also records the three ancient weapons: Pluto, Sea King, and King of Heaven, the whereabouts and the method to reach the final island Ralph drew. Even though Ion probably knew from the memory of his previous life that this piece of historical text records information related to Aquaman, it is still necessary to record it and submit it to Robin for verification. Soon, a huge black square stone tablet appeared in front of Ion. Seeing this, Ion pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist and tried to slash at the corner of the historical text. Clang! A crisp voice sounded, and almost no trace of the historical text was left. Ian looked at the soul-chopping blade in his hand and muttered in surprise, "It's really amazing hardness, more exaggerated than halustone. No wonder the historical text claims to have the characteristics of indestructibility." You must know that although Ion's soul-chopping blade is not the supreme great sword praised and sung by the sea swordsman, it is also extremely sharp and sturdy. Even if it is halustone, which is said to be extremely hard, the soul-chopping blade can leave traces on it, but the historical text has not changed in the slightest. And many more. Immediately, just when Ian was planning to take this historical text to Zyajin's castle and then bring it back to Nine Snake Island for Robin to interpret, he suddenly thought of something. Immediately, Ion untied the cloak on his body and threw it forward, and the cloak quickly changed into a Baby 5 in a maid outfit. Baby 5 rubbed the eyes that seemed to have just woken up, leaned towards Ion again in a daze, and asked, "Lord Yan, are you done?" "Well, the battle is over. Thank you for your hard work." Yan rubbed Baby 5's head and said. When Baby 5 heard this, a big smile appeared on his face, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he said contentedly, "It's not hard work, it's a happy thing to be needed by Lord Yan, and the whole process does not require Baby 5. Baby 5 actually feels like lying on the top of Lord Yan for a sleep, but it's comfortable." Hearing this series of words that seemed to be easily misunderstood, Ion looked left and right subconsciously, and then he coughed lightly and said sternly, "Baby 5, see if you can assimilate the steel using the eater ability." Baby 5 followed Ion's gaze and noticed the piece of historical text that was taller than 10 Baby 5's stack. Immediately, Baby 5 walked to the corner of the historical text, then opened his mouth slightly and bit it. "Ah, it hurts." The next moment, Baby 5 covered his mouth and cried out in pain. His eyes were a little watery with pain. "Isn't it? That counts as..." Just when Ian wanted to comfort Baby 5, his eyes fell on the position of the historical text bitten by Baby 5, and his pupils could not help shrinking slightly. Teeth, tooth marks. Even the soul-chopping blade could not leave any trace of the historical text, but now there is a vague tooth mark on it. "Baby 5, you did it?" Ion asked in surprise. "You must know that the devouring ability of Baby 5 is to allow itself to have the characteristics of assimilating things that are swallowed up. That is to say, if Baby 5 can successfully assimilate and devour the historical text, who would dare to say that Baby 5 is a loli who is light and soft and easy to push down? This will obviously be the hardest loli slowly in the sea. And since then, the clothes changed by Baby 5 will also have the same hardness as the historical text, which can greatly improve Ion's life-saving ability. Navy 6th Form Iron Nugget. Ion can't practice well. It doesn't matter. That kind of muscular brat is not suitable for Yan. Yan's own battle mate can be turned into a historical text battle suit. However, Ion's anticipation has only just risen, and Baby 5 says tearfully, Lord Yan, it's too hard. My mouth is numb. That is, hasn't it worked yet? Ion asks, sorry, but it may take a while to bite and get used to it slowly. Baby 5 lowered his head and said helplessly, for fear that his useless self would be blamed and abandoned by Ion. It's okay. In that case, I will put this historical text in Zyajin's castle. You usually have something to bite on and see if you can assimilate it as soon as possible. Ian comforted. Alright. Baby 5 nodded again, and the two ponytails behind him also flicked. If Lord Yan needs it, I will try my best to adapt as soon as possible. 302 Chapter 302 Lost the Pursuit. Immediately, Ian beckoned to Xiaojin and let Xiaojin come over. Papa. Compared with the flexibility in the past, Xiaojin's current flying posture is a bit cumbersome, and the sound of flapping his wings is a bit outrageous. Are you gaining weight, Xiaojin? Ian asked. Tweet. Xiaojin seemed to be refuting something. However, even though Ian and Xiaojin have been with each other for many years and are very familiar with each other, it is not enough to understand the bird's language without barriers. Okay, I know. Ian casually perfunctory Xiaojin's explanation and then said, take this historical text into the castle as well. Scum chirp. Xiaojin's cry seemed a little weak and then turned around the historical text. Immediately, Xiaojin opened his mouth wide to the side and a large amount of gold was spat out in a crashing under Ion's astonished eyes until the gold almost piled up into a hill and then stopped. Immediately afterwards, Xiaojin opened his mouth and received the historical text into the castle. Seeing this scene, Ion's expression couldn't help being a little surprised, and then he thought of something and hurriedly took Baby 5 into the castle. Then, as far as the eye can see, everything is golden. Countless gold piled up every corner of the castle like rice grains, except for a piece of historical text and the place where Ion and Baby 5 stood. There was almost no gap. Half a day later, when Drago, who was initially busy, found Yan in the sanctuary again, he found that Yan was standing on a high place and looking at the sky with a deep expression and a free and easy meaning. Seeing this, Drago thought that Ian was thinking about important issues related to the future of the Revolutionary Army. He hesitated for a while and did not take the initiative to disturb, and Ion, who turned his back to Drago, said in a slightly deep tone, Darag, I feel that I have suddenly lost some important pursuits in my life. Huh? What pursuit? Drago stepped forward and asked. Suddenly, I seem to have completely lost my pursuit of gold and the like. After a pause, Ion continued, I seem to understand that I'm not interested in money and money as dung mentality. This kind of thing does not bring life or death. It is really enough. Too much is actually just a useless burden and burden. After all, Ion did not forget to pick up the small snacks in his hand and feed Zyajin, and even help Zyajin gently stroke its feathers with a very doting attitude towards Zyajin. At this moment Drago was silent, and the expression on the tattooed side of his face was extremely complicated, and he didn't know how to answer. After all, the Revolutionary Army has a lot of industries and has a lot of inherent wealth and the like, but as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago actually has few steel G in his pocket. Therefore, this noble state of mind, Drago cannot say that he does not appreciate it, but he has not been able to understand it at all for the time being. Ian continued, oh, by the way, Darag, remember to send someone to block the sanctuary. I just turned around and found a lot of gold on the island. In this regard, Drago is somewhat disapproving. How much gold can there be in this empty island that does not use gold as currency? In addition, being agitated by Ion's words just now, Drago said simply, since you have promised that all the spoils of war on this island will be used as gifts for your previous marriage, then it will be yours. Are you sure? Ion asked. Of course. Drago waved his hand dashingly. Yan smiled and said in a free and easy tone, I have your mind, but this should be the ruins of the golden township that circulated on the sea hundreds of years ago. But the whole island was brought to the empty island by the sky current, and according to my rough estimation, here the amount of gold retained is estimated to be more than tens of thousands of tons, which is enough for the Revolutionary Army. Hearing this, Drago had no idea what Yan was talking about and only felt that his whole mind was buzzing. Tens of thousands ton? How is this possible? You must know that even if the Revolutionary Army has developed to the present, except for those high-end combat forces whose value is difficult to measure, all the rest are packaged and sold together and are not worth tens of thousands of tons of gold. Ian turned his head and finished speaking, but found that Drago was still stunned, and he couldn't help reaching out and beckoning in front of him, shouting, Hey, Drago, Uh-oh. Drago's eyes turned slowly, and then his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Surprise almost uncontrollably overflowed from his eyes, and he stammered, "Really? There are tens of thousands of tons of gold. Have 158. Ion nodded and said affirmatively. However, most of the remaining gold has been buried in the soil under the changes of the years, and it takes time to clean up. No problem. This is not a problem at all, not to mention taking the time to clean it up. Even if you dig the entire sanctuary inch by inch, it won't matter." At this moment Drago, who was incoherently excited, didn't notice the word mostly that Ion just said. In fact, after Ion calmed down in the castle for a long time, he deliberately turned around in the sanctuary and found that most of the gold that he could pick up had been taken away by the little gold title. However, due to the exaggerated battle between Darag and Anilu before, many parts of the sanctuary were shattered, which made Yan discover that there was a lot of gold buried in the underground soil, and the amount was more than 10 times the amount of gold taken by Zyajin. Too much. Duoyan's whole body was a little numb, completely numb. Milk money, definitely enough, not to mention raising two. Even if Ian married a dozen more wives and had 100 or more children, the money for milk powder would definitely be enough. It is no exaggeration to say that there is enough gold to build a whole new kingdom in the sea from scratch. Immediately, Ion patted Drago on the shoulder and said calmly, "Darag, calm down. Gold is something outside the body after all, and it can only promote the development of the revolutionary army to a certain extent." After a few breaths, Drago took a long breath and looked at Yan with admiration in his eyes. He said, "Chief of Staff, your ideological realm is indeed far beyond mine, perhaps beyond 99% of the people in this sea. Tens of thousands of tons of gold is enough to set off a complete bloody storm in the sea and make countless partners turn against each other, but you can hand it over so lightly." Ion smiled, his deep eyes staring at the sky in the distance without a tinge of yellow, and said, "Because I know that our future is the sea of stars, but some worthless gold." 303 Chapter 302 Arc Proverbs. The gold in the sanctuary has raised the value of the Sky Island to the revolutionary army once again. This also made Yan have to stay in the Sky Island for a while, waiting for Drago to personally arrange various affairs in the Sky Island. A large number of strong men, technical personnel, and intelligence personnel in the revolutionary army began to surround themselves. Sky Island is busy, under the premise of completely blocking the connection between the empty island and the outside world and ensuring confidentiality. It took nearly 2 months for Kindle to gradually get on the right track under the control of the revolutionary army, and with Kindle as the center, a network of the revolutionary army began to be built in the Great Route. And Ian is only a planner, not an actual manager and executor like Darag. In the past 2 months, in addition to continuing to practice the skills of Overlord Color Entanglement, he can only train AI. Nero was relieved. "Lord Grand Priest, this god has finally been cultivated." A flash of thunder stopped in front of a house, and Annalise shouted excitedly to Ion, who was lying on a beach chair and enjoying a leisurely afternoon nap. Ion, who was wearing a mask, sat up slowly, took a sip of the juice unique to Sky Island, and then looked at Annalise. At this time, the golden long stick that Annalise held in his hand was covered with a layer of armed domineering. Seeing this, Ian couldn't help feeling sour. You must know that with Ion's physique, even if he is squeezed to the limit, he can't do this. However, Annalise learned to be domineering and armed in less than 2 months. Just barely. Ion commented briefly, "This skill is almost a warrior in the sea under the empty island. It is not something to brag about. It is far from enough to attract the attention of the master of the virtual circle. Indeed, a simple and interesting technique." The armed color in Annalise's hands dissipated and said proudly, "Maybe it's a fighting skill for ordinary humans, but it's really not worth mentioning to the gods who serve the Lord of the Void." As for Annalise's god way of speaking between opening and closing, Ion has gotten used to it in the past 2 months. And after 2 months of training, Annalise has unilaterally confirmed that Ion is the great priest who serves the Lord of the Void Circle and has a land that should be equal to him, position, having an equal right to speak and advise before him. Suddenly, Ion thought of something and said, "By the way, Annalise, another batch of gold has been dug up from Darag. You can take some time to deal with it and use lightning to melt the gold into a unified specification, which is convenient for storage and transportation." "It's such a boring thing again. This god refuses." Annalise replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Ion touched the table beside him and threw the Annalise Noble Phantasm apple at Annalise. Snap! Almost instinctively, Annalise reached out and caught the glowing red apple, then squatted aside with a proud face and bit by bit with the golden long stick. Crack clap clap. After a while, Annalise nibbled the apple cleanly before standing up and said, "Since enough tributes have been given, then this god will reluctantly respond to the wishes of those humans." Immediately, Annalise quickly turned into a thunderbolt and swept towards the sanctuary with with a taste of familiarity. And Ian watched Anilu go away, took a sip of juice, and continued his nap. With the increase of age, in order to ensure the long-term vitality and fighting power of the body, Ian also pays more and more attention to the aspects of health preservation. For example, nap. Unless there's something special, Ian gets 2 hours of sleep at noon every day. I don't know how long. The phone bug Ian placed on the small table next to it rang. Blah blah. Ian opened his eyes in confusion, picked up the phone bug, and Hancock's coquettish voice came from it. Lord Yan, it's time to get up. Ian responded in a daze, turned over, and asked, Hancock, how are you feeling today? Very good. Bao Bao knows that his father is working hard outside, and he is very obedient. Hancock replied, ah, that's good. Then, in Hancock's sweet voice, Ian gradually recovered his spirits. And this is one of Ian's daily routines. Every day, Hancock or Robin will wake Ian on time, and then say something that seems to never be finished. Suddenly, Ian's sense of domineering moved, and he noticed Darag and Anilu who were accompanying him in the distance, and he could only hang up the phone bug in Hancock's reluctance. The chief of staff. Before the Darag people landed completely, the voice came first and said, everything about the empty island is almost arranged. We can set off. Let's go then. Hearing this, Ian also became energetic. After staying in the empty island for nearly 2 months, I felt very new to this environment that is completely different from the sea at first, but after getting familiar with it for a long time, Ian is also tired of this environment. More importantly, Yan was also anxious to return to Nine Snake Island. Immediately, Ian asked Anilu, Anilu, has the Arc Proverbs developed for you by the Revolutionary Army succeeded? Anilu replied, are you going to Qinghai in the car of this god? Great priest. Yeah, Ian responded while handing Anil an apple. Anilu took the apple abruptly and said proudly, since it is your request as a high priest, then this god reluctantly agrees. After a pause, Anilu continued, but don't forget to help me find the Lord of the Void Circle. As a defeated god, I must meet the Lord of the Void Circle as soon as possible. No problem, Ian replied. Anilu, don't you believe me? I will definitely try my best to help you achieve the opportunity to meet the Lord of the Void Circle as soon as possible. I believe in you, High Priest, Anilu said. Immediately, because the ancient weapon Hades was of great importance for absolute safety, Draco and Ion did not bring any Revolutionary Army comrades and left the empty island directly on the Arc Proverbs of Anilu. And unlike those ordinary ships sailing on the sea, Anil's Arc Proverbs is a real ship. Through the golden diversion of Anilu's Thundering Fruit ability as a power source, it is possible to fly at will in the sky. 304 Chapter 303 Immortal Jumping. As Anilu conducted a large amount of thunder and lightning into the Ark's motto, the heavy and huge ship spewed thunder clouds, and the fan blades on both sides began to turn violently. In less than a few breaths, this Arc Proverbs broke away from gravity and flew. Ion and Drago were also amazed by this scene. Originally, Enel's production of Arc Proverbs was only a prototype, but with the help of the technical staff of the Revolutionary Army, the Arc Proverbs was completely perfected and manufactured in just 1 month. Of course, it was different from Anilu's original idea of stacking a lot of gold and forcibly applying electricity to create flight power. Under the perfection of scientific and technical personnel, the internal power system of this Arc Proverbs is quite perfect, and a large amount of gold has been successfully saved from the Arc Proverbs. Avoid unnecessary waste. It's just that the real core of this Arc Proverbs lies in the Thundering Fruit ability of Anilu itself. Only if Anilu releases electricity equivalent to that of a power station at will can it drive this huge Arc Proverbs smoothly, and the speed of Arc Proverbs is far more than that of naval warships. In less than a few days, Arc Proverbs arrived over the kingdom of Alabasta. Is it here? That thing. Drago looked at the huge kingdom below, which was several times larger than Dressrosa Kingdom, and asked in a low voice. Ion nodded, seeing and hearing the domineering spread over the entire kingdom of Alabasta, and then pointed to a remote desert area without any figures, and said, Anilu, land there. Immediately, under the cover of night, Arc Proverbs quickly descended and stopped in a desert. Immediately afterwards, Ion asked Anilu to stay in the Arc Proverbs, while he and Drago headed towards the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. Under the night, Yan and Drago were almost flying over the surface of the desert, and soon arrived outside the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. Yan, could it be a mistake? How could that thing be hidden in a densely populated place like the capital? Drago said in a low voice. Ian explained in a low voice. Darag, according to rumors, it was the 20 kings who created the world and established the world government. They are also the original Tianlong people, but now there are only 19 Tianlong people in the world government. Right? Huh? What do you mean? Drago vaguely guessed something. That's right, the Alabasta royal family is actually the descendant of one of the 20 kings back then, but the original Alabasta king chose to voluntarily give up his identity as a a dragon man and return to the kingdom of Alabasta, said Jan. Suddenly, Drago's eyes narrowed slightly. There is so much information in this short sentence. In addition to the secrets involved in the establishment of the world government, the secrets of the dragon people even seem to include the reason why the ancient weapon, the Pluto, exists in the kingdom of Alabasta. While shocked, Drago asked inexplicably, "Chief of Staff, how do you know this?" "These are the histories of the heavenly dragons that I read in the books in the holy mansion of Muscarad. As for the ancient weapon, Hades, which existed in the kingdom of Alabasta, it was the result of Robin's research on ancient writings," Ian explained. "It's just that the information I know is the only one. Whether it's looking for the ancient weapon, Hades, or trying to discover the secrets of the world government's past, the Alabasta royal family must be avoided." After a pause, Ion suggested, "So we need to find a way to find out these secrets. Let's split up now." Drago nodded and replied, "It is good." Immediately, Jan, who successfully flicked Drago away, breathed a sigh of relief. With those words just now, Ion did not deceive Drago. It is a fact that the royal family of Alabasta hides the secrets of the sea, and it would be very beneficial to know these secrets, or to win the support of the Alabasta kingdom for the revolutionary army. However, if Ion wanted to find the ancient weapon, Hades, he didn't need to work so hard to find out from the Alabasta royal family, because Ion knew from the memory of his previous life that the historical text that recorded the location of the ancient weapon, Hades, was hidden in a royal land near the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. The capital of the kingdom of Alabasta is not big or small, but with Jan's speed, Jan is confident that he will soon be able to find the trail. 159. Just such a purposeful search and pinpointing the location of the historical text is too suspicious and difficult to explain. That's why Ion suggested that Drago and himself separately investigate the information. In this way, Ion was able to find the historical text that recorded ancient weapon Hades as soon as possible, so as to determine the location of ancient weapon Hades. Immediately afterwards, Jan first took out the unique clothes of the kingdom of Alabasta prepared in advance by the revolutionary army from Zyajin Castle and put them on to avoid being too dazzling. Then, Ion sneaked into the market first to confirm that there were those nearby places belonging to the Alabasta royal family, and opened a room by the way. If it was normal, Ion didn't need to open a house and just stayed in Zyajin's castle. It's just that now the castle is full of gold and it is very inconvenient to live. Lying on the gold to sleep is really a bit awkward. It is better to open a room in a hotel to deal with it temporarily. Then, out of caution, Ion did not forget to check the room for surveillance phone bugs, video phone bugs, or small cards or the like. Then, Ion pulled out a blue-haired loli under the bed. Fairy jump. An idea popped up subconsciously in Ion's mind and instinctively raised his head towards the door to see if there was anything. There is a lock. Then Ion reacted, no, even if it is a fairy dance, this fairy can't jump at all, right? Thinking of this, Ion lowered his head and glanced at the bottom of the bed again, taking a serious look. That's right, it's a little blue-haired loli. Well, what do you want to do? Before Ian could finish speaking, the blue-haired loli put her hand on her lips. SHH. The next moment there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. This hurried knock on the door was very similar to certain scenes, and it also caused Ion, who maintained some previous life thinking, to subconsciously have a guilty conscience. 305 Chapter 305 Nafiru Taliyway. How to do. To be ruined. The son of the admiral, the rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the husband of the Queen Hancock. Sakura Dragon Tephimer. Ion was jumped by a fairy, and was also jumped by a little blue-haired Lolita. If this is spread out, Ion, who is well known in the sea, has no other choice in life than destroying the world or changing his life on a planet. But the next moment Ian reacted, oh no, this era is not an era of legal system. What immortal dares to jump on Laozu's head? Ian put one hand on the hilt of the soul-chopping sword, and he had already prepared several plans in the blink of an eye. It includes, but is not limited to, calling out helpers such as Analu, Durag, and Baby 5, and not hesitate to use flowing blades like fire to reveal information about the members of the virtual circle organization whose power can evaporate into the sea to the world government. In short, to leave innocence in the world. Bang bang bang. The next moment, as the knock on the door became more and more intense, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud noise, and several sturdy and ferocious men with weapons in their hands wanted to rush into the room. One step forward. Ion, who was wearing a mask, drank in a low voice. Immediately, the big men stopped, and then they noticed the tall, thin-looking man wearing a mask standing in the room in front of him. However, what made those big men care about was Yen's hand on the soul-chopping sword. This action is not like an ordinary person, and the confident tone just now is more like an order than a weak warning. Swordsman. The doubts arose in the hearts of those big men who had been in the sea for a long time, and the originally ferocious expressions eased a lot, and Ion's heart was a little relieved at the moment. These guys in front of him looked like that kind of pirates no matter what, so it was not difficult to solve. Perhaps not even a blink of an eye. Is something wrong? The warning in Ion's tone was self-evident. That the bald-headed man at the head looked at Ion again, and then carefully glanced at the bedding that had hardly been touched in the room, and then asked, "Excuse me, have you seen a little blue-haired girl?" No. Ion's voice didn't fluctuate at all. The bald man listened to Yen's completely uncooperative answer, and glanced around the room again and the soul-chopping saber on Yen's waist that didn't look like a bargain, and said hesitantly, That bothers me." Immediately, the bald-headed man turned his head to one side, and then took the rest to the room next to him, and after knocking on the door a few times, he kicked the door directly. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of chaotic sounds, the shouts of the big men, the screams of young men and women, and the sounds of all kinds of rummaging. "It seems really just looking for someone." Ion closed the door again, then sat back on the bed, knocked gently on the bedboard, and said, "Come out, they're gone." The next moment, soft and beautiful blue hair appeared in front of Ian, and the little blue-haired loli slowly crawled out from the bottom of the bed. Only then did Ian notice that the blue-haired little loli was younger than he thought, about 5 or 6 years old, and her face was immature. But what Ian cared about most was the blue-haired little loli, who was not gorgeous, but was unusually decent and showed a sense of luxury. "It doesn't seem like ordinary civilians can afford to wear it," Ion judged secretly. After the blue-haired little loli with tender features stood up, she tidied up her clothes gracefully, then twisted the corners of her skirt with both hands, bowed slightly and performed an unusually standard etiquette, and said, "Thank you for your help. I just don't want others to enter my room." Ion replied calmly, and hinted that the little blue-haired loli should also leave quickly. After all, Ion came to the kingdom of Alabasta to find the historical text and the ancient weapon, Hades, and the reason why he deliberately changed into the clothes of the kingdom of Alabasta was to be as low-key and unobtrusive as possible. Therefore, Yen didn't want to participate in this kind of bloody incident that seemed to be either a rich girl running away from home or all kinds of grievances. And the implication of Yan's words, "This little blue-haired loli who looks only 5 or 6 years old," is very intelligently interpreted, showing the emotional intelligence of the 11-year-old baby 5 who is more than a few chips ahead. Interrupted, "I'm very sorry for your rest." After a pause, this little blue-haired loli stared at Ian and counted his breaths with bright eyes, and hesitation flashed in his smart eyes. In the end, this little blue-haired loli seemed to have made up a certain determination, performed a court etiquette again, and then said, "I haven't been introduced yet. I'm Nefiru Taliwaiwei, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. This time, I was accidentally attacked by an unknown pirate on the way out with the palace guards. I don't know if I can invite you to serve as my temporary guard. The Tully royal family will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." After a pause, Princess Waiwei seemed to be worried that Yan would be afraid of the difficulty of the task, and persuaded in a clear manner, "My escort force was entangled by pirates, and I was the only one who escaped to the market by chance, but as long as your excellency can shelter me for a short time, the rest of the palace guards will arrive soon." At this time, Ion had countless question marks flashing in his heart. Nefertali Vivi, is this Princess Waiwei in front of you? That is, the only heir to the current royal family of Alabasta? How can it be so coincidental? He just opened a room at will, and Princess Waiwei was lying under the bed waiting for him. At this time, Ion couldn't help but suspect another possibility. That's why Drago's speed won't be this fast, right? 4 foot. He just proposed to Drago to get the trust and support of the king of Alabasta as much as possible, in order to learn the information about the ancient weapon, Hades, and the secrets buried by the world government. On the back foot, Drago arranged for someone to attack Princess Waiwei so quickly, and drove Princess Waiwei into his room, making such a just right hero-saving beauty scene. But in the next moment, Ion realized that this was almost impossible. Even if the forces of the Revolutionary Army began to develop in various parts of the world, such as the Kingdom of Alabasta, a world government member country that could contact the world government at any time, the Revolutionary Army made contact with an extremely cautious attitude, and it was impossible for a large number of people to be lurking in the capital so quickly. 306 Chapter 306 I Yasuo. Besides, Ian only wanted to open a room in a nearby small hotel temporarily, but Princess Waiwei squatted under the bed in the room ahead of time. More importantly, with Durag's character and level of strategy, Ion has every reason to believe that he can't do such a thing. So, is it really a coincidence? Ian looked at the Princess Waiwei in front of him, but for a while he was a little undecided. As far as the actual situation is concerned, it is best for Ion to keep a low profile as much as possible. Secretly finding the historical text around the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta is already the initial task, but theoretically, if the Revolutionary Army can win the help of the Alabaster royal family, which hides a lot of secrets, then it will undoubtedly be a great boost to fight against the world government in the future. Now, as the sole heir of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Princess Vivi can gain her trust at a young age, which is undoubtedly an extremely rare opportunity. After all, just from the brief communication with Princess Wei just now, this 5 or 6-year-old Princess Wei showed quite mature thinking and royal demeanor, and the thoughts in Ion's mind are spinning rapidly, but the real time has only passed by a few breaths. Just under Princess Wei's somewhat expectant and uneasy gaze, Ian nodded slowly. The historical text and the ancient weapon, Hades, have always been hidden in the Kingdom of Alabasta, and will not be able to escape for a while. In comparison, the opportunity to gain the trust of Princess Wei is extremely rare and should not be missed. More importantly, looking at this cute 5 or 6-year-old blue-haired little loli in front of him, Ian couldn't bear to let her fall into the hands of the pirates. The hidden story that the princess and the pirate have to tell. There is no shortage of low-level stories in the sea where a small country is broken by pirates, and then the princess is manipulated by the pirates at will. Princess Wei, I'm rude. I was just shocked by your identity, and I was neglected. Please forgive me. And now that it was decided, Ion quickly entered the role, changed his way of saying and disguised his original identity, and quietly used the cover of the cloak to manifest the shape of the soul-chopping blade at the waist. From Thousand Sakura was changed to the unliberated state of Kyoka Suizuki. Seeing this, Princess Wei was obviously relieved and said, "Thank you for your help. I still don't know what your name is." Call. Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he answered, Yasuo is a swordsman. Your Excellency Yasuo Jianhao. So it is. Then the next task of guarding is up to you, Princess Vivi said. At this moment there was another undisguised voice from outside the door. Big brother, someone saw the little girl running to this hotel, but now I haven't found any other rooms except that room. Or, break in? That guy is only one person, not necessarily our opponent. Don't be impulsive. If the one inside is really a swordsman, it will be troublesome. Let's wait. After the captain gets rid of those palace guards, he will be in trouble. Coming soon. Boom. The next moment, Ion's door was opened directly from the inside. The fierce big men also seemed to have been prepared for a long time. They took a step back in an instant and raised their weapons to aim at Ian. It's just that Ion, who walked out of the door, didn't resist as boldly as the big men expected, but ignored them at all. He didn't even close the door, and turned around and walked downstairs. The big men watched Ion, who was wearing a cloak, disappear at the entrance of the stairs, and his expression slowly relaxed. That guy, are you afraid? It's possible. After all, no matter how strong he is only one person. Hearing that our captain will come over immediately, and it is normal to be afraid. Forget it. Go in and search. Listening to the conversation vaguely passed into the ears of the big men behind him, Ion's footsteps did not stop at all. He walked straight out of the small hotel, and then walked in the direction of the Alabasta Palace. It's just that if someone gets close enough to Ion, a conversation can be vaguely heard. Hey, Princess Wei, you grab it in another place. It's not very comfortable to grab there. 160. Hold. Sorry, Your Excellency Yasuo. I'll change. No, it's not right there. Immediately afterwards, Ion's cloak protruded back and forth for a while, and then it returned to normal. At this time, in Yen's cloak, in order to avoid any protrusions on the surface of the cloak, Princess Wei was almost half hanging on Yen's waist, and Yen also freed up a hand to lend Princess Wei a haircut. Force. In this way, Ion slowly walked in the direction of the Alabasta Palace in a rather obtrusive and awkward way. But there is no way to do this, even if Ion's real speed can reach the Alabasta Palace in an instant. However, showing too much power will make people suspicious. Therefore, Yan can only disguise himself as an ordinary swordsman, as he said, and protect Princess Wei as low-key as possible. No matter what, this is always the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta. No matter how slack the Kingdom of Alabasta's armaments are, as long as Yen delays for a while and waits for the news of Princess Vivi's attack to return to the palace, then Yen doesn't even need to take action. However, at the same time, in a remote corner of the capital city of the Alabasta Palace under the cover of night, a palace guard managed to escape the siege of the pirates under the cover of his companions. Immediately, the palace guard ran almost desperately in the direction of the palace. Suddenly, the palace guard just turned a corner, and on the street not far from the palace, he actually saw the king of Alabasta, King Nefertari Cobra. The palace guards were overjoyed and even completely ignored why the king appeared on the street alone, and knelt down in front of Cobra to report, "Your Majesty, I have been attacked by pirates. Hurry up and send someone to rescue Princess Wei." "Well, I see. You can go at ease." The next moment, just when the palace guard suddenly realized something was wrong and raised his head suspiciously, a shadow came over him. Crack. A dull sound of broken bones sounded and the palace guard's eyes widened and he fell to the ground completely soft. Immediately the dignified cobra tapped the ground with one toe and spun around a few times as if dancing a swan dance, muttering to himself, "I'm sorry, but the order the slaves received is not for you to pass." 307 Chapter 307 Mr. 1. At the same time, Ion's feet hidden under the cloak kept walking slowly towards the Alabasta Palace in an awkward posture. However, Ion's eyebrows hidden under the mask were slightly wrinkled. It seems, was discovered. Yen's sense of domineering deliberately perceives the surrounding situation, and it is obvious that there are many pirates who are recklessly searching for something in the nearby area. And something is wrong. It's too blatant, isn't it? Yen continued to walk, but under the domineering investigation, he avoided the pirate's search site every time, and even Yen's pace did not change in the slightest during the whole process. However, those pirates seemed to have learned something in advance, completely blocking the interoffice area and the palace, which also forced Yen to turn and continue walking in other directions. Forget it. It's not too bad to take Loli for a walk under the moon. I just hope those palace guards can be faster, otherwise it will affect the quality of sleep tonight. And Princess Waiwei, who was hiding in Yan's cloak, quickly felt the change in direction and carefully drilled a head out of the cloak, looked around and asked carefully, "Your Excellency Yasuo, this direction doesn't seem to be going to the palace." Ian looked down at Princess Vivi's face that seemed to be a little pink inside the cloak and explained, "The roads in that area were blocked by pirates just now. Now, if you want to avoid conflict, you can only take a detour." After a pause, Ian asked, "Princess Waiwei, are you sure there will be support?" "Of course," Princess Waiwei said affirmatively. "Hope so," Ian whispered and stuffed Princess Waiwei's head back into the cloak with one hand and looked towards the distant palace. Ion's sight is domineering, but so far he has not felt any sign of a large number of people gathering in the palace. And Yen, who had a vague suspicion in his heart, whispered to Princess Vivi in the cloak, "Offended Princess Waiwei, I'm going to speed up." Immediately, Ian originally let Princess Waiwei hold the borrowed arm and lifted hard and took the initiative to surround Princess Waiwei, and then the pace immediately accelerated and quickly escaped from those searched by the pirates at the level of an ordinary swordsman. Probably. In fact, Ion has absolutely no idea what the level of an ordinary swordsman should be. After all, those pirates with a bounty of 10 million Baileys are also called swordsmen. Like Jun are considered swordsmen, but Jun can kill hundreds of pirates with about 10 million Baileys in one go breathless. However, for Yan, it is the best choice to avoid taking action to send Princess Waiwei back to the palace as low-key as possible and to gain the favor of Princess Blue-Haired Lolita. So those palace guards were unreliable, so Ian simply sent Princess Waiwei back to the palace in person. Immediately, Yan headed towards the palace at a speed that an ordinary swordsman could probably have, and along the way, like a son of heaven, he escaped the searches of pirates one after another and quickly approached Alabasta Palace. At the same time, in the shadow not far from the palace, several figures stood there condescendingly watching Yan break through the layers of siege and quickly approached the direction of the palace. "Are you sure Princess Waiwei is on that person? You can't go wrong. We have already looked for the hotel where Princess Waiwei was deliberately guided. The only possibility is that person. Where is the guy who came out? He dares to spoil the president's good deeds. But that guy's speed is so fast. He looks like a swordsman who is very good at speed. Those pirates are really trash. Hundreds of people can't stop one person." In the midst of these discussions, a recognizable voice sounded and said, "The meaningless argument can be ended. We can't let that guy continue to approach the palace. Mr. 1, that guy will leave it to you to solve it and let the plan get back on track, as ordered, President." And just when Ion was getting closer to the distance where he could clearly see the palace under the night, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Jianhao's keen intuition, it feels like he's going to die if he goes one step further. The next moment, at the end of the street, a figure who had been leaning against the wall stood up straight and then slowly approached Ion. As the distance between the two sides approached, Ion also saw the appearance of the figure. Tall and muscular, he was a bald man dressed in a monk-style attire with snake patterns on both sides of his chest and the word Yi tattooed on his chest. Sure enough, Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with the appearance of the man in front of him, the original guess in his heart has been completely confirmed. According to the memory of the previous life, although Ion couldn't remember the name of the guy in front of him, he still vaguely remembered that this was one of the subordinates of Sand Crocodile. In other words, is Crocodile, the natural type Shasha fruit, capable already in the kingdom of Alabasta? It's really troublesome. Did that guy show up so early? Ion muttered helplessly. Trouble? The muscular man codenamed Mr. 1 continued to approach Ion and said, "Is it just trouble? Hand over that girl, maybe you still have a chance to live." And as Mr. 1's voice sounded clearly, Princess Waiwei, who was hiding hiding under Yan's cloak already knew that something was wrong, and the hands holding Yan subconsciously tightened, and her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. If it really falls into the hands of the pirates, Princess Wei understands what her outcome will be, and at least the majesty of the royal family of Alabasta will be greatly damaged. And Yan felt Princess Wei's nervousness and replied in a flat tone, "Sorry, I have never had the habit of giving up the girl in my hand." "Yes." Mr. Wan sneered and said, "Then let me help you remove your hands." The next moment Mr. Wan put his 5 fingers together, his arms folded, and the person with the quick fruit cut ability activated. Immediately, under the moonlight, Mr. Wan's arms flashed with a cold light similar to the blade of a blade, and his body suddenly shot towards Ion. In the face of Mr. Wan, who came from the explosion, Ion, who was wearing a Princess Vivi on his body, was inconvenient, so he could only use the only one hand left to draw a knife. Ding! A burst of fire splashed, illuminating Mr. Wan's indifferent expression and the mask on Ion's face. 308 Chapter 308 Crocodile's Plan. Ding! A crisp voice sounded, and Mr. Wan staggered past Ion's side. But just as Mr. Wan passed behind Ion, his body turned, but he turned his hands into a blade-like state through the ability of quick cut fruit and slashed towards Ion's back again. This blow is the blind spot of Ion's line of sight. Master slash! Mr. Wan's calm eyes flashed a fierce light, and he could vaguely see the blood splashing and the spine being cut off by his own hands like blades. The ability to cut the fruit quickly can make Mr. Wan's whole body into a state similar to a blade, so that Mr. Wan has much more flexible movements than ordinary swordsman, and does not need to be limited by the waving of the weapon in his hand. Magnitude: it is comparable to Jianhao's lethality, but possesses high flexibility with bare hands, and this is the biggest advantage of Mr. Wan against Jianhao's first class. However, just when Mr. Wan thought that this unexpected blow was bound to hit, Ion took a step forward with his back to Mr. Wan, but he perfectly avoided Mr. Wan's slash hit. Mr. Wan. The next moment the two sides quickly opened the distance, and Mr. Wan's expression became more serious, and he said, "Not bad." Listening to Mr. Wan's comments, Ion's expression was completely weird. This guy is so confident. It's just that this is the kingdom of Alabasta. Ian wants to keep a low profile, and he is worried that his special abilities will be easily spread to the world government. More importantly, Ian still has a blue-haired little boy wrapped around his waist. Lowly. This also made Yan's movement range to be restrained, otherwise it would be easy to pinch the little blue-haired lowly with too much force. Of course, Ian can also consider putting down the blue-haired little lowly and kill Mr. Wan quickly, but Ian understood that sand crocodile should be peeping nearby. In this case, putting down the little blue-haired Lolita was obviously not a knowing choice, and Mr. Wan looked at Ion's unresponsive appearance and slowly put on a stance. His hands completely turned into a state of blades, exuding a cold glow, and spoke again. "But you won't have any chance of winning. After all, I am the nemesis of all swordsmen, and I am the blade. Compared with you swordsmen who hold the blade, it is not a concept at all." After a pause, Mr. Wan continued, "I was just worried about hurting that little girl. Now I'll ask you again and hand over that little girl." Ion also slowly raised the soul-chopping sword in his hand and placed one hand in front of him, disguised a slightly hoarse and low voice, and replied, "I refuse." At this moment, Mr. Wan suddenly thought of something and said sarcastically, "So that's the case. Do you want to take that little girl as a hostage? But these will only be in vain under my quick cut fruit ability." The next moment, Mr. Wan's figure shot towards Ion again. Of course, Mr. Wan's speed is very slow in Yan's opinion. Even in the sense of domineering, Ian can clearly perceive every detail of Mr. Wan's movements and any subtle changes in his expression. Ding! Another precise knife. The soul-chopping blade in Yan's hand blocked Mr. Wan's attack with unparalleled precision. Immediately, Mr. Wan's hands that turned into blades waved one after another, pouring towards Ion like a gust of wind and rain. In this regard, under many restrictions, thinking of delaying the time by virtue of his physique and kendo, and completing the task with the most ordinary style, Ion retreated step by step, but the soul-chopping blade in his hand was perfectly blocked every attack from Mr. Wan. After all, even if Ion's physique is extremely weak, it is not worth mentioning compared to the top powerhouses in the sea, but Ion felt the power that was constantly being transmitted from the soul-chopping blade, and felt that it was not a problem if it was just this level. As for the practice of kendo, Ian has also made up for it in recent years, and I dare not say that he is proficient, but there is still no problem with various basic exercises. But in this scene, looking at the black shadows not far away, the expressions became solemn. 161. Strong. At least in the first half of the Great Route, the combat power shown by the swordsman in front of him is definitely not weak, and he even has a burden on his body, and he did not reveal a fatal flaw under Mr. Wan's mad attack. With the strength of Mr. Wan and the advantages he he has against Jianhao. There is no way to quickly take down that guy. That guy has a strong physique, a solid foundation in kendo, and seems to have a lot of combat experience. It's not easy. That swordsman is definitely not easy. When did such a swordsman come to the kingdom of Alabasta? We didn't find any information. What should I do? Do you want to help Mr. One? Listening to the discussions of these subordinates in front of him, Crocodile's calm eyes showed incomparable contempt. These subordinates are really useless. If it weren't for the fact that there are no big fish in the small fish ponds in the first half of the Great Route, Crocodile really disdains to accept these guys as subordinates. No, the subordinates are really flattering them. They can only be regarded as temporary pawns. Graham Rockdale commented in his heart. After all, Crocodile, who once reached the second half of the Great Route, challenged the world's strongest man Whitebeard and witnessed the pirate who was close to God enough to evaporate the sea. This level of fighting does not even provoke the slightest interest in Crocodile. However, because of the plan, Crocodile could not reveal himself, otherwise the little swordsman Crocodile could easily suck him up. Immediately, Crocodile took down the cigar hanging from his mouth and said without any emotional fluctuations, "Although the information about Princess Waiwei's attack has been blocked from being transmitted to the palace, but Princess Waiwei's delay in returning to the palace as planned will soon arouse the palace's doubts, and it can't be delayed any longer." After a pause, Crocodile ordered, "You shoot together and make a quick decision." Listening to Crocodile's order, the faces of these shadows almost showed cruel and excited smiles. After all, if Crocodile's kleptocratic plan is successful, they will have everything they dream of as Crocodile's subordinates. However, when these shadows were heading towards Mr. One, they didn't find it, but Crocodile's eyes were full of playfulness, and he muttered in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots. Do these idiots without self-awareness really think that they have revealed their true face in front of Princess Waiwei? Will I still let you guys live until tomorrow?" Immediately, Crocodile took the cigar back into his mouth again, shook the coat behind him, and began to prepare for his upcoming performance. Rescue Princess Vivi, the only successor to the kingdom of Alabasta, gain fame, and become a hero of the country. 309 Chapter 309 I cut down the enemies, and the 6 cotters who belonged to the Baroque secret work agency as Mr. One ran all the way, and soon approached the edge of the battlefield where Ion and Mr. One fought fiercely. "Mr. One, this guy is really strong. He deserves to be the first guy. Would you like to go directly to hell? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Mr. One is a person with the ability to cut the fruit quickly, and his body has the same hardness as steel. We can just remotely kill that swordsman." "Are you an idiot? What if you hurt Princess Waiwei? It's really troublesome. Did that guy keep on letting go of Princess Waiwei just to make us throw the rat?" Just as the 6 Baroque Work Club cotters were discussing the plan, Ian's arrogance and domineering sensed the 6 guys with different shapes and malicious eyes. How to do? With one hand wrapped around Princess Waiwei in the cape, and with the other hand holding the soul cleaver, he kept resisting Mr. One's continuous attacks, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "If there is no such a blue-haired loli on his body, Ion is confident that pure kendo should be enough to defeat Mr. One. It's just that there are so many more guys staring at them now, which is a bit troublesome." In the next moment, the speed of the soul-chopping blade in Yan's hand suddenly increased by 3 points, blocking Mr. One's attack at the same time. The armed collar wrapped around it with domineering, and stabbed straight towards Mr. One's chest. Ding! Originally, Mr. One, who was completely turned into a blade, was a little disapproving, but as the tip of the soul-chopping saber fell on his chest, his expression suddenly changed. The soul-chopping knife directly pierced Mr. One's blade-like chest until it was resisted by Mr. One's ribs. This unexpected injury also turned Mr. One's original unstoppable attack into reality, while Ian jumped back with his legs and turned over to a roof to meet Mr. One, and the Baroque workers distanced themselves. On the other hand, Mr. One covered his chest with deep visible bones with one hand, but his expression was a little ugly. "Are you okay?" The other Baroque workers rushed to Mr. One's side and asked. "It's a little careless. It's fine." Immediately, Mr. One gestured to his colleagues beside him with his eyes, and the rest of the Baroque workers spread out and surrounded Ion in a semi-encircling posture. Tisk. Looking at the way to the palace was blocked by the cotters of the Baroque Work Club, Ian couldn't help but let out a somewhat helpless voice. And Princess Waiwei, who was hidden in Yan's cloak and experienced a lot of turbulence in the dark, listened to Yan's helpless voice. She couldn't help but lift up her heart and quietly removed the cloak from the cloak again. The head was drilled down. The next moment, Princess Waiwei saw 7 Baroque workers in front of her who were dressed in different appearances, but they were all vicious and not good people. What should I do? Your Excellency Yasuo, what else can I do?" Ian's tone was full of helplessness. "Princess Waiwei, the reinforcements haven't arrived for a long time, and the information about the attack should have been intercepted, and it's just me alone." Before Ian could finish speaking. Princess Waiwei's face turned white and she said subconsciously, "Will, or your excellency Yasuo, please put me down and go to the palace alone to ask for help. At that time, you must remember to bring someone back to rescue me. Don't be so troublesome." Ian shook his head, grabbed Princess Waiwei with his hand hidden in the cloak, lifted her out and put her on the roof, and said, "I mean, it's not good to have you hanging on my body, but if I'm alone, there's no problem." What? Princess Waiwei was stunned for a moment, then she reacted, realizing that she was indeed a burden, but the instinctive pride in her heart made her angry and helpless. Ian didn't notice Princess Waiwei's reaction, but took a step forward, and while holding Princess Waiwei behind her, he pointed at the ground with the soul-chopping saber and said, "Princess Waiwei, stay on the roof and don't move around, let alone get close to the ground. I will soon be able to destroy all enemies." At this moment it happened that the dark clouds in the originally dark sky scattered a crack, allowing a ray of moonlight to fall on Ion's back. Good, so reliable. For a time Princess Waiwei felt a strong sense of reliability from Yan, which made people subconsciously trust. In the next moment the soul-chopping blade in Yan's hand was slightly sideways, but his figure disappeared on the roof in an instant. So fast. What about people? How is this possible? Not only Princess Waiwei, but also Yan completely disappeared from the sight of the Baroque Work Club cotters who had been eyeing Yan at that moment. However, these Baroque cotters are either pirates or bounty hunters who have been messing around for many years in the first half of the Great Route and have rich experience in dealing with various abilities and enemies. Almost subconsciously, the Baroque Work Club cotters leaned against each other with their nearest companions to prevent accidental raids and attacks. However, just when a pair of Baroque Work Club cotters were leaning against each other, the soul-chopping sword directly penetrated their chests at the same time. "Ah, are you so cooperative? It's sensible." At the same time that Ian's somewhat unexpected voice sounded, his figure disappeared again, leaving only a big hole in the chests of the pair of Baroque workers. It was not until the blood spurted out of the chests of the Baroque cotters, their eyes were round and absent-minded, that they gradually reacted. What just happened? It turned out to be dead. As the pair of Baroque Work Club cotters both fell to the ground softly, the rest of the Baroque Work Club cotters fell into shock and fear in an instant. Is that pure speed? How could that swordsman be so fast? However, before the rest of the Baroque Work Club cotters could think about how to deal with it, the cold light of the soul-chopping sword flashed past in the dark night again, piercing the chests of another pair of Baroque Work Club cotters who were leaning against each other. "Tisk, are you still reluctant to part like this?" Ian's slightly hoarse and low voice echoed in the dark night, and his tone seemed to be full of puzzlement. The next moment, almost instinctively, the only remaining pair of Baroque cotters leaning on their backs seemed to be electrocuted on their backs, and the two bounced off in different directions. However, at the moment when their footsteps were still stagnant in mid-air, a black shadow swept past them like the wind. When the only remaining pair of Baroque cotters touched the ground, they fell to the ground with their necks severed. In the next instant, in Mr. One's wide eyes, Ion's voice sounded behind him. "Of course, separated, there won't be much change in the result." 310th chapter. Yufenkendo. This kind of speed should be considered reasonable at the level of a swordsman. Yan's eyes hidden under the mask did not fluctuate in the slightest while the soul-chopping blade in his hand stabbed Mr. One. He thought secretly, in order to maintain the image of a normal swordsman in front of Princess Waiwei. Based on Jun's evaluation criteria, this speed should only be a little faster, and it shouldn't be the level of a great swordsman who is famous enough to be famous in the sea. After all, from the very beginning, Yan claimed to be a swordsman for Princess Vivi. In fact, in the process of fighting against these Baroque Work Club cotters who could only mess around in the first half of the Great Route, Ion had absolutely no way to measure whether his speed had exceeded the standard. This is like the feeling of passing by a stationary object, whether the speed is 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers per hour, that the other party seems to be in a relatively stationary state. Obviously, the gap between 100 kilometers and 200 kilometers has doubled, and this is what Ion felt just now. Even if Ion deliberately slowed down the movement speed of Secret Mobile Unit Assassination Shunpo, it seemed that the cotters of the Baroque Work Club still failed to react at all. However, in the fight just now, Ion was not at all fruitless. After all, out of the 6 Baroque Work Club cotters just now, 4 had the ability of Devil Fruit. To a certain extent, it is considered to have earned 400 million. Of course, a mere 400 million is nothing for Ion today, but sometimes the collection of Devil Fruits is not just a matter of money, but requires channels and time to accumulate slowly. So, tonight is finally a pleasant surprise. Well, it seems that sometimes staying in the first half of the Great Route is not without benefits. Otherwise, in the second half of the Great Route, it is too unrealistic to use my physique to directly slash those powerhouses. In the 4 sea areas of the south, and northwest, the area is too large, resulting resulting in a lower density of devil fruit ability. On the contrary, in the first half of the Great Root, those with weak devil fruit ability are relatively rare. However, just when Ion simply looked at the situation and thought that he would be able to make another 100 million yuan, Mr. One would be solved directly. Yan's domineering soul-killing knife wrapped around a weak armed collar fell on Mr. One's body, but only cut a blood stain out of Mr. One's body. Ding! The sound of the collision was particularly clear, which made Ion feel helpless and quickly distanced himself from Mr. One. And even if Ion pulled away and stopped directly not far from Mr. One still maintained a somewhat strange posture and remained motionless. His whole body almost turned into a piece of steel. Immediately, a smile slowly opened on Mr. One's face and said, "Your speed is very fast, even faster than you can imagine, but it's useless. As long as I maintain the cutting people state of quick cutting fruit, my whole body will be turned into the hardest steel." Seeing that Mr. One didn't dare to move when he spoke, but his expression was already confident, Ion couldn't help but feel a little speechless. This thing is probably not the prototype of the Navy 6 type iron nugget, right? Why are there always people with confidence in this type of move? So, you shouldn't dare to move now, right? Ian asked. Mr. One's expression was a little ugly. He squeezed out a smile and said sarcastically, "This is an absolute defense that you swordsmen can't break." Listening to Mr. One's seemingly proud words, Ion commented truthfully, "To be honest, the slightly famous generals in the Navy will use what you call absolute defense." 162. "Oh, no matter what, this can't hide the fact that you can't break it," Mr. One said slightly proudly. Immediately, Ion turned around and waved his hand disapprovingly. "You can slowly maintain your absolute defense, and I will take one step first, Mr. One." Suddenly, Mr. One became a little anxious and shouted, Hey, aren't you swordsmen who will never take glory in facing the enemy with their backs on their backs? You ran away without fighting." "My honor, it's been a long time since I left," Yan replied casually, looking up at Princess Weiwei, and Princess Weiwei was also excitedly waving at Yan. Yan's eyes shrank slightly, and a wave of sand suddenly appeared behind Princess Weiwei, who was standing on the roof, and it was about to drown Princess Weiwei. "Are you crazy, crocodile?" The squeezing ability of the sand waves is deadly enough for the 5 or 6-year-old Princess Vivi. For this scene, Ian did not expect it at all. In Yan's prediction, it was made about the possibility that crocodile would stealthily take action, or that there were other devil fruit capable people who swept Princess Vivi away. Therefore, Ion deliberately placed Princess Vivi on the roof, which was quite high from the ground. In this way, while maintaining his arrogance and staying away from Princess Weiwei, Yan has enough reaction time to protect Princess Weiwei. However, except for some high-level arrogance with special abilities, even Ion's arrogance cannot perceive the existence of dead objects that are not threatening to him. Just between the lightning and flint, Ian hardly hesitated too much when he was about to instinctively release the soul-chopping blade to try to keep Princess Weiwei. Behind Princess Weiwei, a wind wall suddenly rose. Boom! The collision between the sand waves and the wind wall suddenly made a series of scalp-tingling noises, and Princess Weiwei was also rolled and fell from the roof in the air waves generated by the collision between the wind wall and the sand waves. But before Princess Weiwei could scream, she fell into a reliable embrace. Ian wrapped one hand around Princess Vivi, jumped to another roof far away from the ground, and asked with a lowered head, "Are you alright?" "No, it's alright." Princess Weiwei, who didn't react until this moment, asked with a frightened look. "Yeah, Your Excellency Yasuo, the wind wall just now." "Well, my kendo is Yufeng Kendo," Ian replied with a slightly higher voice. In fact, Ion is very clear that the wind wall just now is the ability that Durag uses secretly. However, Drago is a criminal that the world government is very concerned about. Once his true identity is exposed in the kingdom of Alabasta, it will inevitably lead to a lot of trouble. Therefore, Yan did not hesitate to admit it for Drago, and implicitly hinted at Drago. "Can Ion know the wind kendo?" "He knows kendo, but he doesn't know how to fight the wind." "Does Drago know the wind kendo?" "Knowing how to fight the wind, but not kendo." "But Drago plus Ion, isn't that the so-called Yufeng kendo?" 311 Chapter 311 The trend of the sword is getting stronger and stronger. While in Yan during the simple conversation with Princess Weiwei, the sand wave that was just washing the roof where Princess Weiwei was standing suddenly rose directly over the height of the wind wall and completely engulfed the building. The moment it was even bigger, the sand waves hit in the direction of Yan and Princess Weiwei. "Does that guy plan to bury me and Princess Weiwei together?" Facing the whistling sand waves, Ion didn't seem to be careless. After all, the strength of every natural devil fruit ability person is not simple, and Crocodile's Shasha fruit ability has the ability to sand everything and devour water. Once engulfed by these sand waves, even with Ion's weak physique, he could barely guarantee survival, and the water in his body might be drained by Crocodile's ability. But at this time, With the support of Drago behind his back, Ion was not worried at all even if he couldn't use any of his abilities. The momentum of the sword is getting stronger and stronger. As Ian said in a loud voice, the soul-chopping blade in his hand turned, but there was a strong wind visible to the naked eye around the soul-chopping blade. Whirlwind slash. The next moment the soul-chopping blade in Yan's hand slashed in the direction of the rolling sand waves, and a violent tornado suddenly appeared. Boom. At the moment when the tornado collided with the sand waves, there was even a faint roar. As for the sand waves, whose density and weight are extremely terrifying, the violent tornado is like a nemesis, and countless gravels are swept away the moment it touches the tornado. Almost in a blink of an eye, the tornado was wrapped in a lot of gravel and turned into a dust storm in a sense. This scene shocked Mr. One and even Princess Wai. It turns out that speed is not his real strength. Is this kind of wind-fighting swordsmanship that uses the storm as a slash to be his strength? At this moment, under the influence of countless storms and turbulent currents, while the cloak on Ion's body rattled, the neatly combed hair could not help but scatter, which added a sense of uninhibited vicissitudes to him. And in the capital city of Alabasta Kingdom, terrifying sand waves and tornadoes suddenly appeared. Even though Alabasta Kingdom's own armament was quite lax, it was not so incompetent that he didn't even notice the situation. Soon, in Ion's perception, a figure in the kingdom of Alabasta shot straight into the sky, and then turned 90 degrees toward him. The palace guard. Ian vaguely guessed the identity of the visitor, but his heart was quite calm. After all, this time Ion is not a villain who intends to abduct the blue-haired little loli, but a young man who loves young people in the spirit of respecting the old and loving the young. On the contrary, Crocodile, who was hiding in the dark, was paying attention to the visitor from the Alabasta Palace, and was planning to manipulate the sand waves to counterattack. Immediately, a wave suddenly stretched out from the sand waves controlled by Crocodile, entangling Mr. One into the sand, and then disappeared. Cannot find. Ian's arrogance swept across the scene, and the exact location of Crocodile could not be found during the entire collision process. No, maybe he was right under his own eyes, but he was always elementalized or was hidden in the sand, so he was not able to distinguish him from the domineering. It's really a troublesome ability. Even if I do my best and Crocodile deliberately avoids the battle, the only way I want to kill Crocodile seems to be through the extreme high temperature of flowing like fire. It is safest to crystallize all the sand. As for the other soul-chopping knives, it's not really 100% sure that you want to defeat Crocodile. In addition to judging Crocodile's strength secretly, Ion also put the soul-chopping blade back into the scabbard. Win. Did you win? Princess Wai didn't dare to ask out loud until this time. The other party escaped, Yan replied. Hearing this, Princess Wai, who had been tense all the way, completely relaxed, showing her innocent side and cheering. Great. Your Excellency Yasuo, you are so strong. Is that the so-called Yufeng Kendo just now? A tornado appeared between the raised swords. Excellent, Your Excellency Yasuo. And in the voice of Princess Wai's call, Bell, the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard bird fruit falcon type, who flew in the direction of Ion in midair, quickly noticed Princess Wai. Princess Vivi. In an instant, Bell's speed increased again by 3 points, swiftly flew down towards Princess Wai, landed in the middle of Yan and Princess Wai, and asked while keeping Princess Wai behind, His Royal Highness, what happened? Why are you here alone? And who is this dangerous man in front of you? The next moment, Princess Wai's voice was no longer the childlike cheers just now, but returned to the majesty commensurate with the princess, and said in a commanding tone, Captain Bell, don't be rude. Your Excellency Yasuo, the Sword Master of the Wind, is my savior. Please show respect. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Bell turned and knelt down on one knee towards Princess Wai, respectfully responded, and then got up. He bowed to Ion and said, Dear Your Excellency Yasuo, I'm Bell, adjutant of the Kingdom Guard, meeting for the first time. Ion simply responded to Bell in a low tone, as if no one else would enter. Immediately, Bell, who was still on guard against Ion all the time, asked Bell, who was protecting Princess Wai behind him, His Royal Highness, what happened? Immediately afterwards, Princess Wai briefly explained the attack that took place tonight, and finally said in a serious tone, The last enemy who didn't show up manipulated the sand to attack me. There is a great possibility that the pirate Crocodile who arrived in the kingdom not long ago. After a pause, Princess Wai ordered in an orderly manner, Bell, you immediately notify the father. Let the father issue a wanted order for Crocodile, and report this incident to the world government. However, listening to Princess Wai's seemingly logical analysis and coherent decision-making, Bailey's eyes flashed with relief, but his expression was a little embarrassed. Your Highness, the villain who attacked you this time should have nothing to do with Crocodile. Ah, Princess Wai's expression was a little puzzled. Bell replied, Because Mr. Crocodile visited His Majesty not long ago on the issue of the coastline is frequently harassed by pirates. When I left the kingdom, Mr. Crocodile was was still talking with His Majesty. How could he attack you? 312 Chapter 312 Crocodile. How is this possible? Not only Princess Weiwei's expression was surprised, but even Yan was a little surprised when he heard Belle's words. Only one devil fruit exists at a time, which is one of the most common senses in the sea. The ability to manipulate the sand just now is the ability of Shasha fruit, no matter how you look at it. And Crocodile, who has this ability and recently appeared in the Kingdom of Alabasta in a high profile and has solved the pirate attack many times, is definitely the attacker. Impossible. Belle, could I have made a mistake? The ability to attack me is definitely to manipulate the sand, and in the end I relied on Lord Yasuo's swordsmanship to repel the enemy. Princess Vivi said with certainty. It's just that Princess Weiwei's remarks made Belle look suspiciously at Ian, a stranger who suddenly appeared beside Princess Weiwei, and then said, His Royal Highness, it's better to return to the palace to discuss this matter. Now that you are stuck outside the palace, it is not possible that the villains will attack again. Alright. After experiencing the series of lingering dangers just now, Princess Weiwei nodded and said to Yan, Your Excellency Yasuo, please follow me back to the palace, and I will definitely ask your father to reward you heavily. Hearing this, Ion actually felt a little hesitant in his heart. Undoubtedly, Ion can be sure that the last person who attacked himself and Princess Vivi was Crocodile, the Shasha fruit ability. As for what method he used to make himself appear in the palace at the same time to create an alibi, Ion is not sure yet. It's just that things have developed to this point. Obviously, in the opinion of Belle, the adjutant of the kingdom's guards, compared to Crocodile, who has gradually gained popularity in the kingdom and has gradually created a heroic image, such as Yan wearing masks, strangers are more suspect. It is conceivable that, except for Belle, the rest of the Alabasta Palace thinks of Ion is quite similar. Therefore, even if Ian really followed Princess Weiwei back to the palace, it is impossible to receive real courtesy and trust. Instead of this, it is better to say goodbye to Princess Weiwei and leave a perfect childhood impression, and it is enough to leave an opportunity and connection for the future revolutionary army to really contact the Kingdom of Alabasta. Anyway, the real purpose of Ion's trip to the Kingdom of Alabasta is for the historical text and ancient weapon Hades. As long as Ion takes away the historical text and the ancient weapon Hades, even if Crocodile, who has a similar goal, remains in the Kingdom of Alabasta, there will be no unexpected troubles. And as Hancock and Robin's pregnancy period increases, there are only a few months left for Yan to return to Nine Snake Island, so there is no need to waste time participating in the battle at the palace. But just when Yan's mind was set and he was about to say goodbye to Princess Weiwei, Princess Weiwei vaguely noticed something in Belle's somewhat ugly face. Princess Weiwei went forward and stretched out her hands to grab it. Holding Ion's palm, he said with a slight shake, Your Excellency Yasuo, isn't the agreement I made with you to protect me until I return to the palace? Come with me. Okay, Your Excellency Yasuo, I believe in you. You will never break your promise, right? Listening to Princess Weiwei's affectionate coquettish voice, Belle's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to speak out several times to dissuade him, but he forcibly endured it because of his identity. As for Ian, under the undisguised trust and coquettishness of Princess Weiwei, the thought that had already figured out various reasons for saying goodbye suddenly changed. I don't know if Ion is about to become a father. At this moment he is suffering from this blue hair in front of him. Little Loli's coquetry softened quickly. Forget it, it's just another trip to the palace. It's not a waste, let alone if the historical text is hidden in the palace. Well, this possibility is not ruled out, and I can take this opportunity to explore the palace. Yes, I am purely a public heart. 163. Immediately, Yan met Belle's eyes that seemed to be eating people, and reached out to pat the head of the noble Princess Weiwei, and even rubbed it hard. I will abide by the agreement. Thank you, Your Excellency Yasuo. Immediately, Princess Weiwei directly took Ion's palm and walked towards the palace. It's just that Princess Weiwei and Ian are now on the roof, which made Princess Weiwei's footsteps stop at the edge of the roof, so she could only look at Ian with helpless eyes. Immediately, Yan naturally stretched out his arms around Princess Weiwei, jumped off the roof, and continued towards the direction of the palace. On the roof, a gust of night wind blew past, causing Belle's clothes to flutter back and forth, but his figure seemed extremely silent, and his expression was extremely ugly and gloomy. Who is that guy? At this moment, Belle has considerable reasons to suspect that the incident of Princess Weiwei's attack is likely to be directed and acted by Yan, in order to gain Princess Weiwei's trust. Immediately, seeing that the figures of Ion and Princess Vivi were about to leave, Belle quickly followed and quietly took out the phone bug to contact Nefertali Cobra, the king of Alabasta. However, even though Belle was quite suspicious and unkind towards Ion, out of his own responsibility, Belle did not add anything to the report of King Cobra, but reported the situation situation with a fairly objective attitude. As Ian walked with Princess Waiwei all the way, he soon arrived at the gate of the Alabasta Palace. And at the gate of the palace at this moment, a group of people have been waiting there in advance. Vivi. With the appearance of Princess Waiwei, the man wearing the crown rushed out directly, ran in front of Princess Waiwei, looked at Princess Waiwei nervously, and asked with concern, "You're not hurt, are you, Waiwei?" Princess Vivi replied with a rather calm attitude to King Cobra's concern, "It's okay, father. This time it's all thanks to the protection of your Excellency Yasuo." "Thank you very much, Your Excellency Yasuo. You are the benefactor of our Nefertali family." King Cobra also expressed his gratitude to Ion with a very sincere attitude and promised various rewards on the spot. In this regard, Ion, who had gradually lost interest in the treasure, nodded flatly in response to King Cobra, and his eyes hidden under the mask fell on the man with a big back and black fur who was standing not far away. The man in the coat on Crocodile. Feeling Ion's obscure gaze, Crocodile's face with a long scar cut across his face also slowly grinned, looking at Ion like a prey. "P.S. Meow, I caught a cold and took drugs, which made me very sleepy. I can't continue my cultivation tonight, so there are only 2 chapters. 313 Chapter 313th Feeling of peace of mind. That guy, is it really Crocodile?" Under the arrangement of King Cobra, Ion, who was admitted to a luxurious room, groped his chin and muttered as he recalled what Crocodile had just done at the gate of the palace. In the next moment, at the window that Ion deliberately opened, a gust of night wind blew in, turned into the appearance of Durag, and said, "Chief of the staff, amazing. I didn't expect you to be on the line with Princess Waiwei so soon." "It's okay." Ion waved his hand and asked immediately, "Durag, do you feel that there seems to be something wrong with that Crocodile?" "Judging from the appearance, I carefully compared it, and it is exactly the same as the reward order." Drago thought for a while and replied, "Obviously, similar to Yan's thoughts." Durag, who was secretly observing, also noticed the problem. Appearance. Ian recalled it carefully and said, "The biggest possibility may be the ability to imitate the fruit." Drago recalled the contents of the devil fruit Pokédex diligently and replied, "The kind of imitation fruit that can perfectly imitate the appearance of others." "Well, if that's the case, it can fully explain why when Princess Vivi and I were attacked by the sand waves, Crocodile appeared at the palace at the same time to talk to King Cobra." After a pause, Ion continued, "In other words, Crocodile deliberately proved his innocence through the ability of imitation fruit. No wonder he was willing to expose his devil fruit in order to compete for Princess Vivi. Do you understand that even if you, an outsider to King Cobra, and Princess Vivi, who is still young, guessed his identity, King Cobra would not believe him, so he is so fearless." Of course, now that Ion understands the situation, it is indeed meaningless to tell the Alabasta royal family about his guesses. Devil fruit powers strange. In addition to the possibility of imitating the shape of a fruit that can imitate Crocodile, there are also other devil fruit abilities that can manipulate sand. So under the preconceived notions, King Cobra had no reason to believe Ion. It's just that Ion knew in the memory of his previous life that Crocodile had the biggest intention of appearing in the Kingdom of Alabasta to steal the Kingdom of Alabasta and secretly plan the ancient weapon that may exist in the Kingdom of Alabasta, the Pluto. In addition, Ian knew very well that Mr. 1 was Crocodile's most valued subordinate, so it must be Crocodile who attacked Ian and Princess Vivi. "Chief of Staff, now that you have initially gained the trust of Princess Waiwei, what will you do next?" Drago asked on the side. Ion continued on the excuse that he had fooled Drago. "Secretly investigating the whereabouts of the historical text is the top priority, and the rest is to gain the trust of the Alabasta royal family as much as possible so as to lay a good foundation for the official contact between the Revolutionary Army and the Alabasta Kingdom in the future." After a pause, Ion continued, "However, in order to avoid identity disclosure and cause unnecessary suspicion, my own abilities cannot be used at all. Next, I can only trouble Durag to cooperate with the disguise of the so-called Wind Sword Deo." "No problem." Drago nodded and spoke without pressure. In fact, although the Frost Wind fruit was developed by Drago to be extremely violent when used in battle, in fact, as the ubiquitous wind in nature, Drago's lurking ability is extremely powerful. While maintaining elementalization, it is extremely difficult to distinguish, and the concealment is extremely high. In this regard, Durag has a natural advantage over those such as rockberry fruit, frozen fruit, and sparkling fruit. While Ion was talking to Drago, King Cobra was listening in detail to Princess Vivi's retelling of what happened. "Really, it's really hard for you, Vivi, to let you experience such an unpleasant attack," King Cobra said with some heartache. Princess Waiwei shook her head and said with a bit of firmness on her tender face, "Father, don't worry. As the heir to the Kingdom of Alabasta, I have already made up my mind accordingly." Ha 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 ha. When King Cobra saw this, he couldn't help laughing, and his heart was full of relief. After all, King Cobra only has the descendant of Princess Vivi. Whether it is the succession to the throne of Alabasta or the continuation of the Nefertari family, she can only rely on Princess Vivi. Therefore, Princess Weiwei's consciousness undoubtedly made King Cobra happy. When Princess Weiwei saw this, she took the opportunity to speak. Father, I was able to survive this time with the help of Your Excellency Yasuo, and Your Excellency Yasuo's swordsmanship is very good. I want to take him as my teacher. Okay, is it Yufeng Kendo? Cobra stroked his mustache and said with some embarrassment, Weiwei, it's not that I don't believe your judgment, it's just that the timing of Lord Yasuo's appearance is too coincidental, and he is still wearing a mask, which is really suspicious. Father, the ability that attacked me is really manipulating sand. Definitely the pirate in Crocodile. Princess Vivi said a little indignantly. Vivi, you can't doubt Mr. Crocodile like that. After a pause, King Cobra didn't want to hide, and said, Crocodile's late night visit this time is in the hope that I can recommend him to the world government to obtain the privileged title of the King 7 Wuhe. In contrast, Mr. Crocodile will protect the kingdom's coastline from being frequently infested by pirates as the King's Shishibukai. And when Belle noticed that there was a big movement in the capital, Mr. Crocodile was sitting in front of me. How could he attack you? And he has absolutely no reason to attack you. When Princess Weiwei heard the words, her expression was not only a little resentful, but she couldn't help but doubt herself. Could it be really not Crocodile? When Cobra saw this, he continued, Weiwei, I know a lot of kendo schools in the sea, but I have never heard of the name of Yufeng Kendo, and I have never heard of the name Yasuo. Hearing the end, Princess Weiwei acted like a spoiled child and said, Father, I don't care, I just believe in Your Excellency Yasuo. The feeling of peace of mind when I stay by his side can't be fake. It's like staying by my mother's side. 314 Chapter 314 To Ask Kendo. Hearing Princess Vivi mentioning her mother, King Cobra's expression became complicated and said, Really? Your Excellency Yasuo can give you this feeling? Princess Weiwei nodded heavily and said, I believe that Your Excellency Yasuo has no malice towards me, and my encounter with Your Excellency Yasuo is a complete coincidence. This attack was definitely not done by Your Excellency Yasuo. After thinking for a moment, King Cobra nodded slowly and said, That's fine, but after that, whether you leave the palace or go to see Your Excellency Yasuo, you will always be by your side. You must bring an escort and have a Kalem or Belle follow you. Thank you, Father. Princess Weiwei was overjoyed and said repeatedly. But then, Princess Weiwei thought for a while and asked worriedly, The father, are you really going to agree to Crocodile's request and cooperate with him? King Cobra touched Princess Vivi's head and spoke in detail as if teaching. I have already investigated Mr. Crocodile's past experience. He was indeed a pirate before, and he was also a big pirate who once went to the New World waters to challenge Whitebeard Newgate Edward. However, in the past deeds of Mr. Crocodile, although he acted ruthlessly, there was no record of massacres of civilians. Therefore, it is completely reasonable for Crocodile to retreat from the waters of the New World and to cooperate with the kingdom. What's more, this is a good thing for the kingdom. It can greatly improve the security and reduce the casualties caused by soldiers and pirates fighting. Therefore, I have agreed to Mr. Crocodile's request. Hearing this, Princess Vivi pouted, feeling that Crocodile was untrustworthy, but she couldn't say anything else. After all, Cobra is the king of Alabasta. Since Cobra has really made a decision, Princess Vivi has no way to change it. However, Princess Vivi was already quite happy to be able to get the permission of King Cobra to apprentice Yasuo to her. So Princess Vivi followed King Cobra after chatting a few more words, then made an excuse to leave and went straight to Ion's room. Dong dong dong. A careful knock on the door sounded, and Princess Weiwei's crisp voice sounded faintly. Your Excellency Yasuo, are you asleep? Ian glanced in the direction where Drago left, and after confirming that Drago had left, he spoke. Come in. Immediately, Princess Weiwei asked the guards behind her to wait at the door, while she pushed open a crack and walked in. Princess Weiwei looked at the environment in the house, put her hands behind her back, and said a little embarrassedly, Your Excellency Yasuo, haven't you gone to bed yet? Well, I'm about to take a bath, and then I'm going to sleep. What's the matter? Ian asked. No, I just stopped by to see if Your Excellency Yasuo is used to living there. After a pause, Princess Weiwei looked up at Ion and asked, In addition, I would like to invite Your Excellency Yasuo to be my kendo teacher. I don't know if you can. Kendo teacher? Ian couldn't help being a little surprised by Princess Weiwei's request, but soon, Ion refused directly. My kendo has not reached the level that I can teach my children, and Weiwei, as a princess of a country, there is no need to practice kendo. How to govern the country is what you need to master. However, Your Majesty Yasuo, your Yufeng kendo is so handsome, and I also want to have the ability to create a whirlwind between the waves. Princess Weiwei replied with some sparkling eyes. Hearing this, Yan's thought of rejecting Princess Weiwei became more decisive. Then what Yufeng Kendo is simply fake. How to teach it? If you want to truly have this ability to create a whirlwind, unless you kill Darag and let the wind fruit reappear somewhere in the sea, or Princess Wei eats other fruits that have the ability to manipulate the wind, it is impossible. No, Yan said directly. What? Your Excellency Yasuo, I will definitely work hard. Princess Wei continued to request, and she saw that she had to rely on the little girl's coquettish privilege again. Seeing this, Yan stepped back again and again, keeping a distance from Princess Wei, and said directly with an excuse. This matter will be discussed later. Princess Wei, I need to take a bath and meditate after killing people. Please leave first. Immediately, Yan didn't wait for Princess Wei to speak, and turned around and walked into the bathroom in the room to take a shower. What, are you kidding? The previous agreement with Princess Wei to escort her to the palace was already quite troublesome. How could Ion still have time to stay here and slowly teach this little blue-haired loli to practice kendo? 164. Is Robin not elegant enough for the royal sister, or Hancock is not charming enough for the queen? Besides, Ion really has this time, so he might as well think about how to teach his children in the future. However, in order to avoid this little blue-haired loli from tearfully acting like a spoiled brat, Ian did not hesitate to use this excuse to escape. Crash. In the bathroom, the sound of water sounded. Princess Wei sat down on the sofa. Her mouth pouted slightly, her face was unhappy, and she was puzzled. Your Excellency Yasuo, why did you reject me? I can clearly feel that Your Excellency Yasuo likes me more. Just like Akalem and Bell, they shouldn't want to teach me. Or, is this a test given to me by Lord Yasuo? See if I really want to learn kendo. Just as Princess Wei was waiting boredly for Ion, while wondering about various reasons, a phone bug rang. Blue. Princess Wei turned her eyes and quickly found the phone bug on the table. Princess Wei turned her head to look at Ian, who was bathing in the bathroom, and naturally answered the phone temporarily, like helping her father. Picked it up and said directly, Mixie, call me later. Yeah. Hancock's voice on the other side of the phone worm suddenly stopped, and listening to the clear and somewhat childish voice, his eyebrows were completely locked. Where did this clip sound come from? Who are you? Hancock asked in a bad tone. Princess Nefertali Wei of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Princess Wei answered honestly. However, these words sounded like a provocation in Hancock's ears. Princess, the concubine is still the queen of the Amazon and Lily Kingdom. Why is the phone bug in your hands? Hancock asked. He went to take a bath. I'm waiting for him to take a bath, and then I will ask him about kendo in depth. Princess Wei replied. Hancock's eyes widened. Completely unbelievable. What kind of kendo? You need to ask after taking a shower. What does the clip tone princess want to do? 315. Chapter 315. The mysterious and arrogant woman. My concubine advises you to stop this behavior. Hancock warned word by word. Why? Princess Wei said in a puzzled way. It is clear that Your Excellency Yasuo also likes me very much, and he is also happy to point me to kendo. At this moment Hancock's anger was rising, and he didn't even hear what Princess Wei said was Yasuo, not Ian. Even if he is willing, this is not a reason. You are not qualified, understand? Hancock shouted. Hearing this, Princess Wei felt that the woman in front of her was extremely willful and arrogant, but she couldn't help but get a little angry and said proudly, I am the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. I am not qualified. Are you qualified? Immediately, Princess Wei hung up the phone bug in her hand and muttered, inexplicable. Oh, bad. I forgot to ask who the woman was just now and just hung up the phone. How can I tell this to Your Excellency Yasuo? For a while, Princess Wei, who felt that she seemed to have done something wrong, became a little uneasy. On the other side, Hancock held his 5-month-old belly with one hand, but crushed the phone bug in his hand with the other. What an arrogant woman, Hancock said through gritted teeth. No woman has ever dared to be arrogant in front of a concubine. Can this be done just because she is loved by Lord Yan? The next moment Hancock suddenly thought of the scene where he was put into the cold palace by Ion, no longer favored, and could only raise Ion's child alone. The autumn wind was bleak, with withered and yellow leaves all over the place, but he couldn't wait for a long time to come to the attention of Lord Yan. No. In an instant Hancock, who felt a sense of crisis, walked out of the bedroom resolutely, went around to the largest room in the other direction on this floor, pushed open the door and walked in. Well, rare guest. Robin, who was flipping through the historical documents of Nine Snake Island in his hand, raised his head in surprise, looked at Hancock, who was in front of him, and asked, what's up? Something happened. Hancock's expression was no longer as strong as he used to be. Instead, he looked at his former opponent, Nicole Robin, with a bit more of a teammate in the same trench, and then said tearfully, like a palace that was about to be abandoned, Lord Ion has another woman outside, and her concubine was protested by that woman just now. Robin paused as he flipped through the literature, and then asked, and then Hancock walked over to Robin and sat down and asked, Robin, don't you have a sense of crisis? Robin raised his eyes slightly slightly and glanced at Hancock and said secretly in his heart, "In my eyes, you, the woman, are the greatest danger." But on the surface, Robin was extremely calm and even said with some disapproval, "I believe in the bond between Brother Ion and me. Lord Ion is naturally extremely reliable." Hancock first agreed, and then his expression became a little melancholy, and he said with a bit of anger, "It's just that the concubine is the main palace of Lord Yen. That woman can't bear to be so arrogant. She must be taught a lesson, otherwise she will bully the concubine every day because of Lord Yen's love in the future." "Then go ahead. Brother Yen is on the empty island. I can provide you with the moving trajectory map of the empty island. You can go up directly in the form of Black-Winged Demon," Robin said with an attitude of watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. "Of course, Brother Yan is busy building the empty island now. You are not afraid to disturb Brother Yan's business and expose the identity of Brother Yan in front of the Revolutionary Army. Just go." Hearing this, Hancock said inexplicably, "Master Yan is not in the Sky Island, right? The woman just now claimed to be the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Lord Yan should have gone to the Kingdom of Alabasta." "What?" Hearing this, Robin's expression was obviously a little surprised. Immediately, Robin took out a phone bug from the side and contacted the Revolutionary Army to verify the situation of Ion. "It's just that this time, in order to ensure privacy, Drago has already blocked all messages internally." As for Ian, he wanted to give Robin a surprise, so neither the historical text of the Sky Island nor the historical text of the Kingdom of Alabasta and other related news were notified in advance. This led Robin to verify through the internal intelligence of the Revolutionary Army, and the news that he learned was that Ion was still in the empty island on the surface, but in fact he had disappeared. This time, Robin's expression became a little ugly. In Robin's eyes, Ion went out this time for the great event of the Revolutionary Army and for the future of the sea. As for whether he picked on other women outside in the process, Robin has gradually calmed down under the influence of Hancock's pressure. After all, for someone as outstanding and good as Ion's brother, such troubles are inevitable, and Robin also believes that the bond between himself and Ion is unshakable. At least, even under the fierce attack of Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the sea, Robin knew that he still had an unshakable place in Jan's heart. Only this time, in Robin's eyes, Ion is stealing. He went to see the woman in the Kingdom of Alabasta without telling himself. Go. Yes, but this kind of concealment is somewhat difficult for Robin to accept. Robin patted the document in his hand on the table and said dissatisfiedly, "What kind of woman is she? You let Brother Jan do this?" "Yeah, the concubine also really wants to see what kind of woman she is, and dares to be so arrogant to the concubine." After a pause, Hancock raised his eyebrows suddenly and suggested, "Robin, how about we go find that woman together?" Robin hesitated as he looked at his fully swollen belly. "Don't worry, it's only been more than 5 months, and the concubine has not yet reached the point where the combat power is affected," Hancock said proudly and confidently. In the end, under Hancock's persuasion, Robin agreed with his own persuasion. "It is good. Then the concubine will give the order to set sail." At the same time, in a hidden cave outside the capital of Alabasta, Crocodile was listening to the report of Mr. Tu Von Cray, the man with the ability to imitation fruit, who was wearing almost the same clothes as him but with a completely different head. "Really? King Cobra has already agreed. Thanks for your hard work." Crocodile nodded slightly, indicating clearly. Immediately after, Crocodile stepped back with Mr. 1 and Mr. 2. His expression became particularly gloomy and he was smoking a cigar. "Wind Sword Master Yasuo, where did this bastard come from? You dare to sabotage my plan. No matter who you are, if you dare to get in the way, your whole family will be completely turned into gravel." 316th chapter. Yasuo Teacher. As Yen deliberately and slowly came out of the bath, he found that Princess Waiwei was still waiting for him, and he couldn't help but have a headache. However, as soon as Ian looked around, he found that the phone bug he had placed on the table was in a passive position, and his eyes could not help but narrowed slightly. Usually out of the idea of secrecy, Yan put 7 or 8 phone bugs in Zyajin's body, and the uses are also different. Among them, this one is for private communications with Hancock and the Warring States Marshal. It was precisely because of this that the Warring States Marshal contacted Ian to ask about Hancock's situation, so Ian would just throw the phone bug on the table and talk to the Warring States Marshal slowly. Afterwards, with the arrival of Drago, Ian forgot to put away the phone bug after communicating with Drago. So, Princess Waiwei just touched it by accident, or has his identity been discovered? With the worst information that this phone bug could leak, it was that Ion's identity as a rear admiral was noticed by Princess Vivi. Immediately, Ian sat next to Princess Waiwei while wiping his still wet hair, and Tsukudo asked unintentionally, "Did anyone call just now?" "Your Excellency Yasuo, a woman did call just now," Princess Waiwei replied uneasily. Did you say anything?" Ian asked. No, she just asked me for some reason and asked me not to practice kendo with you. It's very strange. Princess Waiwei was still a little dissatisfied when she said this, and Yan paid attention to Princess Waiwei's micro-expression and confirmed that this little blue-haired loli really didn't seem to hear anything. Immediately, Ian put away the phone bug and followed the topic of Princess Waiwei. Princess Waiwei, you are indeed not suitable for practicing kendo. Princess Waiwei raised her eyes, looking at Yan with longing and unwillingness in her eyes. Why? I will really try. It's not just a matter of effort. Yan's mind turned sharply, and at the same time when he saw something domineering, he thought and said, kendo is not something that can be achieved through pure effort and hard training. If you want to truly understand the essence of Yufeng Kendo, you must have an indomitable heart and have the awareness that death is like the wind and always accompanies me. It's impossible for you, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, to have the chance to take such a risk. What's more, even if Princess Waiwei wants to protect the people, the sword you are holding is definitely not a sword in your own hands, but a sword of benevolence and righteousness that carries the wishes of the people. As Ion's voice fell, there was a sudden burst of applause at the door. Clap clap clap. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 165. As the door was pushed open, King Cobra was gently applauding Ion and praised, I didn't expect your excellency Yasuo, as a swordsman, to be so clear about these principles of governing the country. It's just that I've been wandering around the world for a long time, and I've seen some things a lot, so I naturally understand. Ian replied, it turns out that I feel the benevolence and righteousness of your excellency Yasuo. After a pause, King Cobra's expression slightly pulled, and he whispered to Princess Vivi, Waiwei, how can you come to disturb your excellency Yasuo's rest in the middle of the night and still break into his excellency Yasuo's room? How rude is this? Obviously, the reason why King Cobra rushed over late at night was because a guard reported to him that Princess Vivi had entered Yan's room, and for a long time. That's why King Cobra couldn't hold back completely and ran after him. However, when King Cobra just appeared at the door, Ion guessed the visitor under his domineering perception, so he deliberately said these words to test whether the ideas of King Cobra and the Revolutionary Army were not. There is a fundamental conflict. So far, the results are pretty good. And when the corner of Yen's mouth was slightly curved, she was scolded by her father so severely, Princess Waiwei showed a bit of fear on her face and quickly got up and apologized to Yen with court etiquette, and then walked back to the next to King Cobra. Just when Ion thought that the troublesome matter of Princess Waiwei's apprenticeship would be completely over, King Cobra suddenly said, Your Excellency Yasuo, I have a ruthless request. Waiwei is usually playful and naughty. Even though I have hired many teachers, it is difficult for her to calm down and study. It's rare for her to take the initiative to learn now, so I hope Your Excellency Yasuo can give Waiwei some advice, not just swordsmanship but other more important life principles and the like. Ion frowned secretly but did not expect that King Cobra would take the initiative to say these words. After all, King Cobra should not easily trust strangers, let alone heart to heart. Ion generally chops up those men who dare to approach his daughter without authorization. Your Majesty, I just happened to travel to the kingdom of Alabasta, and I will embark on a journey again soon, and I will not stay in the kingdom of Alabasta for a long time. Ion refused vaguely. King Cobra touched Princess Vivi's head and said, I understand, but before Your Excellency Yasuo leaves, Princess Vivi will trouble Your Excellency Yasuo. Okay then. Ian hesitated for a moment but agreed. Many thanks. King Cobra thanked him without any pretense and then turned to leave, and Princess Vivi was even more excited to make a cute face at Ion, and then she jumped up to keep up with King Cobra. After King Cobra and Princess Vivi left, Ion thought for a while and gradually understood why King Cobra did this. It is nothing more than to accommodate and satisfy Princess Waiwei. So King Cobra would rather give up his dignity as a king and choose to meet Princess Vivi's request after roughly confirming Ion's character. Not necessarily a good king, but a good father indeed. Ion commented briefly on King Cobra and then went straight to sleep. The next day, Yen had just woken up when Princess Waiwei brought breakfast to Yen in person and saluted respectfully. Mr. Yasuo, good morning. Ian responded and asked Princess Waiwei after breakfast. Princess Waiwei, what are you more interested in? Princess Waiwei's eyes lit up slightly and replied subconsciously, I'm more interested in Yasuo teacher. Yan, no, I mean, I'm more interested in teacher Yasuo's past. Princess Waiwei waved her small hands and explained. 317 Chapter 317 affects the speed of drawing the sword. My past is like fallen leaves. There is nothing to say. Ion replied perfunctorily. How does teacher Yasuo usually live? Princess Waiwei asked curiously. Ian glanced at Princess Waiwei's curious little eyes and couldn't help but feel a little speechless in her heart. How old is this little blue-haired loli gossiping to? How do I usually live? Before arriving in the kingdom of Alabasta, I usually fell asleep on a pile of gold. How else could I survive? However, due to his personality, Ion still said indifferently, the long road is long, only the sword is my companion. Princess Waiwei heard the words, and the longing in her small eyes instantly filled up, and she had imagined the experience of Yen walking a long road with one sword and one sword. But then, Princess Waiwei couldn't help but ask with a bit of anticipation, then, how about Mr. Yasuo staying in the kingdom of Alabasta in the future? Ian cast a glance at Princess Waiwei and replied mercilessly, it affects how fast I can draw my sword. Ah, will it matter? Princess Waiwei said inexplicably, even if Mr. Yasuo stays in the palace, there will still be a place for Mr. Yasuo to practice. Is there any place in the palace where I can practice? Ion asked casually. Of course there is. Under Yen's intentional or unintentional guidance, Princess Vivi burst out with great enthusiasm, and directly took Yen's palm and took the initiative to act as a guide to introduce the palace. This palace was completely meaningless to Princess Waiwei in the past. This time Princess Waiwei wanted to use all the words to praise and describe it, trying to arouse Ion's interest, and Ian listened to the uninterrupted introduction of this crisp female voice in his ear, silently remembering the purpose of each building in each area of the palace, which confirmed the vague memory of the historical text in his previous life. Only he nodded calmly. It took a long time for Princess Waiwei to simply walk around the palace with Ion, and then asked excitedly, Mr. Yasuo, what do you think? The palace is so big, so many places are definitely enough for you to practice. Ian shook his head and said, I only pay attention to the fact that the defense force in the palace is too weak and lax. If a powerful pirate launches a surprise attack, it may not be able to stop it. There is a reason, Princess Waiwei said a little embarrassedly, because the coastline of the kingdom is too long and pirates are often attacked. Most of the elite troops are stationed on the coastline to avoid incidents of pirates attacking the citizens, and the king said that the palace is located in the core area of the capital after all, and ordinary pirates can't invade here, and most of the people living around are also citizens, so there is absolutely no need to increase the defense force required by the palace, which can also reduce the number of citizens. Tax pressure. Hearing this, Ion's impression of King Cobra couldn't help but change greatly. You must know that in the sea, there is no shortage of royal families like the Fraven's kingdom, who use their citizens as bargaining chips to exchange for real treasures and then abandon them mercilessly. Perhaps it can be said that according to the preliminary statistics of the Revolutionary Army, more than half of the royal families in the sea are similar to the practices of the Fraven's royal family. In comparison, it is quite rare for King Cobra to send a large number of soldiers to the coastline to guard the citizens. At this time, Yan and Princess Waiwei were standing on a high tower on the edge of the palace. When they turned their eyes, they suddenly found that there was a garden area outside the palace that was more closely guarded than the palace. Ian asked with a move in his heart, Princess Waiwei, where is that place? There is the royal cemetery, but except for some special days, it is forbidden for anyone to approach to avoid disturbing the peace of the ancestors. Princess Waiwei replied, Ion nodded and said condescendingly after looking around the entire palace and even the entire capital again, the kingdom of Alabasta is indeed a pretty good country. After a pause, Yan said directly without waiting for Princess Waiwei to speak, but this is not the place I should stay. Princess Waiwei's expression became obviously a little sad. Let's go, Princess Waiwei, although there is nothing in Kendo that can point you, but I can tell you some insights from my life journey. Ion said calmly. Yes. Princess Waiwei had a feeble attitude. In this regard, Ion did not take it seriously, but took Princess Waiwei to a shady tree and conveyed a certain idea to Princess Waiwei in the form of a small story like a chat. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, equality, justice, rule of law. In order to avoid inappropriate speech and being perceived by others to be extremely dangerous to the world government, Ion can only choose to disassemble it bit by bit to teach Princess Vivi. After all, in addition to being the princess of the world's allied countries, one of her hidden identities is the true bloodline of Tianlong people. Although nothing can be seen now, Ian has an inexplicable hunch that Princess Waiwei may play a considerable role in the future. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while last night, Ian thought that in addition to taking the opportunity to get acquainted with Princess Waiwei, he could also take the opportunity to teach Princess Waiwei the correct way of thinking. And every little story Ion tells is a normal story by itself. Even if the CP0 organization is on the sidelines, there is absolutely no problem. Under the shade of the big tree and the cool wind blowing, Princess Waiwei gradually became immersed in Yan's story, thinking that this may be the past experience of Yasuo teacher. Therefore, Princess Waiwei subconsciously stepped into it, wanting to deeply understand Yasuo teacher's feelings. And at night, after dealing with Princess Waiwei until her mouth was dry, Master Ya, who had been busy all day, returned to the room and took a small breath. Immediately, Ion took out a piece of white paper from the side, recalled what he saw during the day, quickly drew a map of the area of the palace, and marked some suspicious locations. Immediately afterwards, the blank piece of paper was thrown out of the windowsill by Ion. A gust of wind rolled through, causing the white paper to float back and forth and land in a shadowy corner not far away, and Drago easily reached out and caught the white paper. Are these locations? Looking at the places marked on the white paper, Drago quickly turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in place, heading straight for the suspicious spots. 318 Chapter 318 The historical text hidden under the cemetery. In Durag's view, the strategy today is clear. The Chief of Staff Zaiming took great pains to deal with King Cobra and Princess Vivi. He was secretly assisting in various ways. Drago pursed his chapped lips after staying outdoors for several days and looked at Ion's room where the lights had just been turned off, realizing that both parties were working hard in their own way. The paper just thrown by Ion marked suspicious locations where Ion thought the historical text might be hidden. The subsequent verification and investigation work was carried out by Drago, and Drago, as a person with the ability of burst fruit, can truly be pervasive when he deliberately investigates certain locations. Immediately, Drago couldn't take a rest and directly began to investigate one place after another according to Ion's label, and almost every crack in the bricks was not missed. Finally, on the night of the third day, Ion, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Drago, who appeared on the windowsill the next moment. Drago, who was wearing a black cloak, couldn't see his face clearly, but his voice contained some excitement and hoarseness. Found it, walk. Hearing the words, Ian stood up suddenly and left with Drago. Soon, under the leadership of Drago, Ion came to the location of the royal cemetery. It really is here. Ion looked around and said secretly. It's just that Ion was completely uncertain before without Drago's investigation. After all, the environment of the royal cemetery today is green, which is completely different from the deserted and somewhat desolate environment in which the historical text was located in the memory of Ion's previous life. However, the current kingdom of Alabasta has not been secretly manipulated by Clark Dahl, resulting in no rain for many years, and through the ability of Sasha Fruit, a large amount of the kingdom of Alabasta has been desertified. Therefore, although there are many areas in the Alabasta kingdom that are desert environments, they still spread far to the capital, and the entire capital is severely desertified. Naturally, the environment of the royal cemetery is also greatly deviated from the environment in the memory of Ion's previous life. However, Ion still listed the royal cemetery as one of the suspicious areas, and was finally successfully probed by Durag. The historical text is in the underground passage under the royal cemetery. Durag said softly to Ion. Then how do I get in? Ion asked. This question stumped Drago. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 166. Drago can enter the underground passage directly through the gap through elementalization into wind, but Yan can't do it. In addition, there are a large number of guards patrolling around the royal cemetery all the time. If there is any movement, those patrolling guards will be alerted. Whether it's Durag or Ion, they don't want to see the result of disturbing the kingdom of Alabasta and causing other changes. Wait for me to transfer Mori over and then push out a passage, Drago suggested. Ion shook his head and objected. Mori is still in the red soil continent. It takes too long to transfer Mori, and Mori's size as a giant is too conspicuous. It's better to stun those guards, Drago suggested simply and rudely. It's too risky. Yan frowned slightly, suddenly thought of something and said, give you a chance for a moment. Don't care about the movement. Can you open that underground passage? No problem, Drago replied affirmatively. Okay, then prepare for it. At the moment when the thunder sounds, shoot directly, Ian said to Drago first, and then spoke directly to the air. Analu, can you hear me? The next moment, a dull thunder sounded above the sky. Boom boom. Suddenly, Yan couldn't help showing a smile. The guy named Xinwang by Analu has a wide range of domineering and has the ability to listen to others from a distance. So Ion was not surprised at all about Enel's response. Analu, wait a minute to make a loud thunder in the no man's land near the cemetery, Ion said. Boom. A dull thunder sounded again in the sky. Immediately, the next moment, a dazzling thunder light flashed from the sky from the direction of Ani Road. It's now. At the same time as Ion's reminder sounded, Drago without hesitation pinched his 5 fingers into a gesture of 3 dragon claws and grabbed towards the ground in front of him. Dragon's claw. Boom. At the same time that the thunder that almost rang through the entire capital of Alabasta exploded, Drago's dragon claw fell, and the ground in front of him was precisely drawn by Drag with a small opening that just fit one person to pass through, and that piece of ground was completely preserved by Drago. Nice job, Ian spoke, not only praising Enel's cooperation but also also praising Drago's precise power control and timing without letting any unnecessary noises appear. Immediately, Ion and Drago went straight into the underground passage, and the small hole was filled by Drago. As long as no one comes close to observe the inconspicuous paw prints on the ground, there is hardly any problem from the outside. In the underground passage, Ion and Drago walked all the way along the stairs and walked for a while before they came to the end, and the huge black stone tablet is standing quietly at the end of the underground passage. It seems that 800 years have not left the slightest trace on it, and the text engraved on it is still very clear. This is it. Immediately, it is important to understand the ancient weapon, the Pluto, and its significance to the Revolutionary Army is particularly important. Ian did not delay in the slightest. After memorizing the weird words in the historical text, his consciousness directly entered Robin's spiritual space. At this point, Robin was already asleep. Brother Ion. Robin, who was not very clear about Ion's arrival, seemed a little surprised, even a little panicked. However, Ion, who was anxious about business, did not notice Robin's inconspicuous mood changes, and said directly, "Robin, I found a historical text. Please help me interpret the content on it." Historical text. Hearing this name, Robin suddenly came to his senses. Afterwards, with a single thought, Ion manifested the historical text he remembered directly in Robin's spiritual space, and Robin's eyes showed a little excitement, and then his spirit was completely focused, staring at the words on the historical text and interpreting. 319 Chapter 319 Records of the historical text. After a while, Robin's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "How?" Ion asked. "Brother Yan, this is not the history related to the blank 100 years. Robin's tone was a little disappointed. As O'Hara's last archaeologist, Robin invisibly inherited the obsession of his mother and other archaeologists, and embraced the history of unlocking the blank 100 years. Now I have finally found a piece of historical text, but the information recorded on it is not what Robin expected." Bing felt a little disappointed. "What's written on it?" Ion asked. Robin browsed the above content again and told, "This is the information about the ancient weapon Pluto, and it probably tells that when the world government was established 800 years ago, the Nefertari family realized that the blank throne established by the world government was not unmanned, and that there was a certain A being has been hiding behind the scenes, believing that such a world government is bad for the sea. So in order to preserve the possibility of overthrowing the world government in the future, the Nefertari family gave up the title of the world noble Dragonian, refused to move into the Holy Land Marijoa, and chose to stay in the kingdom of Alabasta. When it came to the kingdom of Alabasta, Robin's voice paused unnaturally, glanced at Ion quietly, and then continued. The Nefertari family hides and protects the ancient weapon Pluto with the help of their royal identity, waiting for the day when the ancient weapon Pluto will recover again. While Ion listened quietly, Robin's voice stopped abruptly. "Isn't the storage location of the ancient weapon Pluto not recorded in the historical text?" Ion asked unexpectedly. "No, the above records are only the connection between the Nefertari family and the ancient weapon Pluto, and there is no specific mention of the storage location of the ancient weapon Pluto," Robin replied. Suddenly, Yan's eyebrows could not help wrinkling. Originally, it was inferred from common sense that the ancient weapon Pluto should be recorded in the historical text. Wait, no. Yan suddenly thought of something. The existence of the historical text was forged by the Kojiki clan of Wano country more than 800 years ago, and the ancient weapon, Hades, was guarded by the Nefertari clan. Therefore, it is completely normal for the Guanjaya family to not know how the Nefertari family sealed and hidden the ancient weapon Pluto, so there should be no specific location of the ancient weapon Pluto in the historical text. If that's the case, where is the real place where the ancient weapon, Hades, is stored? By word of mouth of the Nefertalis, Ion murmured uncertainly. It's just that word of mouth is the most secretive method, but it is also the most unstable in this dangerous sea. Not sure when the entire clan will be wiped out in an instant, and since the Nefertari family is willing to give up their status and privileges as the world nobles Dragonians, and also protect the ancient weapon Pluto's behavior style, this risk should be taken into account. Robin looked at Yan's mumbling, puzzled look, and asked, "What's the matter, Brother Yan?" Nothing. Ion shook his head, then gave Robin an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, Robin, it's affecting your sleep so late. You should have a good rest first. I have something to do here." As Robin responded, Ion, who had no time to think about it, hurriedly left Robin's mental space and opened his eyes again at the underground passage. "How is it?" Drago asked anxiously. Ion shook his head slowly, took 2 steps forward, rubbed the surface of the historical text with one hand, and said, "I seem to have guessed wrong. This historical text only records that the Nefertari family, as the guardians of the ancient weapon Pluto, was willing to give up the identity and privileges of the dragon people. But where is the specific like ancient weapon Pluto. The text above does not mention it. Suddenly, Drago's brows furrowed completely, and then he asked, so, the only one who knows the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto is the Nefertari family. Since the Nefertari family is the guardian of the ancient weapon Hades, the possibility is as high as 90% or more, Ion replied. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Drago also felt a little troublesome at this moment. There are only two people in the Nefertari family today. One is King Cobra and the other is Princess Vivi. Obviously, Princess Vivi, who is still young, must not know the important information of the ancient weapon Hades, so the only person who knows it is King Cobra. And it is definitely not an easy thing to ask King Cobra, a secret that will almost involve the entire sea. Well, right. Drago's fist hammered lightly on the palm of his hand and said, Ion, it's actually not difficult to learn the secret from King Cobra peacefully. Yan looked at Drago in surprise. The only descendant of the current Nefertari family is Princess Vivi, and King Cobra loves his deceased wife deeply and claims that he will not marry anyone else, so we can completely use Princess Vivi as a breakthrough. After a pause, Drago continued, it happens that Luffy in my family is about the same age as Princess Waiwei. As long as you find a way to get Luffy and Princess Waiwei to marry in the future, then this secret will naturally pass to Luffy. Yan, good guy. Such an unthinkable and outrageous way made Drago think of it. How old is Princess Waiwei today? Even if you are 16 years old according to the sea, you have the ability to go to sea alone by default, and marriage and other qualifications, it will have to wait for the early 10 years. Instead of this, it would be better to send someone to seduce King Cobra, make her the stepmother of Princess Vivi, and have a son if she is able. Ian complained feebly. So, it seems that your plan is more reliable. Drago seriously considered the possibility in Yan's words and muttered, after all, that guy Luffy may not please girls, and whether he can marry Princess Waiwei smoothly is another matter. I just want to sneak up to King Cobra's side to inquire about such a big event, and it's a task with such a long time cycle. There are not many people who can fully trust. After a pause, Drago suggested, how about Ivankov? With what he knows about men, he should have the opportunity to marry King Cobra again, and he can be completely trusted. 320 Chapter 320 Ancient Weapons Pluto. After imagining the original image of Ivankov's ghost and beast, and matching it with Cobra's wise and dignified appearance, the image in Yan's mind suddenly came out. Is this guy a devil? Can you say that? The story of my wife being a she-male and having a baby for me and finally stealing my most important secret. Also, let's forget it. I'm afraid that King Cobra will know the truth one day, and it would be bad for such a rare and wise king to commit suicide by grief and anger out of humanity that has not yet been completely annihilated. Ion rejected Drago's proposal. Also, although King Cobra won't tell this secret easily, there are still some devil fruit abilities in the sea that can uncover other people's secrets. For example, the staring fruit can passively know the thoughts of the person in front of him, and the memory fruit can browse and modify other people's memories at will. After a pause, Ian continued without waiting for Drago to propose. However, using the power of the devil fruit to forcibly find out the real location of the ancient weapon Hades from King Cobra can only be regarded as the last option, and according to common sense, in order to avoid the complete loss of traces of such an important thing as the ancient weapon Pluto, there should be other ways to confirm the location. In the end, Yan recalled that Im's special attention to Princess Vivi in his past life memory, and said, and since the Nefertari family is the guardian family of the ancient weapon Pluto, it is not necessarily the opposite of the world government. In this case, it may be necessary to consider the thoughts of the Nefertari family. As Ion's voice fell, the underground passage fell into silence, and both Ion and Drago thought for themselves. Let's not talk about the position. Is it the information about the storage location of the ancient weapon Hades is hidden in some special place in the palace? Drago said, uncertain. 167. Ion exhaled helplessly and replied, maybe it can only be confirmed once. It seems that it can only be like this. Drago nodded. Immediately, just when Ion and Drago were going to leave this spacious underground passage first, the action was a pause, and he looked back at the huge historical text. Drago looked at Ion, who suddenly stopped and asked, what's wrong? I think of another possibility. Ian said slowly, don't you think that there is no need to store things like historical texts in such a long underground passage? And the entrance to this underground passage is still in the royal cemetery. After a pause, Ion continued, obviously, this historical text can be placed under the cemetery of the Nefertari family, so the Nefertari family should be clear about the existence of this historical text and the content written on it. The significance of this historical text is not only to illustrate the contribution and sacrifice of the Nefertari family to the sea, but also to prove the innocence of the Nefertari family in the confrontation with the world government in the future. future. Other than that, this piece of history has no meaning to the Nefertari family, and instead has the risk of being detected by the world government. At the end, Ion's eyes grew brighter. So if it is me as a member of the Nefertari family, then whether it is for confidentiality or security, it is more reassuring to directly choose to bury this piece of historical text in a special place, not like this standing at the end of the underground passage. Drago asked in confusion. What do you mean? This piece of historical text has other meanings. No, what I mean is, maybe this passage is not purely used for the existence of historical text, it was just placed here by the way. Finally, Ion turned his head to look at Drago, pointed his finger at the historical text, and said, behind this piece of historical text there may be something else. Hearing this, Drago still didn't understand what Jan meant, and immediately flashed in front of the historical text with his hands straight into the base of the historical text. What? Drago made a dull voice, and the blue veins on his forehead protruded slightly. Boom, boom. In a series of sounds, the incomparably heavy historical text steel was slowly dragged out by Drago. Immediately, Ion and Drago couldn't wait to walk towards the back of the historical text steel. It's just that at the back wall of the historical text, apart from the traces left by the historical text, there is no expected passage or the like, isn't it? Ion frowned. No, Chief of Staff, you guessed it, there are gaps in the walls that the wind can enter. As Drago spoke, he printed Dragon's Claw on the wall behind the historical text stone tablet. Boom. The sound of the earth collapsing sounded, and a huge space appeared in front of Ion and Drago, and a dark and ferocious steel monster lay quietly in it. At this moment, neither Jan nor Drago could not help but widen their eyes. This is ancient weapon Hades, the ultimate weapon that claims to be able to destroy an island in one hit. In addition to the dark appearance, the ancient weapon Hades gave Drago and Ion the strongest feeling that it was huge. This type of question, even an aircraft carrier, is nothing more than that. Even Ion, at this moment, was extremely shocked, and as Ion and Drago entered the underground space where the ancient weapon Pluto was stored, and went around the ancient weapon Pluto. Preliminary conclusion: the ancient weapon Pluto is no less than a small island, and even larger than Moria's world's largest pirate ship, built with an island as its body, a terrifying three-mast sailboat. The most terrifying thing is that at the very center of this ancient weapon, the Pluto, there is a barrel that occupies most of its length. Its power can be roughly imagined just from the length of the barrel. It's hard to imagine how the Nefertari family hid the ancient weapon Pluto here. Could it be that they used the special giant clan like Oz? Drago said in shock. So, now our problem comes. Ian turned his head and said to Drago, who was beside him, how to take this island battleship away. And it's still the one that won't be discovered by the world government. 321 Chapter 321 Equivalent to the power of mushroom bombs. Obviously, this is not possible unless everyone in the entire kingdom of Alabasta is completely wiped out. As long as the size of the ancient weapon, the Pluto, appears in the outside world, as long as it is not blind, it will definitely be detected. What's more, with the Revolutionary Army's understanding of the world government, will it not place intelligence personnel in the countries that join the world government? Drago swallowed his saliva, and after his thinking returned to reality, he also discovered this problem and said it almost subconsciously. It seems that we really can't take this thing. Even if the huge area of the empty island can accommodate the storage of ancient weapons Hades, we can't take it at all, and it is impossible to hide from the world government. The second half of Drago's sentence is the real problem. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army to get the ancient weapon Hades is to accumulate power and fight against the world government. But once the information on the ancient weapon Pluto is exposed, it will undoubtedly involve the current Revolutionary Army, and it will undoubtedly be worth the loss, and the world government will never give the Revolutionary Army time to study the ancient weapon Pluto. Only. Drago looked at the huge steel battleship in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help showing fiery. This is the real power to fight against the world government militarily. Destroying an island with one blow is a destructive power that even a general-level combat power may not be able to achieve, but the ancient weapon, the Pluto, can easily do it. Unlike the destructive power that Drago noticed, Ion really valued the ancient weapon Pluto because it has the possibility of mass production. The general-level combat power cannot be produced in an assembly line. There are many powerful devil fruits, but the strong standing at the top of the sea will not be overturned by the latecomers for decades. But as long as the ancient weapon Pluto can be mass-produced, they will be able to forcibly knock on the door of a new era with artillery fire. The real thing of the ancient weapon Pluto is in front of you, and the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto is also real. With the combination of physical objects and drawings, even if there is a fault-like difference between today's technology level and the technology level of the ancient weapon Pluto 800 years ago, it is not without the possibility of mass production. How to do? When they really found the ancient weapon. Hades, Draco, and Ion fell into another kind of trouble. How could such a huge warship be taken away secretly? After thinking for a long time, Draco said, perhaps the research site is here, just like the hidden port dug up in the red soil continent. Establish a research institute here. Ion almost did not hesitate to deny Draco's dangerous idea and said, unrealistic. The premise of being dark under the lights is that it is not very conspicuous. In the almost boundless space of the red earth continent, there is almost no possibility for the world government to find the location of the port, but the size of the ancient weapon Hades, once it is dismantled underground, it may cause a. Having said this, Ion was stunned, and in a moment of footsteps, he quickly observed the ancient weapon Pluto again, and found that the ancient weapon Pluto was closely connected up and down this underground space. That is to say, this Pluto battleship is invisibly bearing the load-bearing role of this huge space. Not to mention moving the ancient weapon Pluto. Even if it is dismantled, it is very likely that this underground space will collapse in the next moment, and right above this location is. Ion briefly estimated the direction and distance he was heading into the underground passage of the cemetery, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing. The next moment, Ion took off his mask and looked up. If the estimate is correct, the top of this place is the Alabasta Palace. Once the ancient weapon Hades moves, the entire palace will collapse directly. Ion murmured, and his eyes couldn't help showing a bit of respect. The entire palace was built on the ancient weapon Hades in order to prevent the possibility of the ancient weapon and Hades being stolen without knowing it. There is no doubt that the ancestors of the Nefertari family not only gave up their attractive status and rights as a dragon, but also risked the lives of their descendants in order to protect the ancient weapon Hades. Afterwards, Ion and Draco entered the ancient weapon Pluto, checked the integrity of the surface of the ancient weapon Pluto, and restored the historical text to their original position before leaving this underground passage. Next, both Ion and Draco need to calm down completely and carefully consider how to deal with the temptation and risk represented by the ancient weapon Pluto. After all, if there is an accident, it is not even a serious situation that can be quelled by the death of hundreds of thousands of people. The next day, under a towering tree in the palace square, Ion continued to teach Princess Vivi every day. It's just that now Ion knows that there is a Pluto battleship hidden under his ass, and its gun barrel is still the kind that can destroy a small and medium-sized island with one shot. If I was shot at the butt by that thing, not to mention Ion can't stand it. I'm afraid Kaido can't stand this kind of dazzling splendor. After all, what is the concept of completely destroying a small and medium-sized island with one blow? In Ion's previous life, the nicknames for that kind of power were also commonly referred to as Little Boy, Fat Man, Mist Chew, Mushroom Bomb, and so on. Under the preliminary inspection by Yan and Draco, the Pluto battleship that has been sleeping in the kingdom of Alabasta for more than 800 years, most of its functions are still intact, and it is possible to fire. If nothing else, after thinking about it now, Ion can't help but suspect that the Pluto battleship does not have the possibility of a fire. And Princess Waiwei also noticed that there was something wrong with Yen, who was usually quite cold, and said with concern, Mr. Yasuo, did you rest last night? Ion replied with a slightly tired voice, well, I fell into a trance last night thinking about something, so I didn't sleep much. Having said this, Ion couldn't help but envy Princess Vivi, who could sleep well every day without knowing it. Also admired King Cobra, who could fall asleep while lying on top of a mushroom bomb every day. In addition, Ion must also consider how to abduct the mushroom bomb, which is almost equivalent to being used multiple times. Ugh. Ion sighed. His eyes became a little dull again, and his mind fell into this problem and couldn't extricate himself. 322 Chapter 322 A Healthy Body. Princess Vivi carefully observed Yan's condition and asked, Mr. Yasuo, do you have any troubles? Ian shook his head and said, even if it is the wind of freedom, it will not cause trouble for the sake of it. Mr. Yasuo, what do you want? Princess Waiwei asked tentatively. Yan rubbed Princess Waiwei's head and said, this kind of thing, when you grow up, you will understand. Oh, Princess Waiwei responded with a vague understanding, and behind a big tree closest to Ion and Princess Vivi, the captain of the palace guard with strange curly hair, Akalem, witnessed the intimacy between Ion and Princess Vivi, and bit himself the corners of his sleeves, tears and anger in his eyes. At this moment, Akalem seemed to see the baby girl she raised being arched hard by other pigs. This swordsman bastard dares to be so rude to Princess Waiwei. Akalem murmured angrily, but due to King Cobra's order, Akalem could not easily disturb the teaching between Ion and Princess Vivi, and could only frantically hold the small notebook in his hand. Ion's evil deeds are recorded in it. I don't know shame. I take the liberty of overstepping. I don't distinguish between high and low. I hide evil intentions. In fact, Princess Vivi may not be aware of Akalem's surveillance, but Ion Ion is clear from beginning to end. It's just that Ion is upright. Ahem, at least when it comes to treating Princess Wei, Yan has always been upright without any bad thoughts. However, the most basic surveillance of King Cobra doesn't matter. In the days that followed, Ion and Drago considered a full 10 plans for the ancient weapon Hades and kept asking the technical staff of the Revolutionary Army to perform calculations and simulations. The final result is all feasible, at the very least, under the premise that the Alabaster Royal Palace will not be shaken violently and thus avoid the Alabaster Royal family's detection. There is no possibility of secretly removing the ancient weapon Hades. The ancient weapon Pluto was like the only load-bearing pillar in that underground space, and the terrifying weight generated by the earth above completely carried the ancient weapon Pluto. Therefore, even if the Revolutionary Army can use various devil fruit abilities, they spend a lot of time secretly opening a passage from the ground that can transport the ancient weapon Hades. But at the moment when the ancient weapon Pluto moved, there was no power at all that could completely replace the ancient weapon Pluto to support the ground in an instant. That is to say, even the most ideal state will lead to a strong earthquake phenomenon in the Alabaster Palace. At that time, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of King Cobra and let him go underground to confirm the idea of the ancient weapon, the Pluto. Therefore, if the Revolutionary Army wanted to obtain the ancient weapon Pluto, it was almost impossible to avoid King Cobra. Either get the support of King Cobra or kill King Cobra. However, the former choice is too risky for today's Revolutionary Army, while the latter is not in line with the Revolutionary Army's behavior. Late at night, in the shadowy corner of Ion's room, Drago's voice showed a hint of helplessness. 168. So, for the time being, can you just give up? At the moment it is indeed the case. At least until the Revolutionary Army is not fully prepared to be fully encircled and suppressed by the world government, we can't really own the ancient weapon, the Pluto. After a pause, Ion said comfortably, however, I know that the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto are still preserved elsewhere. Before there is a problem in studying the drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto, I can secretly bring researchers to the ancient weapon Pluto to investigate, which will be of great help. Drago sighed, but could only accept it. After all, being able to confirm the location of the ancient weapon Pluto is already exciting news for the Revolutionary Army, whose goal is to overthrow the world government and usher in a new era. It's just that the ancient weapon Hades is staying here in the kingdom of Alabasta. Wouldn't it be a little unsafe? Drago still questioned worriedly and said, although the kingdom of Alabasta is a well-known power on the sea, it has a terrifying military force of up to 600,000 soldiers under preliminary confirmation, but there are no real top powerhouses such as the captains of the strongest kingdom guards. It's the level of an average naval officer, and it's not even domineering. Indeed, this is the problem. For this, Ian is also a little worried. The Alabasta kingdom's military strength of 600,000 regular troops is indeed worthy of its reputation as a superpower standing in the first half of the Great Route for 800 years. However, it is not very surprising that the kingdom of Alabasta has such a terrifyingly large military. After all, at the beginning of the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, the Alabasta royal family was one of the 20 kings who were eligible to become the original Dragon clan. It is conceivable that the military power of the kingdom of Alabasta 800 years ago was definitely the top in the sea, and it had the top powerhouse in the sea. However, in the past 800 years, the kingdom of Alabasta has invisibly declined a lot. Even though there is still a 600,000 terrifying military force, without the support of the top powerhouses, the Alabasta royal family has the possibility of being destroyed at any time. For example, Sand Crocodile has already set his sights on the kingdom of Alabasta and the ancient weapon Hades. Although according to the trajectory in Ion's memory, Sand Crocodile was also afraid of the terrifying military power of the Alabasta kingdom and took various means to destroy the internal situation of the Alabasta kingdom, which led to the rebellion showing its final fangs. And in the end, Crocodile's plan for many years was just destroyed by Durag's son, Monkey D. Luffy. But it's a surprise. After all, Sand Crocodile is not a small character who can't make trouble. As a Shasha fruit capable, Crocodile's combat power should not be underestimated. Even if it is placed in the second half of the Great Route, the segment can also be regarded as the existence of a name. And after it was confirmed that the ancient weapon Hades was buried in the underground of the Alabasta Palace, Crocodile continued to let Crocodile make trouble in the Alabasta kingdom. How can Durag and Yan sleep at night? In that situation, it is probably like knowing that his glamorous wife is sleeping at home and an old king is waiting for opportunities outside the house. How can people be relieved to leave home on business? 323 Chapter 323 The Story of Gods and Heroes. crocodile is indeed a hidden danger that cannot be ignored. Yan said. Drago said with a thoughtful look in his eyes. It's just that crocodile was too cautious. In fact, I was secretly looking for him during this time, but I haven't been able to confirm his location, and I collected the deeds of crocodile in the kingdom of Alabasta and found that he is now in the kingdom of Alabasta because he has helped the people resist the pirates many times, and he has the title of a hero and has won the recognition of the people of Alabasta and praise. Ian rubbed his chin and muttered, yes, and there is another not so good news. According to intelligence, the world government and the Navy have approved Crocodile's request to become Kibukai. It is believed that officials from the world government and the Navy will soon come to the kingdom of Alabasta to formally appoint them. Crocodile, Drago said. That is to say, whether it is clear or dark, it is not an easy task to kill Crocodile or to expel him from the kingdom of Alabasta. But if we leave the kingdom of Alabasta and organize the insignificant intelligence power that remains in the kingdom of Alabasta, let alone resist Crocodile, we can't even monitor his movements, then the risk is too great. Hearing this, Ion stood by the window with a thoughtful look, looking down at the scene of the Alabasta palace in front of him, and said slowly, none of these will be a problem. Tactics are only limited to two sides of equal strength. Under the gap between Crocodile and us, Crocodile's strategies to hide and protect himself will only make him reveal more flaws. Huh? What do you think, Chief of Staff? Drago asked in surprise. Even though Drago has always deeply recognized Ion's thoughts, strategies, and overall situation, so when the idea of forming a revolutionary army first came up, he deliberately brought Ian into the group, but he didn't expect it so soon. Ian made a decision. Ion nodded, then spoke. Since Crocodile likes to be a hero of the kingdom of Alabasta so much, let us help him and let him die on this land as a hero, which can be considered a fulfillment for him. What do you mean? Drago asked. The kingdom of Alabasta needs a controllable and terrifying enemy. One is to clear out the hidden pirates like Crocodile, and the other is to secretly remind the kingdom of Alabasta to be prepared for danger, Yan said. Speaking of this, Drago also reacted and said, Analu. Yan smiled and said, isn't it reasonable to choose the kingdom of Alabasta as the first stop when the enemy of the self-proclaimed god descends to Qinghai? Then, as a hero, Crocodile resists the invasion of the gods, and how about the epic story of his heroic sacrifice at the end? When Drago heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Sounds like a good deal. At the same time, Annie Road, who was parked in the barren desert, was nibbling on the last bit of pulp on the apple in his hand with a dull face, and then he casually threw the core into the desert outside. When will the great priest end the game that is boring with humans? Analu, who was constantly monitoring the entire kingdom of Alabasta with his heart net, muttered. The half-drooping dead fish eyes seemed to fall asleep at any time. At the beginning, Analu, who resisted Qinghai for the first time, was still in high spirits, and had been monitoring the conversations between humans with the heart net. But soon, Analu completely lost interest. No fun. Humans in Qinghai, not even those in Sky Island, are as interesting, and conversations are almost always trivial and annoying. In addition to knowing a lot of common sense about Qinghai, if it can be regarded as a harvest, it is that Analu can hear the name of the Lord of the Void from the conversations of those human beings from time to time. Between the pieces and pieces, Analu also perfected the image of the god Lord of the Void from the side. The gods who crossed the world gave humans the power to destroy the sea purely out of fun. It can be said that this description completely made Analu fall. This is the ideal state of God in Enel's mind. Analu finally understood why he was defeated by the great priest. After all, the opponent is a god who can cross the world and watch all the movements of the whole world from a distance, and Analu believes that he is only the god of thunder in the sea. There is a dimensional gap between gods and gods, so it is completely reasonable to lose to the great priest. So gradually, Analu wanted more and more urgently to be recognized by the Lord of the Void Circle, the kind of space that crosses the world and stares at the sea of stars. Analu also wants to go to that step. At this moment, he heard the conversation between Ion and Drago mentioning his name with Heartnet, and Analu suddenly sat up straight. Could it be that the Grand Priest has another order? Analu's dead fish-eyed eyes suddenly lit up. How to get the approval of the Lord of the Void and find the Lord of the Void? There is no doubt that the fastest way is to get the approval of the Great Priest, who is almost the same as the Flame God. The next moment, on the LNI road, hearing that, Ion's voice came from the distant capital of the kingdom of Alabasta to Anilu's ears. Anilu, tomorrow you will come to the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta with a high profile, and bring the kingdom of Alabasta into your rule in the name of God. As for what to say and what to do, you just need to restrain yourself a little bit. For ordinary people, it is mainly to intimidate and not hurt at will. After the pirates of Crocodile are forced to appear, you can kill him or expel him from the kingdom of Alabasta. In the end, you continue to create a huge crisis, and then I will disguise disguise as an ordinary swordsman and fight to the death with you. You are almost defeated. Having said this, Ian paused for a moment, considering that Anilu's full-strength sound thunder fruit is almost as powerful as a naval admiral, and there seems to be a huge gap between him and ordinary swordsmen. It's still an equal share, and then you can leave the kingdom of Alabasta. If there is no doubt, let the thunder ring twice in a row. In the early morning of the next day, just as the sun rose as usual, a large thick black cloud shrouded the sky, gradually engulfing the entire capital of the kingdom of Alabasta like a shadow. 324 Chapter 324 This is an art. At first the citizens of the capital city of the kingdom of Alabasta thought it was just a normal weather phenomenon, and began to prepare for the coming rainstorm. However, a sense of depression gradually appeared in everyone's heart, and the thick dark cloud seemed to completely engulf the entire capital. Is it going to rain? It's rare. What's going on? The weather is too unusual. But King Cobra, who was in the Alabasta palace, looked at the dark sky outside the window, but felt that something was extremely wrong. The climate of the kingdom of Alabasta is rare. More importantly, as long as the dark clouds covered, neither raindrops nor thunder and lightning appeared. King Cobra frowned slightly and ordered Bell, the bird fruit falcon type ability who was guarding him. Bell, see what's going on? Yes. Bell quickly used his devil fruit ability, turning into a half falcon and half human shape and soaring into the sky. However, just as Bell rose into the air, a dazzling thunder and lightning fell from the sky and directly hit Bell. Boom! What followed immediately was a huge thunderous roar resounding throughout the entire capital, as well as a thunderous ray of light that illuminated the entire capital for an instant. At this moment, King Cobra's heart tightened instantly, and it was as if he could vaguely see the bones in Bell's electrocuted body being revealed. This can't help but make King Cobra feel guilty, and he has the idea that Bell should not be allowed to take off in this climate. It's just that King Cobra didn't expect to see the dark cloud of thunder flashing all the time, and the first thunder that fell just hit Bell. The next moment, as the electric light dissipated, Bell, who was scorched black and smoked by the lightning in mid-air, fell down like an upside-down hump. Thunder wrapped around Anilu's body above the heavy dark clouds, but his eyelids were half drooping, as if he couldn't lift it. He muttered, "If I remember correctly, this human has questioned the great priest, right? He is so ignorant, and he wants to rush into the sky to peep at the gods. However, it seems to be almost there." A few lightning bolts flashed on the palm of Anilu's Arc Proverbs control ball, and the huge Arc Proverbs quickly began to fall toward the dark clouds. And just as the eyes of a large number of civilians in the capital were staring at the thunder that slashed Bell just now, they hadn't even looked away from the sky. Boom! With dozens of thunders flashing like thunder and dragons in the thick dark clouds, the golden Arc Proverbs broke through the dark clouds and fell into the mortal world like a car of a god. At this moment, Arc Proverbs has completely become the focus of everyone's attention. Durag, who was standing on the edge of Ion's windowsill, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this, "If it were me, I would never be able to achieve such a shocking appearance." Hearing these words, Ion, who was enjoying his breakfast while flipping through the newspaper leisurely, rolled his eyes and said, "Anilu is professional in this area. After all, people's own job is God, and they are proficient in this field of art. At most, you can only use the fruit ability to deliberately create a flowing wind and blow up your cloak while keeping your hairstyle in good condition. Messy tricks are not a concept at all. Say as if you're very good at this." Drago couldn't help but retorted. Ian chuckled and didn't say much. After all, isn't the master of the void circle also pretending? It's just that Ion, who wants to keep a low profile, will not use this art until the necessary moment. 169. Look at it and learn it well, Drago. How to maintain the majesty and mystery of the leader in front of his subordinates, without being found out of your incongruous and amusing nature, is an art, Ian said. This sentence can't help but make Drago both unconvinced and speechless. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere in Ion's room at this moment, with the Arc Proverbs descending over the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, the nerves of everyone in the entire capital were almost tense, and the atmosphere of confusion and panic began to spread. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of countless people, a figure floated up from the Arc Proverbs, flying above the sky against common sense. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of 3 drums, countless thunders flickered behind the figure that was difficult for the citizens to see below, condensing into a thunder beast, thunder bird, and thunder dragon. And Anilu, who is difficult for ordinary people to see clearly, just stepped on the thunder dragon in a semi-elemental form and slowly descended to the height under the vision, accompanied by the thunder beast and thunder bird. "I am the god Anilu, the god who controls thunder." Enel's voice, resembling a panicked thunder, echoed in the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, and spoke while the eyes of countless citizens were staring at him. "No, or rather, it's more of a manifesto. In the future, I will build a new kingdom of God on this land, and you humans will also be accepted as the children of God. Under the various visions created by Anilu, this declaration almost caused most of the citizens of the entire capital to fall into fear and panic. God, where did the God come from? In other words, is this unknown God going to rule this land? Among them, King Cobra, who was in the kingdom of Alabasta, had an extremely ugly face and couldn't help but scold. Crazy. Immediately, King Cobra gave an order almost without hesitation, saying, the kingdom guard immediately assembled, and all the soldiers in the city entered a state of emergency, with the protection of the people as the first priority, and ordered the soldiers in the surrounding cities to immediately support the capital. However, just after King Cobra gave the order, Anilu, who was far above the sky, spoke again. The ignorant human king, trying to summon the power of human beings to fight against the gods. What a boring and ignorant choice. Do you know what is the punishment of the gods? And at the moment when Anilu's voice fell, the thick dark clouds that shrouded the entire capital of the kingdom of Alabasta burst into blue light at the same time. Boom! Almost in an instant, hundreds of thunderbolts fell from the sky and landed in the capital at the same time, knocking down several towering buildings and causing fires. One of them slashed directly in front of King Cobra less than 10 meters away, directly blasting a big hole on the ground, and King Cobra, who was only an ordinary person, turned pale in shock. Immediately, Anilu's light laughter echoed in the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. But the courage to try to challenge the gods with a human body is commendable. Then let this god bestow the god's test. Anilu subconsciously spoke halfway, and then he remembered that he left the Sky Island this time without bringing the 4 priests responsible for arranging the trial of God. 325 Chapter 325 Dimension Gap. God's Trial. What? Under the roar of panic and thunder, even though no one could hear what Anilu said behind, the high-pitched tone made everyone feel the threat in Anilu's words. Among them, the expression of King Cobra was even more moving. He had just issued an order, and even before his subordinates responded, Anilu was the first to respond. You must know that Anilu is located in the distant sky where King Cobra can hardly even see his face. At such a distance, he should not be able to hear clearly. However, Enel's behavior was as if he was a prophet, or could read and understand other people's thoughts from a distance. A coincidence, a coincidence, King Cobra murmured. The next moment, because he didn't bring the 4 priests, Anilu, who felt a little lack of interest, glanced down, and the thunder beasts, thunder birds, and thunder dragons that made a continuous thunderous sound in the air moved in vain and rushed straight in the direction of the palace. No, to be more precise, it fell in the direction of King Cobra. Another dog fruit jackal form fruit ability, Gaka, who is also the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard team with Bell, hurried forward to protect King Cobra, pulling King Cobra in an attempt to retreat. Your Majesty, hurry up, get out of here first. Crackling. However, just as the sound of Gaka sounded, a series of fierce thunder sounded in the air at close range. King Cobra raised his head slightly, looked at the strangely dressed Anilu, who was carrying a small drum with a jade pattern on his back, and said to Gaka, that's too late. Do not. Gaka's figure changed rapidly. His physique swelled and became larger, and black hair emerged from his body and turned into a half jackal in addition to the half-human state. He opened his mouth and ordered the rest of the escort team, you escort His Majesty away, and I will hold this arrogant lunatic. Immediately, under the support of the dog fruit jacket form devil fruit ability, Gaka is almost like a giant wolf standing upright, making a few explosive jumps, borrowing force back and forth with the help of the wall, and suddenly he rushed towards the half-empty Anilu. If it was the past, then Enel would definitely choose to ignore this ugly beast. After all, the body of God is beyond the reach of such a being. However, after experiencing some unbearable ravages on the empty island, and Anilu also figured out the so-called armed domineering, something that can touch the body of God. So, Rice wife. As Anilu pointed his finger forward, a flash of lightning flashed away and fell on Gaka's body. Oh, accompanied by a series of screams unique to canine animals. Gaka, whose body was too late to escape in mid-air, instantly scorched black, exuding a smell of cooked meat, and fell weakly from mid-air toward the bottom. Boom. Garka fell heavily to the ground. The whole process was so fast that King Cobra didn't even take a few steps. Jaka, how are you? Cobra Kingdom half supported Gaka and asked anxiously. Sorry, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You run away. As Gaka opened his mouth slightly, a strong smell of being burnt rose, and Gaka had not finished speaking. The next moment, another thunder light fell from the sky, directly piercing through Gaka's abdomen. This time, even with the powerful vitality of Gaka as an animal-type devil fruit person, he was directly subjected to this terrifying voltage one after another, but he couldn't bear it at all and fainted directly. Right in front of King Cobra, Anilu, who was slowly descending the height, spoke contemptuously while dipping his tail finger into his ear. What an annoying wild dog. Can't you just lie down? You. King Cobra glared at Anilu with a furious expression on his face and said, who are you, lunatic? Why did you attack the kingdom of of Alabasta. Humans always like to ask such boring questions. As the gods who came to Qinghai, isn't it a matter of course to choose a place as the kingdom of God? Anilu said, where is the god in this world? Having said that, King Cobra's voice stopped abruptly. Realizing that he had almost said some taboos that could not be said, he took a deep breath and asked, what do you want? Say it. Anilu turned his eyes slightly, looked down at King Cobra with a condescending attitude like a god, and said slowly, human, do you think you are qualified to give me something? That was the oracle just now. From now on, this land will be the kingdom of God, and you, this god, may be able to grant you the qualifications of a minor priest. At this moment, following Anilu's unquestionable words, King Cobra was shocked and angry. He never expected that the lunatic in front of him would have such a big appetite. You must know that the kingdom of Alabasta is the largest kingdom in the first half of the Great Route, and it is even ranked as the top kingdom in the whole world. Absolutely impossible. Even in the face of the unbelievably powerful Anilu, King Cobra instinctively refused. The kingdom of Alabasta will never be handed over to a lunatic like you, and the kingdom of Alabasta is one of the countries that join the world government. You lunatic dare to steal the country. Aren't you afraid of the encirclement and suppression of the world government and the navy? World government? Navy? Anilu's tone was still full of disdain. He said, what is the power of a mere human being? After a pause, Anilu completely ignored King Cobra's reaction, looked around, and then said directly, this place will be designated as the shrine of this god in the future. Humans are not allowed to enter without authorization. Now, you humans, leave the god's place immediately, and don't contaminate the place of the god. Immediately, Anilu, who was flying in the air, turned around and walked towards the original room of King Cobra. The face of King Cobra, who stayed in the same place, changed again and again, and he looked down at Kaka, who was in a coma in his arms. Can't resist. King Cobra knew very well what the facts were, as the two adjutants of the kingdom guard, Kaka and Bell, are almost the strongest in the kingdom of Alabasta. However, these two adjutants were not even qualified to touch Anilu. They were completely knocked down with a single blow. This gap is too big. Withdraw. King Cobra squeezed the word out of his teeth and asked the members of the escort beside him to notify the entire palace to evacuate. Just then, Cobb King Ra suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, oops, Vivi. 326 Chapter 326 Ready-made helpers. At the same time, in the original room of King Cobra, Princess Vivi was staring at Anilu with her eyes wide open in horror. It's over, it's over. Princess Waiwei's body was tense, and she didn't even make any extra moves for fear of angering the man in front of him, who suddenly broke into the palace and injured Uncle Bell and Uncle Gika one after another. And Anilu's eyes, like dead fish eyes, did not fluctuate at all. He slowly raised his finger and pointed in the direction of Princess Waiwei. Vaporizing thunder. No, do not want. Seeing this, Princess Waiwei stepped back in panic, speaking incoherently, and after hearing Princess Waiwei's voice, Anilu's eyes instantly flashed a few waves. This voice, Anilu briefly recalled, but he clearly remembered that in the perception of Xinwang, it was this voice that he often talked to the great priest. She seems to be a student of the great priest. The next moment, under the incredible gaze of Princess Waiwei, Anilu, whose expression was full of arrogance and contempt, slowly squeezed out a somewhat stiff smile, and even asked in a slightly vague tone, can you get out of here? Ah, Princess Vivi. And Ion, who originally wanted to speak out to dissuade Anilu, couldn't help but help his forehead at this moment. This guy, Anilu, really has no acting skills at all, and acts purely in his true colors. For those human beings who are undoubtedly like ants in his eyes, he is completely a godlike attitude, looking down on everything. But after realizing the relationship between Princess Waiwei and himself, his expression suddenly stiffened. Fortunately, Princess Waiwei is still young. Even if she is quite precocious, she shouldn't think too much about it. And with Princess Vivi's age, even if she really guessed something, it is unlikely to attract the attention of King Cobra and the world government. Just when King Cobra couldn't hold back and was about to rush in to save Princess Vivi, the door slowly opened, and Princess Vivi walked out of the room with a puzzled look on her face. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 170. Vivi. King Cobra hurried forward and hugged Princess Vivi, then nervously observed Princess Vivi's condition back and forth and asked, are you alright? That guy didn't do anything to you, did he? No, it's fine. He politely invited me out. Princess Waiwei replied blankly. It's a pity that King Cobra, who was still in a state of anxiety and panic, didn't notice Princess Waiwei's words. After confirming that Princess Waiwei was not injured, he grabbed Princess Waiwei firmly and evacuated outside the palace. Moreover, under the order of King Cobra, all the personnel of the entire palace were quickly evacuating, and Ion also followed the trend and left the palace. His Majesty the King has ordered everyone to evacuate the palace. Hurry up. Don't pack anything. Leave immediately. Under a series of chaos, the number of people in the palace of Alabasta dwindled filled rapidly, and there was a rare silence in the past. Tisk, what a chaotic gaffe. The people of Qinghai. Staying in King Cobra's room, Analu leaned against the windowsill, biting an apple while making a boring evaluation. That crocodile, why hasn't it appeared yet? Are you afraid? It's just that even if the range of Analu's heart network is beyond the specification, and the voices of others within the coverage area of the heart network can be easily heard. But now, with the shocking appearance of Analu, countless people in the entire capital are whispering about the name. This also resulted in Analu being unable to distinguish each sound in detail, and naturally unable to judge Crocodile's location through conversation, so he could only passively wait for Crocodile's appearance. At this moment, on the top floor of a very ornately decorated place in the kingdom of Alabasta, several people in the room were silent as they watched the Alabasta palace from afar. Among them, except for Crocodile, who was sitting behind his desk in a black coat, the rest were senior cadres of the Baroque working society such as Mr. 1 and Mr. 2. Originally, Crocodile deliberately summoned the senior cadres of the Baroque work society this time, intending to prepare well before the representatives of the world government and the navy came to accept the title of King Xiakai Wuhe. Unexpectedly, he just happened to witness the scene of Anilu's arrival. Is that the power of thunder? It's too exaggerated. It's like a madman. That guy attacked the countries that joined the world government in such an upright manner, and he didn't worry about the world government and the navy at all. Counterattack. Look, everyone, including King Cobra, was kicked out of the palace by that lunatic. It's not good. That madman's power is like a monster, and the sky has changed. Hearing the discussions of the senior cadres in his ears, Crocodile's cigars were subconsciously speeding up. Compared with the vast majority of brainless pirates in the sea, Crocodile is arrogant and extremely ambitious. After witnessing Whitebeard Newgate Edward and the power that burns the sea, Crocodile is now acting very cautiously. There is no certainty of winning. Crocodile witnessed the exaggerated power of Analu, and he did not even have the slightest certainty in his heart. It was thunder, one of the wildest forces in nature compared to the sands of Crocodile. Although there is no obvious restraint relationship between sand and thunder, Crocodile is completely unsure of winning or give up the capture of the kingdom of Alabasta. After all, it is still unknown whether the ancient weapon Pluto really exists in the kingdom of Alabasta, so it is not necessarily risky. But in the next moment, Crocodile's thoughts were firmed again. Whether it's taking revenge on Whitebeard Newgate Edward or conquering the sea, the power of the ancient weapon Pluto is indispensable. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Not necessarily. Cobra has not fully trusted me yet. If he can defeat the madman who claims to be a god, he will surely gain the trust of Cobra. It's just that that madman is no less powerful than those monsters in the New World, based on my own words. Immediately, Crocodile clamped the cigar in his mouth, put it on the table, pressed it hard, and said to himself with a smile, "Hell, isn't it ready-made?" Immediately afterwards, Crocodile ignored the senior cadres in front of him who were completely useless against opponents of the level of Anilu, and quickly turned into sand and headed out of the window. 327 Chapter 327 Response. At this time, on a street outside the palace, a large number of palace personnel were gathered here, headed by King Cobra, while the kingdom guard was on guard. It's really rude. The Cobra Kingdom clenched his fists tightly, never expecting that the Nefertari family, who had been the royal family of the Alabasta kingdom for thousands of years, would be driven out of the palace in such an embarrassing manner. This humiliation made King Cobra tremble uncontrollably. Even though the kingdom of Alabasta still has a huge army of more than 600,000 people, King Cobra looks at the thick dark clouds that are still shrouded in the sky all the time, but he understands that under that level of power, the average number of people is basically impossible. Pointless. Power. King Cobra, who had always followed benevolence and righteousness in the past, suddenly realized the importance of power at this moment. Perhaps power cannot make the people live a happy and healthy life, but it ensures that the happy and healthy life of the people will not be destroyed. And just as King Cobra was holding Princess Vivi while the guards continued to keep away from the palace with an ugly expression, Princess Vivi's head was constantly looking left and right as if she was looking for something. "Princess Waiwei, what are you looking for?" Just when Princess Waiwei's expression became more and more anxious, a somewhat deep and familiar voice sounded behind Princess Waiwei. Princess Waiwei turned her head and saw that it was Ian, and said in a somewhat reassuring tone, "Great, Mr. Yasuo, I'm still wondering if you have received the notice to evacuate the palace." "Well, I found that an enemy broke into the palace. When I was about to go to support, I found that you all started to evacuate, so I also followed." Ion opened his mouth to explain, and then asked, "What the hell is going on? Is the enemy so powerful?" King Cobra on the side heard the words, heaved a long sigh and said, "That guy called himself God Analu, who is suspected to be a natural devil fruit person. He is extremely powerful. The The two guard adjutants, Bell and Gaka, fell almost instantly. As for King Cobra's emotional and ugly face, Ion couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since King Cobra went to sea to truly understand the horrors of the sea powerhouses. Although Bell and Gaka are also devil fruit users, isn't it normal for them to instantly fall down when facing a real powerhouse with their level of strength? Why so saddened? However, the face still needs to be given to King Cobra, so Ion also said with a solemn tone, if that's the case, then God Anilu is really not a simple character, and you have to figure out how to deal with it. Anilu, who was quietly staying in the palace, listened to the praise in Ion's words. Biting the apple, the corner of his mouth could not help twisting, and he muttered, it seems that the great priest still recognizes the strength of this god. But that's right, I am a god who controls thunder and has the power of sanctions. When King Cobra heard the words, he nodded but gradually calmed down and said, Your Excellency Yasuo is right, I will contact you. The world government and the nearest naval base call for support. Well, besides, Ion looked up at the dark clouds above, which were still as black as ink, and reminded vaguely, if that Anilu can really manipulate the celestial phenomena to drop thunder at will, then once he completely fights the enemy who claims to be a god, the entire capital may be affected. Hearing this, King Cobra also understood what Ion meant, and his brows could not help but wrinkle completely, recalling the shocking appearance of Anilu arbitrarily manipulating a large number of thunderbolts to smash all over the capital, and those who looked like terrifying thunder beasts, thunder birds, and thunder dragons. Soon, King Cobra made a decision and ordered to Akalam, who was on the side. Akalam, immediately arrange a team of kingdom guards to try to leave the capital. If there is no thunder attack, immediately lead the soldiers to protect the citizens and evacuate the capital in an orderly manner, and order the surrounding cities to make corresponding material preparations. Arrange for the nationals who have taken refuge. Following King Cobra's words, Akalam, who was the captain of the kingdom guard, changed his face and asked, Your Majesty, are we going to give up the capital completely? Protecting the people is the responsibility of the Nefertari family. The capital. Let's talk about it. King Cobra said helplessly. Yes. Akalam's face changed again, and immediately led a team of kingdom guards to run away from the capital. Looking at King Cobra's arrangement, Ion couldn't help but recognize King Cobra a little more in his heart. This man is indeed a rare king in the sea who pays attention to his people. In this way, Ian is more worried that the conflict between Crocodile and Anilu will break out, and the problem that the aftermath of the battle between the two natural devil fruit power users will cause disasters to a large number of civilians can be considered solved. The rest is just getting ready for the show. If Crocodile is really brave, in order to maintain the image of hero of the kingdom of Alabasta, he brazenly challenges Anilu head-on, then it is naturally the most ideal result. Even if Anilu couldn't kill Crocodile, the difference in combat power between the two sides should be enough to drive Crocodile away from the kingdom of Alabasta, and if Crocodile chooses to avoid the war, then the heroic image he wants to maintain and the plan to steal the kingdom of Alabasta will be completely declared dead. If the only shortcoming of this plan is that Anilu will definitely be wanted by the world government and the navy, and even hunted down. However, as a person with the ability of thundering fruit, Anilu's speed is no less than that of sparkling fruit Pulsalino. Coupled with the special knowledge and domineering heart net developed by Anilu combined with the ability of sound thunder fruit, it has a huge range and is almost impossible to be caught by the world government and the navy. And just as King Cobra was arranging various countermeasures, a burst of quicksand quickly came in the direction of King Cobra. Did it show up? Ion made preparations to be vigilant, but on the surface he didn't see the slightest change. The next moment Crocodile withdrew from the elemental state and appeared directly in front of King Cobra. Mr. Crocodile, are you in the capital? Great. Seeing the appearance of Crocodile, King Cobra was overjoyed, as if he had seen a savior, and Crocodile took out the cigar, exhaled a breath of smoke, and said, I discovered the unusual climate in the capital, so I hurried over. 328 Chapter 328 Terrible Flag. Immediately King Cobra told Crocodile about the matter, and Crocodile nodded in cooperation. So, Mr. Crocodile, I wonder if you can defeat that Anilu. The Nefertari family will never forget your kindness. King Cobra requested. Crocodile's expression showed a bit of solemnity, and he was silent for a few breaths before speaking. For the safety of the citizens of the kingdom of Alabasta, I can try to take action, but King Cobra said anxiously. Just what? Mr. Crocodile can rest assured that as long as the kingdom of Alabasta can give it, he will try his best to meet your request, Mr. Crocodile. Crocodile's mouth was darkened, then shook his head and said, it's not a question of compensation, it's just that if I shoot alone, I may not be sure of winning, so I need someone to help. Mr. Crocodile is right, but having said this, King Cobra couldn't help showing a somewhat troubled look on his face. The most powerful warrior warriors in the Kingdom of Alabasta are the Kingdom Guard Adjutants Bel and Gaka, but now both of them are in a state of serious injuries and coma, and they have no combat capability at all. As for the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Akalum, he is not very good at fighting. Therefore, the current Kingdom of Alabasta does not even have a strong person who can handle it. However, Crocodile's purpose was not Bel and Gaka in the first place. Instead, he pointed at Jan, who was standing beside Princess Vivi, and said, "It is said that this is a swordsman. How about letting him help me?" This time, Ion was a little surprised. He didn't expect Crocodile to help him by himself. "What is the situation?" "I'm the director. I'm just planning the ending as an Easter egg as the ending." And King Cobra hesitated and explained, "Mr. Crocodile, Your Excellency Yasuo is only a guest of Alabasta Kingdom and Vivi's teacher. I have no position to let him take risks." However, Crocodile's heart is like a mirror. The so-called Royal Wind Kendo that Ian showed before is not weak. He easily defeated many of his senior cotters, and even blocked the impact of the sand waves with Royal Wind Kendo. A swordsman of this level is definitely not an inconspicuous little person even in the New World Sea area. During this period of time, in order to find a way to solve the unexpected factor of Ion, Crocodile has been collecting information about Yasuo and Wind swordsmanship from various channels, but there is almost no gain. 171. The only one with the same name as Yasuo is the captain of the Happy Pirates, and that little pirate who went out to sea 8 times in a row and was destroyed by the group 8 times. Obviously, that kind of happy little pirate didn't think it was like a swordsman who mastered the Royal Wind swordsmanship. Therefore, Crocodile has always been afraid of Ion, the mysterious swordsman wearing a mask. However, in Crocodile's view, now this is a good opportunity to use the hands of others to test and even solve this mysterious swordsman. In particular, the opponent is very likely to be the same natural devil fruit ability as Crocodile, and they all have the ability to elementalize this extremely life-saving ability. Let a swordsman like Ion participate in it. As long as a little guidance, it is very easy. Ion can be solved. In addition, Crocodile could also use Ion's life to test out Enel's abilities and flaws. So, no matter what King Cobra explained, Crocodile insisted on needing help. In desperation, King Cobra could only look at Ion and ask, "Your Excellency Yasuo, although that kind of enemy is very dangerous, but now I can only pin my hopes on you. I hope you can help the Kingdom of Alabasta." Ian pondered for a while, put his palm on the soul-chopping blade at his waist, and said slowly, "Death is like the wind, always with me, and the mere danger is not worth mentioning. So, Your Excellency Yasuo, do you agree?" King Cobra was surprised and moved. After all, Analu's power was obvious to all, and the 2 lieutenants, Bel and Gaka, were instantly defeated. When King Cobra could only pin his hopes on Crocodile, who was once a great pirate, Ion was willing to risk terrible danger to sacrifice for the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ian nodded slightly, then turned around and walked in the direction of the palace without any hesitation. At the moment when everyone in the palace was fleeing, only Ian was the only one who was retrograde, and the back that seemed to be dying was deeply engraved in Princess Weiwei's eyes at this moment. Tears unconsciously emerged from the corners of Princess Weiwei's eyes. Even though Princess Weiwei is only 5 or 6 years old, she already vaguely understood what danger Yasuo is going to face next, and couldn't help shouting at Yan, "Teacher Yasuo, you must come back alive." Hearing this sentence, Yan's footsteps subconsciously paused slightly. As soon as this flag comes out, generally speaking, it basically means that he can't come back, especially the sentence is said from the mouth of a little girl who has the potential of a crow's mouth. According to the development of the general plot logic, the wisest choice for Yan at this time is to choose a burial place with beautiful scenery in advance, otherwise I am afraid that there will be no chance. But the next moment Ian reacted, he was almost stunned by Princess Vivi. Analu and her were in the same group, and they were waiting to play Crocodile. The probability of overturning was extremely small. Just out of prudence, Ion decided to wait a while and let the baby 5 turn into a robe and put it on again to give himself a little more protection. Immediately, Ion stopped and moved forward again, continuing to go against the flow of people towards the palace, without looking back and without any extra movement. He. Looking at this scene, Crocodile couldn't help but smiled lowly, and then said to Princess Weiwei, "Don't worry, I will definitely take special care of Yasuo Jianhao." Immediately afterwards, Crocodile also followed Ion towards the direction of the palace. When King Cobra saw this, he couldn't help but sighed softly and comforted him. "Vivi, don't worry, both Lord Yasuo and Mr. Crocodile will definitely win." Princess Weiwei rubbed her tearful eyes hard and nodded firmly. Just inexplicably, Princess Weiwei had a hunch in her heart that this time may be the last time she sees Mr. Yasuo, and only one of Mr. Yasuo and Mr. Crocodile will be able to survive. 329 Chapter 329 Be careful of thunder. With Yan stepping into the palace palace with Crocodile. The palace at this time was in an unprecedentedly quiet state and it seemed to be an empty feeling. "Yasuo, is there any plan?" Crocodile asked casually, and Ian cast a glance at Crocodile through the mask but sat down directly at the corner of a staircase and pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist and put it on the ground. Wait for what?" Crocodile asked suspiciously. "Wait until the citizens of the capital start to evacuate," Ion replied briefly, and Crocodile, who never really cared about the lives of ordinary civilians, said disdainfully, "Tisk, it's a superfluous idea. It's better to take advantage of the chaos outside the palace that may have attracted Enilu and find an opportunity to raid the guy named Enilu. Mr. Crocodile can go first." Ion spoke unmoved, and Crocodile didn't answer for a moment. Before the actual battle with Enel to confirm his strength, Crocodile did not think that he must not be Enel's opponent. As the self-confidence of a strong man, even though Crocodile was hit hard once by Whitebeard Newgate Edward, he had not lost it completely. However, Crocodile's idea was more to use this plan to get rid of Ion, the guy who got in the way in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Otherwise, having such a strong person staying in the Nefertari family will add a lot of variables to Crocodile's capture of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Or Crocodile, who was standing behind Ion, squinted slightly, staring at Ion, who turned his back to him as if he was unprepared. Crocodile couldn't help but have some other thoughts in his heart, and unconsciously painted him all over the drama. Poison lifted the golden hook in his left hand slightly. "It's not bad to kill this guy secretly here first. Anyway, there is no one in the entire palace who knows that it was me. At that time, even if King Cobra asks, he only needs to push the question to that Anilu." For a moment the fierce light in Crocodile's eyes was revealed, and he made a decision almost without hesitation. The golden hook in his left hand was raised high, and he was about to stab Ion. Suddenly, boom! At this moment a thunderbolt crashed down from the sky, smashing on the golden hook raised by Crocodile with lightning speed. What? The terrifying voltage quickly raged on Crocodile's body violently, causing Crocodile to let out a scream almost uncontrollably. Immediately, Crocodile responded with tenacious nerves, and quickly put himself into a state of elementalization, in the form of sand, to be immune to damage from voltage. Horrible voltages come and go quickly. When Crocodile came over, Ion, who was sitting in front of Crocodile, had turned his head to look back and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" And Crocodile, who still maintained the golden hook held high, gasped for breath, feeling numb all over, and his expression twitched slightly, but he could only speak, "No, it's fine." Looking at the golden hook held high by Crocodile, Ion Jigger looked unaware of what he did and said, "I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't lift up metal products casually during thunderstorms, otherwise it's easy to be struck by lightning." After a pause, Ion also pointed to the soul-chopping blade that he had inserted aside. "It is safest to put it on the ground as much as possible." Invisibly squeezed by Yan's words of concern, Crocodile felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He forcibly controlled his numb body and put down his raised left hand, squeezing it out. An ugly smile replied, "It is good." Immediately, Ion turned his head again and kept sitting still, even with his eyes closed and waiting for the battle. "This bastard!" Watching Ion's back, Crocodile's savage eyes almost overflowed with anger. Ion's caring and reminding attitude just now seemed to Crocodile more maddening than contempt and ridicule. However, when Crocodile was not sure whether Ion was already suspicious, no matter how angry he was in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly. But was that really a normal thunderstorm just now? Crocodile looked at the dark clouds with thunder and lightning flashing from time to time, and he was not sure. In the depths of the palace, Anilu noticed that Crocodile had no intention of continuing to attack, and the lightning flashing on his body gradually disappeared. "Tisk, mere humans, they actually want to sneak attack on the Great Priest? It's really beyond our own power." Anilu took out one of the rudest apples from the fruit basket on the side and took a hard bite, his tone full of disdain. Of course, Anilu was actually aware of Crocodile's sneak attack, and the Grand Priest could easily handle it, but Anilu still wouldn't mind doing a lot of things that could gain some favorability in front of the Grand Priest. After all, in addition to being in awe and admiration for the Great Priest's terrifying power of flame, Anilu also hopes that the Great Priest will be able to say something nice to him in front of the Lord of the Void in the future. The Great Priest said before, "What is this called?" Anilu muttered, "The relationship between God and God is not fighting and killing, but human relationships. Anyway, it's almost the same. Mere humans are not qualified to touch the body of God." Under the tense attention of King Cobra and Princess Vivi from the outside world, the palace has always remained quite calm. King Cobra, Princess Vivi, and others didn't know how the battle was going, so they could only contact the support of the world government and the navy while urgently arranging for the citizens of the capital to start evacuation. At a port on the south side of the Kingdom of Alabasta, a world government ship and 2 naval warships have just stopped. Major General General Jun, there is an emergency, and the task of confirming Crocodile's qualifications as King Shichibukai has been temporarily changed to rescue the Alabasta royal family. A world government official put down the phone bug in his hand and spoke to Jun, the newly promoted Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. What happened? Jun, who was both heroic and glamorous, asked with a frown. There is a villain who claims to be a god and who is suspected of having the ability to ring the thunder fruit, attacked the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta and occupied the palace. The world government official's tone was also full of disbelief. I understand. This arrogant person will be punished by justice, Jun replied, and immediately led the elite troops to disembark and quickly headed towards the capital. Looking at Jun leading the navy to set out first, the world government official turned his head and said to the group of black suits behind him, "You go to 330 Chapter 330. The battle begins." Time passed, and just when Crocodile gradually felt impatient, Ion stood up directly, holding the soul-chopping blade in one hand, and said, "The civilians around the palace have been evacuated. Let's start." Hearing this, Crocodile narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know how domineering you are?" The surprise in this sentence made Ion a little unresponsive, and asked subconsciously, "Don't you?" This natural tone made Crocodile's expression as ugly as eating a fly. Domineering. Perhaps in the New World Sea area in the second half of the Great Route there are almost too many guys who know domineering. However, due to the unique geographical reasons of this sea, each sea area has a high degree of independence, and information exchange is quite difficult. Therefore, no matter in the four seas or in the first half of the Great Route, very few pirates know domineering, and many people don't even know the existence of domineering. Back then, as one of the supernovas of this generation of pirates, Crocodile conquered the first half of the Great Route in a very short time with the ability of Shasha Fruit. This also caused Crocodile to go straight to the Whitebeard pirates almost as soon as he arrived in the waters of the New World, trying to pick on Whitebeard Newgate Edward and seize the Pirate King the throne. The final result was that Crocodile fled at the cost of losing his left hand, and was directly beaten out of the New World Sea area, even in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to practice his arrogance. "You guy, have you been to the New World Sea area?" Crocodile asked fearfully. "Have traveled." Ion gave a short answer and went straight towards the direction of Anilu deep in the palace. Seeing this, Crocodile became more jealous of Ion, and kept a certain distance from Ion toward the depths of the palace. However, Crocodile had already made up his mind at this time. Wait a moment, if Ion is in danger, he will never give any help. Otherwise, even if he defeats Anilu, with such a guy staying in the palace, there is a great risk in seizing the kingdom of Alabasta by himself. As Ion and Crocodile continued to penetrate into the palace, the surrounding environment became quieter and quieter. Except for the occasional thunder in the sky, there was almost no noise. 172. Mr. Crocodile. Just as Crocodile was plotting secretly, Ion said while walking forward vigilantly, "If you are not armed with domineering, then it will be quite difficult to defeat Anilu, who is suspected of being a natural fruit person, so you will cover it later, and I will attack." Crocodile's eyes showed some surprise, but his suspicious and cautious nature made him persuade him. "This is too dangerous. Let me consume Enel's physical strength. You can slowly look for flaws. Otherwise, under the power of thunder, if you make a mistake, you may die on the spot. It's just death, no big deal." Ion's voice was a little low and hoarse, and the masked face made it difficult to see the expression, but the short words revealed a kind of sadness and freedom. Crocodile's eyes widened slightly, revealing a bit of shock, but his heart turned secretly. Thought, "This guy, it seems that he can really make good use of it." The next moment, before Crocodile wanted to confirm the specific cooperation with Yan, an arrogant and lazy voice sounded in front of him with thunder crackling. "Humans, the idea of your loud conspiracy really makes this god laugh. It's a really good show." Between the flashes of thunder light, the whole body is full of thunder light all the time, and Anilu, who has the unique dressing characteristics of the Sky Island, appeared. However, the soul-chopping blade in Ion's hand swung horizontally, but he faced the thunder light in front of him and shouted, "Anilu, quit the kingdom of Alabasta. This country doesn't need your presence." Enel said with a slightly strange expression, "I am a god, and the place where I come is the kingdom of God. This is the glory of the kingdom of Alabasta and the grace from the gods. Humans don't need the grace of gods." Ion retorted firmly. He. Anilu laughed a few times at Yan, and when facing the great priest, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He didn't dare to continue to refute the great priest, but raised his palm directly, and the thunder began to explode. Said, "Really? Under the thunder and power of this god, what qualifications do humans have to face resistance? Today, it's up to me." Having said that, Ion paused, nodded towards Crocodile beside him, and then continued, "And Mr. Crocodile is coming to face your thunderous glory. Come on, Mr. Crocodile." In Yen's series of words that made people excited and very infectious, Crocodile, who was thinking of of finding a chance to kill Yen inexplicably raised a bit of empathy, and the fighting spirit rose almost uncontrollably. Let's face the thunder and prestige together. This feeling of fighting side by side and facing a powerful enemy that Crocodile had never felt before made Crocodile move, almost subconsciously taking cover for Yan. Desert Sword. When Crocodile's right arm was raised, it turned into a huge sand knife made of a lot of sand in an instant and then slashed towards Ani Road 100 meters away. Shasha. The sand knife fell, and the ground where it passed was quickly sanded, and the huge sand knife was even more comparable to the swordsman's slash and washed away towards Anilu. Rice Wife. In the face of Crocodile's mighty blow, when Anilu lifted his palm, a large number of thunder bursts out and washed away towards the desert treasure saber. Boom. At this moment the thunder and sand collided head-on in the palace, and a huge sound came from the palace and spread in all directions. The war is on. In the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, countless people turned their heads and looked in the direction of the palace, looking at the sky-high thunder and the faintly visible huge sand knife. I must win. Countless people subconsciously pin their hopes on Crocodile, hoping that the hero can defeat the madman who suddenly descended to the kingdom of Alabasta and calls himself a god. And with the huge aftermath of the collision between Crocodile and Anilu, King Cobra was horrified, but also understood that the previous reminder of Lord Yasuo was not meaningless. The aftermath of the battle is not necessarily limited to the palace. Quick, let the citizens evacuate as soon as possible. 331 Chapter 331 200 million volts Thor. In the palace, when the aftermath of the confrontation between Rice Wife and Desert Sword had not subsided, Ion's figure flashed, but he took advantage of this momentary opportunity. In front of Crocodile's face, quickly go straight to Ani Road. Facing Ion's rushing figure, Anilu raised his finger, and the thunder light bloomed. Discharge. Suddenly, an electric light went straight to Ion. Whirlwind slash. In the face of the lightning that spread like a thunder snake, along with Ion's low voice, the soul-chopping blade in Ion's hand was quickly wrapped in a layer of gust of wind, and suddenly moved in the direction of Anilu. One wave. The whirlwind formed almost instantly not far from the tip of the knife that Ion swung, and while easily swallowing the electric light, it pushed it towards Anilu with a violent force. Tisk. Just the next moment, the thunder light on Anilu lit up, but he quickly entered the state of elementalization, moved a distance of hundreds of meters, and easily avoided the violent whirlwind. Ion's figure flickered constantly, quickly dodging the bombardment of several thunder lights, and said loudly while approaching Anilu, "Mr. Crocodile, restrain Anilu's actions and let me get in touch with him. In just a split second, I can cut down the lightning with one knife." Ha ha ha, Yasuo, you are really working hard. That's what you want. Seeing Ion's fighting posture, Crocodile couldn't help but feel a little more excited. The feeling of fighting side by side with this kind of guy doesn't seem to be bad. Immediately, Crocodile slapped the ground with his palm. Eros Samsara. Immediately, as Crocodile fully activated the ability of Sasha Fruit, all the water was sucked up, centered on the position where Crocodile's palm touched, and the luxurious floor laying on the ground of the palace quickly sanded. It spread rapidly in all directions, and even the surrounding buildings began to collapse in the blink of an eye. It was almost only a few breaths of time, and the ground within 100 meters around it had completely turned into the purest grains of sand. Desert King Kong Sword. The next moment, along with Crocodile's palm, 4 huge sand knives suddenly appeared on the desert-like ground, sweeping away in the direction of Eni Road from all directions. It's ridiculous. The light of sand dare to attack the thunder. Seeing this, Anilu became furious as if he had been offended. Regardless of Ion, who was about to approach, he beat the small drum behind his back with the golden long stick in his hand. Dong 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 dong. The thunder slurry burst out and instantly turned into 4 mighty thunder beasts composed of thunder, which rushed towards the 4 Desert King Kong swords respectively. Crackling. This time, the voltage contained in the thunder beast that Anilu had condensed far exceeded the level just shown. This also led to the fact that almost at the moment when the thunder beast came into contact with the Desert King Kong sword, the sand grains that came into contact with the thunder quickly crystallized, causing the original sharp blade of the Desert King Kong sword to lose its power almost instantly. How come? There was a hint of disbelief in Crocodile's eyes, but Ion also quickly approached the back of Anilu when he released the thunder beast and the Desert King Kong sword to collide. The sword of all winds. Ian shouted a name casually, and with the cooperation of Draco, the soul-chopping blade wrapped around an unprecedented strong wind and slashed straight towards Anilu. However, at that moment, a thunder dragon suddenly emerged from the thunder drum behind Anilu, and the dragon's mouth, which bloomed with violent thunder, instantly grabbed Ion. Boom! Thunder Dragon's violent body raged in between, and countless thunder lights bloomed in the dazzling white light. When Crocodile, who squinted subconsciously, reopened his eyes, he found that behind behind Anilu there was a terrifying passage leading directly to the outside of the palace, and the passage was completely surrounded. It was all the darkness created by the raging thunder. Yasuo failed. Crocodile was shocked not only by the terrifying power released by the thunder dragon, but also by the death of the man who regarded death as a breeze. Trying to reach God at the cost of your life? It's ridiculous. Anilu's expression became a little more mocking. If those little sand knives just now can temporarily entangle this god, then there is still a little chance to cut off that knife. But unfortunately, the mere sand knife is not qualified to entangle the power of this god. Immediately, Anilu's gaze fell on Crocodile and asked arrogantly, "Next is you, stupid human who manipulates the sand. How much are you willing to pay to reach the gods? You guy." At this moment, Crocodile became completely angry, spit the cigar in his mouth aside, and a large amount of sand began to gather towards his palm from all directions. Said, "It really makes me feel very upset. I'm so upset that I really want to see how a proud guy like you will behave when he is struggling and begging for mercy." Giant Shalan. For a time, a terrifying salon volume expanded rapidly in the palace and wrapped the entire palace in it, and thunder also constantly blooming in the salon volume. In a hidden corner outside the palace, except for his robes that were a little darker, Ion stood side by side with Drago in an unscathed appearance. "Chief of Staff, Crocodile seems to be angry because of your death," Drago said in a somewhat mocking tone. Ian patted the charred places on the robes that Baby 5 had transformed into, and then glanced at the terrifying salon volume that gradually began to sand the entire palace, guessing. Probably, under the guidance of Anilu, Crocodile subconsciously believed that his mistake caused my death, so he subconsciously denied the anger caused by his mistake and became angry. Probably, Drago said in agreement. "I just don't know how long this anger can last. Probably hold it until the moment when you completely understand that you are not an opponent of Enel." After a pause, Ion continued, "I hope Anilu can find a chance to solve Crocodile as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a trouble for him to wake up and run away directly." As Ion's voice fell, in the palace surrounded by the salon scroll, a huge giant composed of countless thunders suddenly appeared. For a time, under the surprised eyes of Ion and Drago, Anilu completely did not fit his character, who liked to play with weaker opponents in the past and even showed his strongest posture directly. 200 million volts. Thor 332 Chapter 332 Swordsman Facing Thunder. With the appearance of Enel's strongest posture, the thunder giant composed of up to 200 million volts of thunder exudes a suffocating power. Countless citizens of the kingdom of Alabasta witnessed that terrifying gesture. Their eyes widened and they subconsciously showed fear. Is that kind of power really what human beings can possess? I am afraid that with just a few random hits, the entire capital can be completely destroyed, right? As for the fear and panic of ordinary humans, Anilu didn't pay any attention at all. What Anilu is concerned about is that the great priest is actually worried that this god will let this kind of guy run away. How is this possible? Anilu, who incarnated in the Thor stance, just relied on the escaping terrifying voltage, causing all the sand that was approaching to crystallize, making Crocodile lose the ability to manipulate. This guy has developed the natural devil fruit to such an extent. At this time, Crocodile's expression was equally astonished, and his eyes were shocked at the huge body composed of infinite thunder. This level has far exceeded the level that Crocodile's Sasha fruit ability can compete with. In other words, under the terrifying thunder of 200 million volts, the sand could not get close at all. Damn, where is the monster? This kind of guy doesn't exist in the first half of the Great Root at all, but should go to the New World to compete for status. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 173. Crocodile quickly broke away from his anger, and he couldn't help but scolded in a low voice. After realizing the gap between the two sides, he suddenly had the idea of retreating. One's own sand, there is no way to get the other party's thunder. However, before Crocodile really made up his mind, Enel's arm, which had turned into a Thor stance, raised his arm in the air and said, "Human, let you experience the power of God." Ai Nilu, arrogant and second year, but definitely not stupid. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Anilu to develop the sound thunder fruit to such a terrifying level without even knowing the concept of the devil fruit, and to master the domineering purely by virtue of his talent awakening, and even it also developed a unique heart net in combination with the ability of sound thunder fruit. In terms of talent alone, Anilu's talent is far above Crocodile. Therefore, after hearing Ion's order and realizing that he was going to deal with a sand human, Anilu started to imagine how to kill that guy in advance. In the end, the method that Anilu thought of was to completely submerge the sand with the sea of thunder. The thunder cloud that enveloped the entire kingdom of Alabasta is not purely to intimidate human beings, but more to accumulate strength. At this moment, Anilu's raised palm in the God of Thor attitude magnitude is the introduction in an instant in the thundercloud that shrouded the entire capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta and accumulated power for almost half a day. Countless thunderbolts began to erupt frantically. In just a short moment the originally pitch-black sky was actually filled with countless azure blues. Boom! The intertwined voices of countless thunders and thunders converged together as if the sky was torn apart. Wanlei. With the grasp of Anilu's palm, countless thunder lights in the dark clouds poured down like a funnel-shaped waterfall. In an instant the dazzling rays of light from the interwove countless thunder lights even caused countless people in the capital who turned their heads to look in the direction of the palace to feel like they were in the sun. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed in the ears of countless people for a long time. When everyone's sight returned to normal again, the salon scroll that had wrapped the palace soaring into the sky had disappeared without a trace, and even the entire palace had been completely razed to the ground. Only the thunder giant still stood above the earth. The ground where the palace was originally located was flattened several layers by the bombardment of countless thunderbolts, and a large amount of crystallized sand reflected the light of the residual arc. The strike that Anilu had prepared in advance not only aimed at Crocodile but even included all the sand within the range of the palace into the range of the thunder bombardment. Humans who just play with sand dare to touch the mine. Ting! Anilu's arrogant and disdainful voice echoed throughout the capital, making countless people's faces pale. The soaring salon volume stopped and Crocodile disappeared completely. That is to say, the hero of the Kingdom of Alabasta is dead. Anilu's body in the form of Thunder God slowly flew up, and the coercion revealed by it made countless people feel fearful, and the sound of thunder echoing in the capital made everyone tremble. Is there only this level of human beings? This god specially gave you the opportunity to challenge the gods. Unfortunately, only this level is really disappointing. Submit to the mighty light of thunder. This god will establish an eternal kingdom of gods here. And just when all the people who were fleeing the country stopped in their footsteps and dared not move under the power of Anilu, the wind is up. This gust of wind brought a cool breath of freedom to the oppressive capital city. Under the gazes of all the citizens, a small figure stood on a high tower outside the palace at some point, and the knife in the hand wrapped around the whirlwind pointed diagonally to the ground, but it seemed to want to use the small figure. His body blocked the thunder giant that was comparable to a god. Huh? You're not dead yet. The arrogant and lazy Anilu has always maintained his tone, but at this moment his tone seemed to be uncontrollably showing horror and doubt, as if something far exceeded his expectations. Wind will not die. Yan's somewhat low and hoarse voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the ears of countless people driven by the wind. So what? For the gods, there is no difference between moving a finger once and moving a finger twice. It's just that Anilu, who had just displayed his mighty power like a god, now has a bit of anger in his voice and fear. At this moment, when they realized that the hero Crocodile of Alabasta had died in battle, countless citizens inexplicably once again had a faint hope. Even though Ion's back was so small compared to the thunder giant, he seemed to make the thunder giant fear him. Princess Waiwei stared at Ion's back with shining eyes and muttered with her small fists clenched, "Teacher Yasuo, come on." "Your Majesty Yasuo." King Cobra murmured words that he couldn't understand, as if he was praying for something. And just when Ian felt that the atmosphere was almost set off and he was going to make a perfect ending for this plan, a completely unexpected and familiar female voice sounded from a distance. "The swordsman who faces the thunder, let me help you too." 333 Chapter 333 Swords of Thunder. This sound, Ion's eyes widened slightly under the mask, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. The familiar white navy cloak of justice moved against the wind in the city shrouded in thunderclouds, and a group of elite navy officers and men led by Jun appeared in the sight of Ion. Jun. How did she come? Ion had no idea that Jun would appear in such a place, and he still arrived at the Kingdom of Alabasta at such a moment. As for the appearance of the navies in Jun, Anilu's voice did not fluctuate at all. This god is cooperating with the great priest to do some important things that must be concentrated. Why are these idiots always approaching and disturbing so ignorantly? Help the great priest? Is this kind of stupid human woman able to interfere in the matter between this god and the great priest? Anilu's finger that turned into a Thor stance lifted, and the thick and pitch-black thundercloud above the sky instantly descended a terrifying thunderbolt that struck the top of Jun's head. The sound of the thunderbolt didn't even reach his ears. It was just a flash of light, and the thunderbolt appeared not far above Jun's head. Not good. Ian's pupils shrank, his body moved, and he instinctively burst out in the direction of Jun, trying to rescue Jun. In Yan's opinion, Jun's strength is not weak, and its potential is at the top level of the sea, but Enel's sound thunder fruit ability has almost absolute restraint for swordsmen who use swords as weapons. The speed of falling lightning is almost the same as that of light, and it is extremely difficult to just react, and blocking lightning with a sword is no less than an act of courting death. What's more, now that Anilu is in Thor state, unless it is deliberately suppressed, the voltage released at will not be lower than the terrifying level of 100 million volts. 100 million volts, even in the sea of physique monsters per capita, is enough to kill 99% of physique monsters on the spot. With Ion's incomparable familiarity with Jun's physique, he understands that Jun may die. However, no matter how fast Ion's Shunpo erupted, it was far from reaching the level of chasing lightning. That's too late. However, beyond Ion's expectations, at that moment of lightning, the golden on Jun's waist flickered with a golden light and then was instantly covered by a layer of strong-armed domineering cut thunder. With the purest reaction and sword skills, Jun slashed with one sword. The Interove Lodole and Golden Chen's benzene exchanged for a yellow boat. The Interove armed color domineering and Lodole shines brightly. The next moment the falling thunder was cut in half by Jun and turned into splendid fireworks that spread above Jun's head. For this unexpected scene, a dissatisfied look flashed across Anilu's eyes. Does this human want to make this god rude in front of the great priest? Out of dissatisfaction with Jun's thunder-slashing sword, Anilu raised his palm, and a ferocious thunder dragon composed of a large number of thunderbolts emerged from the thunder god pose and roared towards Jun. 200 million volts thunder dragon. The power of thunder dragon's appearance is by no means comparable to that of a thunderbolt that Anilu had just released. In this regard, Jun seemed to have a hunch and spoke directly to the navy behind him. Disperse. Immediately afterwards, Jun slowly showed Jin Chen Huibei Huan tired, resolute and heroic eyes without the slightest retreat, as if he was going to face Thunder Dragon head-on. Jun, are you crazy? Even though Jun was able to react under the thunder just now, and Ion was deeply surprised by the knife that cut off the thunder, he never expected that Jun had made such great progress in less than half a year. It's just that the terrifying power of 200 million volts Thunder Dragon, even Drago dare not underestimate. Unless Jun reached a level sufficient to duel with the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, it would be almost impossible to cut the Thunder Dragon head-on. And in the duel with thunder, once you fail, the consequences are certain to die. Enough. Ian let out a loud shout, secretly reminding Anilu. The soul-chopping blade in his hand also lifted forward and groaned. The wind barrier. Immediately, Durag manipulated the gust of wind with unparalleled cooperation, condensing a wind wall dozens of meters high in front of Thunder Dragon. Bang! The wind and thunder slammed into each other 100 meters away from Jun. Countless arcs escaped, and the smell of burnt in the air could even be clearly smelled in Jun 100 meters away. And under Anilu's hurried and secret manipulation of Thunder Dragon to escape on his own, the wind wall and Thunder Dragon both dissipated in the end. Ooh. The sound of a figure breaking through the air came into Jun's ears, and Ion landed 10 meters away from Jun. Thank you for your help. Jun nodded towards Ian, and was extremely recognized for the strength Ian just showed. Perhaps Jun was even a little shocked in his heart. Is it the kendo that rides the wind? The most terrifying thing was that Jun didn't even notice that when the man in front of him made a move, the wind formed a trajectory that erupted. The terrifying kendo of the invisible wind. As for Ion being a fake swordsman, Jun never thought about it. It's not that Jun is too simple, but in the sea full of crises, unless you can maintain absolute good luck at all times, pretending to be a strong person is almost equivalent to dying, and will only cause trouble beyond your ability. So, maybe it's just that he didn't understand the terrifying kendo that controls the invisible wind. At this time, Ion was stared at by Jun so unabashedly, but he felt his scalp tingling. What if you are recognized? Ion felt the frequency of his heart beating slightly increase. Why did the man who should have stayed on Nine Snake Island and was forcibly married by the pirate empress appear here, and still in this weird identity? There is no explanation at all. At least with Ion's honest character, he couldn't think of a completely reasonable reason. Therefore, in the face of Jun's kind thanks, Ion's voice sounded low. Back off, get out of here. This is the battlefield between me and Anilu. Jun was a little surprised by Ion's indifferent reaction. Obviously, this swordsman in front of him also helped him to block the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Why are his words full of resistance to him? Immediately, Jun's wrist turned, and when he said, Jin Chen is exhausted, he is very patient, and he introduced himself. I'm Rear Admiral Jun of the Navy headquarters, and I was ordered to come to crusade the villain Anilu who attacked the kingdom of Alabasta. 334 Chapter 334 Sudden Dark Light. These words instantly made Enel, who was always listening to Ion's conversation, have a strong dissatisfaction. Where did the stupid human woman come from? 174 Actually slandering this god in front of the great priest is a villain? For a time, the thunder that lingered all the time in the thunder god form that Anilu transformed into seemed to be a lot brighter. If it wasn't for the high priest who was still talking to that stupid human woman, Anilu couldn't hold back the urge to turn her to ashes. As for Jun, Jun's self-reported family. Ion's tone did not change in the slightest, and he said, "Then if I lose the battle, you will attack Anilu again. You are too arrogant, aren't you?" Jun's tone couldn't help but bring some dissatisfaction, and it sounded like El Niluawel character was slowly raised on his forehead, not only slandering itself but even insulting the great priest in front of the god. "Stupid humans, you must accept the punishment of despising the gods." Unable to bear it any longer, Anilu spoke in the God of Thunder attitude. With the palm of his hand, several thunder beasts, thunder birds, and thunder dragons condensed in the blink of an eye and rushed in the direction of Jun. Thunder. Looking directly at the terrifying thunder that could easily turn a human body into ashes, Jun's expression was not moved at all. The eyes of Jun, who seemed to be touched invisibly, flickered slightly, and muttered to herself, "I will never back down again." Immediately, before Ion could speak, Jun took the lead in a flash, and took the initiative to face the thunder beasts, thunder birds, and thunder dragons that caused the building to collapse due to the arc of random escape. Seeing this, Ion quickly followed his figure, but the picture reflected in Ion's eyes this time revealed that Jun was using a completely different sword skill from the past. I Flow Chenyayo. Armament-colored domineering covered it, and between the golden and black interweaving, that special moon exuded a sad and decisive aura across the sky. Boom! That special round of moon came into contact with the thunder beast and thunder bird at the front, but it seemed to be cut in the weakest place of thunder beast and thunder bird. Birds are split in two together. This kind of kendo. This time, Ion was completely shocked by the changes in Jun. What happened? It's almost like being reborn. Unlike the flying slashes of the past, which purely pursued power, this time Jun's kendo contained a special kind of power. That picture gave Ion the feeling that it was like Zoro, who mastered the ghost energy in the memory of his previous life and integrated some completely different things into the swordsmanship. However, that round of you, who exuded a sense of sadness and decisiveness, also became incomplete after slaying the thunder beast and thunder bird. Boom! The thunder dragon raged, and the terrifying explosion of thunder directly smashed that special moon into pieces, and then went straight to Jun. At the speed of the late arrival, Ion appeared in front of Jun and shouted, "Don't get in the way!" Whirlwind slash. The next moment, as Ion spoke, another whirlwind of which Jun could not determine the source suddenly appeared and blocked the thunder dragon. Boom! Thunder dragon was entangled by the whirlwind that was blowing stronger and stronger, and finally turned into a large number of terrifying arcs and dissipated in the air. Jun looked at Ion's back, inexplicably intimidating in front of him, and asked, "How? This kind of strength will not hold you back." And Ion glanced back at Jun, hesitated, and couldn't help asking, "What's the matter with your swordsmanship?" Jun fell into a momentary silence, then sneered and said, "You're so indifferent, but you want to ask about my secrets when you meet for the first time." Hearing this sentence as if the big sister was teasing the little brother, Ian couldn't stand it. Obviously, Jun's style of speaking in the past was not like this, and Ion, who was worried that Jun would see the flaw, did not dare to continue to communicate with Jun like this. After all, the two sides have been together in the Dressrosa kingdom for half a year, and it is easy to have some flaws in behavior and habits that even he didn't notice. "Anyway, don't get in the way, stay away from me," Ion said indifferently. His figure flashed, and he walked towards Anilu at a very fast speed. Next, Ion had already made a decision in his heart to eliminate all the scheduled waves of tragic back and forth confrontations and solve Anilu directly. A hasty ending is far better than making things go in an uncontrollable direction. Jun gets stronger, and it's not at the level of a tiny bit, but strong enough to really affect the situation of the battle. As Ion took a special pose, he murmured eloquently, "Crazy wind, absolute breath." For a time, with the cooperation of Draco, a large number of gusts erupted in all directions with Ion as the center, as if some terrible power was brewing. And Anilu, who turned into a thunder god posture, gave Jun a bad look, but he could only follow the original plan of the Grand Priest and began to condense a large number of thunder beasts, thunder birds, and thunder dragons toward Ion attack. Next, according to Ion's expectation, a gust of wind will erupt, slashing all the thunder, cutting the Thor form in two, and at the same time stunning Anilu back. Ion was death by force, and died honorably in the kingdom of Alabasta in the name of Yasuo. Afterwards, when the revolutionary army is ready to contact the kingdom of Alabasta, it is possible to disguise the identity of a brother of Yasuo. Accept the kindness left by Yasuo. After all, who can prove the identity of Yufeng Kendo? Is it not Drago who has the final say? However, just as Ian was about to wield the brewing knife, the domineering arrogance he maintained all the time suddenly had a strong feeling. Hide, dodge. Just as this thought was beating wildly in Yan's mind, the corner of Yan's eyes also found that the ground below was dark and surging. Without the slightest hesitation, Ion, who was already close to the original palace, moved away at the fastest speed. Boom! In the next moment, Ian, who had retreated hundreds of meters in an instant shrank his pupils and saw a dark light bursting out from the ground of the crystallized palace, shrouding the entire palace including Anilu. What is that? Countless people witnessed the jet black light that suddenly appeared, and even the jet black light beam formed under the sky was full of puzzlement and confusion. King Cobra, who had been paying attention to the battle from afar, was stunned for a moment, but his expression turned into an unprecedented gaffe. 335 Chapter 335 Ancient Weapons that came to the world. That thing, how is that possible? King Cobra stammered. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. The gaffe he showed was several times more exaggerated than being kicked out of the palace. Princess Vivi, who stayed beside King Cobra, quickly sensed something was wrong and asked quickly, "What's wrong, father?" "No, impossible, that thing shouldn't appear," King Cobra said with a terrified expression. "Father!" The next moment, in the voice of Princess Vivi, King Cobra responded and immediately put Princess Vivi in his hand in front of Akalum and ordered, "Akalum, take Vivi out of the capital immediately and leave the kingdom of Alabasta." "Ah, yes." Akalum was stunned at first, but looking at King Cobra's solemn and somewhat pale face, he raised his waist, then pulled Princess Vivi and led a team of elite guards to leave the main force and head towards the periphery. Run wild. During the whole process, Princess Vivi, who was almost like a sepia ball, was stuffed into Akalum's hands before she reacted and shouted, "No, father, father, sorry, Vivi." King Cobra murmured something with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, and the pitch-black light that shot straight into the sky finally stopped slowly after lasting for a few seconds. At this moment, the ground of the palace has completely disappeared, leaving only a bottomless pit. The dark cloud created by Anilu above the sky has also been directly broken into a big hole, and the bright sun shines from the big hole in the cloud layer to the original palace of the palace within the range. Then, what is that? Jun, who was originally planning to cooperate with Yan's shot against Anilu, stopped completely at this time, looking at the terrifying deep pit left on the ground, and suddenly felt a chill all over his body. An attack of this intensity is simply terrifying to the extreme. However, the hundreds of meters high thunder god that Anilu had transformed into was in a state of dilapidation at this time. The lower body completely disappeared, and a large number of electric arcs quickly escaped uncontrollably. The upper body was also shattered, leaving only a head and a small body. Crackling. "No, it shouldn't be like this. How is it possible?" Enel's voice was full of disbelief, and at the same time, a large number of electric arcs continuously exploded on the Thor form. It is clear that Anilu is still producing a lot of thunder to fill the vacancy of the Thor form, but only after a few breaths. The only remaining part of the Thor form collapses directly, leaving only Ani with a pale face. The road body was stuck in the air. "Damn, what kind of power is that? It can actually influence the god to manipulate thunder," Anilu said as if he couldn't raise his strength, and his eyes were fixed on the bottom. And Ion glanced at the environment that had undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few breaths, and his heart could not help sinking gradually. Such a huge and terrifying power, and it is still emerging from the ground. Ancient weapon. Hades. Is something wrong? Accidental fire? Or, just when the extremely bad idea appeared in Ion's mind, a lot of rustling sounds gradually appeared in the deep pit under the palace. Bang. The next moment, a huge sand wave spewed out from the bottomless pit like a fountain, and was still sanding the surrounding land. Immediately, from the fountain-like sand waves, a huge thing slowly emerged. No, more precisely, it was more like being carried out from the ground by an endless stream of sand. Boom. Not only the scope of the palace, but even the ground around the palace began to crack as if it was forcibly pushed away by something, and then quickly sanded. In the end, as the tide of terror that was comparable to the sea of sand continued to spew and expand, a terrifying warship that was much larger than the entire palace emerged from the ground. At this moment, whether it was Jan or Drago, the expressions on their faces were extremely ugly. Crocodile didn't die in the thousand thunders of Eni Road, and even got into the ground to find Hades. Damn, how could there be such a coincidence? You must know that in the calculations between Ion and Drago, the space hidden by the ancient weapon Pluto is about 1,000 meters below the palace, and it can even be said to be the supergiant island where the kingdom of Alabasta is located, at the very center. With such a distance, it was possible for Crocodile to find it. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile was full of arrogant and excited voices, and it came out from the ancient weapon Hades. "I found it. I finally found this ancient weapon Pluto, which represents the ultimate power. This world belongs to a ancient weapon Hades." As Crocodile's voice spread throughout the capital, countless people who were still a little confused about the ferocious ship suddenly broke out in cold sweat and shivered all over. Ancient weapons. This name is not unfamiliar to the sea. Under the exaggeration of the world government, ancient weapons possessed the power to destroy the world and were synonymous with disasters, and destruction. Among them, Rayleigh, the vice captain of One Piece Gol Roger, was nicknamed Pluto Pluto because of his overwhelming destructive power. However, no one would have imagined that the real ancient weapon, Hades, would have the possibility of reappearing in the world, and it would still appear so suddenly in the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. It turned out to be an ancient weapon, the Pluto. Why this kind of thing? Why does it appear? Run away, run away. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 175. For a time, the civilians who had been transferred to the outside world in an orderly manner under the urging of the soldiers of the kingdom of Alabasta were completely chaotic in just an instant. Screams, horrors, howls kept going. Everyone is trying to stay away from that terrifying giant ship that is bigger than the entire palace. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Crocodile's laughter became more and more wanton. Witnessing the fear of the civilians for this power gave Crocodile an unparalleled pleasure in his heart. Conquer, rule. From then on, Laozi will use this power to completely conquer the sea, so that King's Landing will rule the sea. Whether it's Whitebeard or the Virtual Circle organization, Laozi will also have the power to destroy you. And with Crocodile's words that sounded like a declaration, it made Analu's face, who was barely floating in the air, look particularly ugly. Virtual Circle organization? This guy wants to destroy the Virtual Circle organization. 336 Chapter 336 Lei Ying. Analu knew very well that the master of the Virtual Circle organization was the master of the Virtual Circle. Even in Analu's view, walking in the world as the master of the Virtual Circle was considered a member of the Virtual Circle organization. It's so arrogant that it makes me laugh. While Crocodile, who was inside the ancient weapon, Hades, was still laughing wildly, Enel's arrogant voice sounded above the ancient weapon, Hades. The mere humans also want to try to provoke the gods and attack the Virtual Circle organization. Enel's stance of looking down showed an unconcealed contempt for Crocodile. You got. Crocodile's voice paused, but he vaguely read the overtone from Analu's words and asked, do you know the Virtual Circle organization? Thunder slowly appeared on Enilu's body. Even though there was a huge gap in power compared to before, it also made Enilu's momentum rise. He said, this god is the god under the lord of the Virtual Circle. As soon as these words came out, even if the surrounding humans were still immersed in the shock and fear of the ancient weapon Pluto, they were instantly attracted by these words. What? The god under the lord of the Virtual Circle? In an instant, everyone's eyes on Anilu were different, and they also vaguely understood why they had never heard of such a level of powerhouse in the past. Also, why did Anilu dare to be so arrogant, opening his mouth and shutting his mouth as a god? It turns out that this guy is a member of the Virtual Circle organization. If so, everything seems to make sense. All at once everyone has a sense of sudden realization and understands the origin of this mysterious man, Anilu. Because of this, Anilu, who was covered with such a halo, even forcefully grabbed part of the attention of the people around him from the ancient weapon Pluto, and completely attracted the attention of Crocodile. It turns out that this guy is a member of the Virtual Circle organization. I was thinking about how to find you guys, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come out and even help me find the ancient weapon, Hades. Thank you so much, Anilu. As Crocodile's voice fell, the hundreds of secondary guns, naval guns, machine guns, etc. on the huge and ferocious giant ship Pluto slowly turned, aiming at any road above. In this regard, Anilu has an attitude of disapproval and does not pay any attention to those gun barrels that are thicker than human beings. After all, Anilu is not ignorant of mechanical mechanisms, otherwise Anilu would not be able to build the prototype of the Arc Proverbs. Therefore, after arriving in Qinghai, Anilu learned a lot of information about those shells in the sea through the ability of Heartnet. Solid round. This kind of cannonball has no effect on the gods, and there is no way to really touch the body of the gods. However, the next moment, accompanied by the turrets on the Pluto battleship, the ground shook. Chirp. Hundreds of jet black rays of light shot out in an instant, encircling Ani Road in a network in all directions. This time, Ion saw the attack of the ancient weapon Pluto clearly. The pitch black light may be somewhat similar in color to the Virtual Circle, but its nature and speed are more inclined to sparkling fruit of light. However, unlike the golden light released by General Paulsolino's glittering fruit, the light emitted by the Pluto battleship was incomparably dark, and Anilu's originally indifferent expression suddenly became unbearable. This kind of pitch black light was all too familiar to Anilu. The shot that shot into the sky just now not only made the land within the entire palace disappear in an instant, but also easily decomposed the 200 million volt thunder that constituted the Thor form. That is to say, even if Enel enters the state of elementalization, those dark rays of light can damage Enel. The thunder on Enel's body flickered, but it seemed like there was some obstacle, and it was difficult to arbitrarily perform explosive manipulations like in the past. The next moment, Anilu lifted the golden long stick with his backhand and struck the thunder drum behind him, releasing all the thunder that had been stored in the thunder thunder drum in advance. Dong dong, brontosaurus, crackling. For a time, several thunder dragons swept across the air, and along with rolling thunder, they blasted towards the pitch-black rays of light scattered below. Boom! With a series of violent explosions, countless arcs were blown apart, and Anilu took the opportunity to fly towards the sky in the state of elementalization, and went straight to the arc proverbs that stayed in the air. At this time, whether it was Ion who was frowning and watching the battle, or Anilu himself, they all noticed that the dark rays of light seemed to be affecting the ability of the devil fruit. If it wasn't for Enel's habit of storing a large amount of thunder in the thunder drum, then it is very likely that Enel was seriously injured or even died in the black light of the hundreds of salvos just now. Those dark rays of light have an effect similar to halustone. When the Thor form was defeated, Anilu obviously had a situation that was difficult to maintain. Obviously, under normal circumstances, as long as the natural devil fruit ability is not exhausted, it can be controlled at will. Could it be that being hit by the dark light will have a strong impact on the devil fruit ability user, so that it can hinder the ability user's ability to use to a certain extent? Ion's breathing involuntarily increased a bit, and his mind was quickly thinking about solving the big trouble in front of him: Crocodile and the ancient weapon Hades. And Anilu, who had successfully returned to being stagnant in mid-air, constantly spewing thunder clouds to maintain the weather, had now entered a state of complete anger. No matter what weapon it is, it will be completely annihilated by this god, Anilu said word by word, and then pressed his palm on the arc proverbs, pouring as much thunder as possible into it. The next moment, the speed of arc proverbs spewing thunder clouds accelerated more than 10 times, and a large number of terrifying thunder clouds entangled by thunder began to cover the entire sky. Immediately, with the movement of Anilu's palm, a large number of thunder clouds shrouded the ancient weapon Pluto from all directions. As for these thunder clouds created by the technology on arc proverbs rather than Enel's ability, the effect of the jet black light released by the ancient weapon Pluto was a big drop. Soon, a large number of thunder clouds were entangled, and even the huge ancient weapon Pluto was completely wrapped in it, forming a sphere composed of thunder clouds. Lei Ying. With the tone of Anilu's judgment falling, countless thunderbolts erupted in the thunder cloud ball, and even dyed the whole ball blue. 337 Chapter 337 Proverbs of the Crashed Arc. Thunder welcome. Boom. At this moment, as the countless thunders in the thunder cloud collided and erupted, the entire huge thunder cloud ball was turned into a gathering of thunders at a speed visible to the naked eye. This move is not even just the power of Anilu's pure explosion of sound thunder fruit, but more of the terrifying power that Anilu broke out with the help of arc proverbs and the thunder clouds of nature. Almost in an instant, the sand that originally carried the ancient weapon Pluto like sea water was completely crystallized, and even annihilated directly under the collision of countless thunders. The entire capital of the kingdom of Alabasta was shivering under this trick Lei Ying, and countless buildings shattered and collapsed under the agitation of the electric arc. Quick, protect the surrounding civilians as much as possible. As Jun urgently issued this order to his elite subordinates, the huge thunderball formed by Lei Ying immediately exploded, and the huge air wave swept through a large number of electric arcs in a circular direction and swept in all directions. Go. And when the air wave with terrifying high temperature and terrifying voltage exploded, Ion also had a hunch. Under the impact of this extremely lethal air wave, ordinary civilians will inevitably lead to pieces of death. Even though King Cobra had evacuated the citizens from the capital ahead of schedule under Ion's reminder, with the aftermath of Lei Ying, it was definitely enough to kill more than half of the population. However, in the face of this kind of disaster-like aftermath, Ion's own ability can't effectively stop it. But wind wall, Ion growled loudly, reminding Draco, who was not far from him, to keep hidden. The next moment, in the middle of the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, a gust of wind suddenly rose, quickly forming a wall-like wind wall. Boom. At the moment when the air waves collided with the wind wall, driven by the airflow of the wind wall, the direction of those air waves changed, and the remaining terrifying high temperature and terrifying voltage vented the remaining power towards the sky. Zitsize. Those citizens who were quite close to the wind wall could even clearly see the terrifying high temperature at the wind wall evaporating the moisture in the air, and hear a series of screeching sounds between those arc jumps. In the end, after more than 10 breaths, the terrifying aftermath slowly subsided. At this time, the capital city within the wind wall has completely changed, and even the overall terrain has formed a semi-funnel shape. All the buildings on the ground have been flattened, and occasionally only some debris can be seen buried deep above the ground. Is the world being destroyed? Heaven, natural disaster. It's so scary. I almost died. Countless citizens murmured to themselves, and most of them even fell to the ground. However, before they could recover from this world-destroying picture, King Cobra led the escort to appear in front and shouted loudly, "People, what are you still doing? Evacuate the capital. If you don't want to die, leave the capital as quickly as possible. Not only was King Cobra shouting, there were members of the escort rushing and shouting in different directions of the capital, urging the citizens not to stay and to evacuate the capital immediately. For a time, all the citizens woke up like a dream, struggled to get up, and ran away from the capital at an unprecedented speed in their lives. Here, it is no longer a place where they can stay. Whether it was the appearance of the ancient weapon, Hades, or the terrifying aftermath of the outbreak of Analu's power, it all means that if you want to save your life, you must never stay. Witnessing this move of King Cobra and the fact that a large number of citizens began to flee at the fastest speed, both Ion and Drago couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the situation deteriorating to such an extent and dealing with the ancient weapon Pluto, both Ion and Drago felt that the situation was gradually getting out of control. Originally, there was a complete certainty that innocent civilians could be prevented from being harmed, but this confidence has also been lost. The ancient weapon, Hades, is indeed beyond ordinary and terrifying. Ion and Drago, who was hiding in the dark, all stared at the giant ship of Hades, which seemed to have not changed as the thunderclouds dissipated. The horror of Lei Ying is absolutely enough to destroy a small island in an instant. The annihilation power generated by the collision of countless thunders in the center of the thundercloud is even more terrifying. However, even with this level of attack, it failed to effectively damage the surface of the Hades giant ship. However, this is not completely beyond the expectations of Yan and Drago, because Yan and Drago have already contacted Pluto in advance and understand that most of the structural materials on the surface of Pluto are the same as the historical text. It is made of a special hard material that originated from 800 years ago, and the historical text is made of this material and has the characteristics of being known as indestructible. Even so, because thunder has a considerable degree of restraint on metal, Ion and Drago still hope that the terrifying thunder will cause effective damage to the ancient weapon Pluto. At least, the internal mechanical structure of the ancient weapon Pluto was paralyzed. Boom. However, the next moment, just as Yan and Drago looked with a hint of expectation down, the giant ship Pluto suddenly shot 10 sub-cannons, shooting 10 dark rays of light directly at the arc proverbs above the sky. 176. Facing the extremely fast attack of the dark light, arc proverbs had no time to dodge and was directly hit by 10 dark lights. Boom. In the sound of an explosion, the golden flying boat arc proverbs built by the Revolutionary Army and Analu in less than a month directly turned into a big fireball, and a large amount of gold and mechanical debris fell to the ground weakly. Invalid. Both Yan and Drago's faces were a bit ugly, and they didn't even have time to care about Chi Analu's injury. Troublesome. Just as Ion muttered something, King Cobra led the escort and went straight to the front of the ancient weapon, Hades, and shouted, "Mr. Crocodile, please stop. Analu is dead. The war is over. Thank you for your help to the kingdom of Alabasta, and please come and see." Listening to King Cobra's cry, the giant ship of Hades was quiet for a moment, and then there was a mass of sand at the bow of the ship that quickly condensed into the image of Crocodile. Crocodile, with his head erect, wearing a black coat and smoking a cigar, breathed out a cigarette, his slender eyes condescendingly looking down at King Cobra below. 338. Chapter 338. Rapidly expanding ambition. As King Cobra watched Crocodile's appearance, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, with a hint of hope for a peaceful solution, and spoke again. "Mr. Crocodile, thank you for your help. The kingdom of Alabasta will never forget your kindness, and from now on you will be recorded in the history of the kingdom of Alabasta as a hero. Neferuda, the Lee family will always remember your kindness." Listening to King Cobra's grateful words, Crocodile laughed suddenly, even exaggeratedly, as if he was out of breath. Ha 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 ha. In that exaggerated laughter, there was a hint of strong irony and ridicule, revealing deep disdain for King Cobra. King Cobra's face sank slightly, but he still insisted on smiling and said, "Mr. Crocodile, if you have any demands for the kingdom of Alabasta, you can do whatever you want." The next moment, Crocodile stopped smiling, looked down at King Cobra and said, "Cobra, do you really think Laozi came to the kingdom of Alabasta to do charity? He came to be a great hero." Immediately, Crocodile's voice rose and asked rhetorically, "What are you kidding? I'm a pirate who wants to dominate the sea. Do you think I'll go all the way to the kingdom of Alabasta to be a so-called hero? Hee. I have long known that the ancient weapon, Hades, is hidden in the kingdom of Alabasta, so my purpose was to steal the kingdom of Alabasta at first, and then slowly dig to find the location of the ancient weapon, Hades. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that, under the violent lightning strike of Analu, I had already planned to give up this idea and sneak underground to escape, but it happened that I just found the burial place of the ancient weapon, Hades. This is God's will. It is destined to let Laozi get the ancient weapon Pluto, which is enough to destroy the world, and let Laozi dominate the sea." Crocodile's unabashed declaration exudes wild ambition and desire. Immediately afterwards, Crocodile's voice was full of sarcasm. Now, you asked Lao Tzu to leave the giant ship of Hades and talk to you. It's really whimsical. Do you really think Lao Tzu can't guess what you think? Hearing this, King Cobra's expression became extremely ugly, and he understood that it was impossible to retake the giant ship of Hades by means of communication. This bastard named Crocodile entered the kingdom of Alabasta with this evil idea of stealing the kingdom of Alabasta and taking the giant ship of Hades to dominate the sea. Damn, how could I be so naive in the past, thinking that no one should know about the Pluto giant ship and no one will be able to find it. King Cobra clenched his fists but warned with the last glimmer of hope. Mr. Crocodile, the giant ship of Hades is synonymous with evil, calamity and destruction. Using it to satisfy one's own desires will make oneself fall into a state of utter doom. However, before King Cobra finished speaking, as Crocodile raised his finger, a fort that was closest to King Cobra turned and aimed directly at King Cobra. Sure, with a soft sound, a jet of black light suddenly shot towards King Cobra, and King Cobra, whose physique was only slightly stronger than ordinary people, widened his eyes, but it was too late to dodge anything. Whoosh! The next moment, just as the dark light was about to hit King Cobra, Ion passed by King Cobra as quickly as the wind and pulled King Cobra away. Boom! The next moment the dark light hit the ground and exploded, blowing the bodyguards who had been following behind King Cobra directly to pieces. And along with Ion, it was Jun. The golden streamer swept across. Jin Chenyun ran to the front of Crocodile, and the armed collar wrapped around the blade was so strong and powerful that it was enough to easily destroy the body of a natural devil fruit capable person. Cut into two pieces. Good chance. Jun, who had been waiting for the moment to take action, burst out with terrifying speed and strength at this moment. Even though Jun understood that the original mission of arriving in the kingdom of Alabasta this time was to authenticate the identity of King Shichibukai to Crocodile. However, after Crocodile touched the taboo of the ancient weapon Hades, his position has undoubtedly stood on the opposite side of the world government and the navy. Not to mention the arrogant speech of Crocodile just now, it is enough to be listed as a dangerous person in the sea by Jun. However, swish! At the moment when the golden Chenyuben lips in Jun's hands hit Crocodile, Crocodile's body completely turned into a handful of sand and disappeared in the bow of the ship. Damn! It felt a pity that Jun, who was only a moment away, stopped at the bow of the boat. Immediately, Jun's domineering arrogance suddenly gave an early warning, and a sense of danger flooded into his heart. The next moment, several gun batteries around the bow of the ship instantly shot out jet black light towards Jun. But fortunately, Jun evaded ahead of time and quickly moved away from the bow of the ship with his flexible and slender legs. While paying attention to Jun's situation, Ion's figure changed rapidly, and he opened a distance of thousands of meters in almost an instant, and then put King Cobra down. Your Excellency Yasuo, thank you so much. King Cobra, who still had some lingering fears, said gratefully, it's too dangerous, don't approach rashly. Ion said succinctly in a low voice. King Cobra gritted his teeth and said, it's just, I have to stop Crocodile. If this continues, not only the kingdom of Alabasta but even the entire sea will be over. Ion moved in his heart, realizing that the Nefertari family, as the guardian of the ancient weapon Pluto, and a family that has experienced 100 years of blankness, must know many secrets, and turned to ask, why? Even if this giant ship is terrifying, it is far from the point where it will destroy the entire conference. And King Cobra shook his head, stared at Ion's eyes for a long time, and then said, Your Excellency Yasuo, you are right. The power exerted by the ancient weapon Pluto may easily destroy the kingdom of Alabasta, but it is not enough to destroy the sea. But it has a mission that must be completed. If this goes on, the ancient weapon Hades will definitely be ruled by the world. Having said this, King Cobra paused, withheld the last word, and said vaguely, destroyed. This is the end. 339 Chapter 339 Pluto's manipulation method. If it's destroyed, it's over. Ion listened to King Cobra's last words and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Ion easily deduced from King Cobra's words that the mission of the ancient weapon Hades must be deeply related to the world government and even an important force to restrain the world government. But because of this, with the appearance of the ancient weapon Pluto, it will inevitably lead to the destruction and attack of the world government. You must know that the ancient weapon Hades did not appear in some desert island but in the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. In this case, let alone the world government, I am afraid that even the news agency has already received the news, right? Therefore, as long as the world government is not corrupted and incompetent to a certain point, then the world government will inevitably send all its forces to destroy the ancient weapon, the Pluto. Under such predictable circumstances, King Cobra fantasized about being able to keep the ancient weapon Pluto instead of keeping his relationship with the ancient weapon Pluto so as to keep the kingdom of Alabasta? Is it too naive, or was the ancient weapon Pluto really so important that it had to be kept that King Cobra would say such a thing? Immediately, Ion pointed at Jun and the group of CP9 agents dressed in black suits who had just arrived at the edge of the capital and said the world government should have received the information. Listening to Ion's reminder, King Cobra's expression was complicated and desperate. The family has shouldered the Guardian mission for more than 800 years, but in the end it didn't expect it to end up like this. Your Excellency Yasuo, Your Excellency Yasuo. Immediately, King Cobra grabbed Ion's palm tightly as if he was holding the last straw and said, whether it's for the kingdom of Alabasta or the future of the sea, help me. What do I need to do? Ion asked. Even now, King Cobra didn't want to hide it and chose to tell some important information about the ancient weapon Hades. Ancient weapon Pluto, as the ultimate weapon 800 years ago, has the strongest armored defense, can shatter the island's Pluto cannon, hundreds of sub-cannons without dead ends, a steady stream of ability acquisition methods, and to the devil the restraining light of the fruit-powered person. As a war-killing weapon, Hades is almost a perfect existence. After a pause, King Cobra swallowed his saliva and said, but I know one thing about Pluto's flaws, that is, as an ancient weapon 800 years ago, the way the Pluto giant ship is manipulated is completely different from that of ordinary warships. That is, the driving of the Pluto ship is controlled by the mind, and it has extremely high requirements for the user's fit. Although I don't know why Crocodile has the ability to control, he is obviously not familiar with it. Listening to these top-secret information about the Pluto giant ship, Ion's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. The giant ship of Hades, is it controlled by the mind? No wonder, when Ion and Drago observed the Pluto giant ship up close, they couldn't find the captain's cab, and the cab, they thought it was hidden somewhere. Unexpectedly, the driving method of the Pluto giant ship is completely different. But having said this, Ion also understood why Crocodile was able to control the Hades to attack by himself. You must know that according to common sense, let alone a huge warship called the Pluto giant ship, which can be called a small island, even a regular warship of the Navy headquarters requires 1,000 well-trained naval soldiers to cooperate with each other to operate, and if it is calculated according to the volume with the size of the Pluto giant ship, it is almost impossible for the Pluto giant ship to operate normally without more than 100,000 people. But soon, Ion recovered from this important information and asked, Your Majesty, do you mean to take the opportunity to break the Pluto giant ship while Crocodile has not yet been able to master the Pluto giant ship? King Cobra gritted his teeth and said, No, I want you to send me to the Hades ship. As long as I can enter the interior of the Hades, I have the opportunity to take back control of the Hades from Crocodile. Yan's eyes widened slightly and asked, You can also control the Hades giant ship? Yes. King Cobra nodded and replied, If it is like this. Ion fell into thought, took this important information into consideration, and asked, Your Majesty, where do you need to enter the Pluto ship? King Cobra pondered for a moment, pointed to a central area on top of the Hades giant ship, and said, Send me in that area. With my fit for the Pluto ship, there is definitely a chance to grab control from Crocodile. When the destructive power of the Pluto ship will drop sharply, there will be a chance to destroy Crocodile expelled from the Pluto ship. Your Majesty, if you enter the same area as Crocodile inside the giant ship of Hades, with Crocodile's power, you may die in an instant. Yan reminded, This can be assured. According to the information left by the ancestors of the family, in order to protect the manipulator, the giant ship of Hades can wrap the manipulator's body. So as long as I can control the giant ship of Hades, then Crocodile will not be hurt. King Cobra replied, Okay, I'll try my best. Up to now, the top priority is to solve the trouble of Crocodile first, otherwise it is almost impossible to stop Crocodile really controlling the ancient weapon Pluto to wreak havoc. If Crocodile escaped to the sea with the ancient weapon Pluto, it would be even more difficult to know how much wind and waves would have to be turned up and how many variables would be brought to the sea. Therefore, Ion can only temporarily pin his hopes on King Cobra. But just when Ian was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something, and the eyebrows under the mask wrinkled slightly. Immediately, Ion took off his outermost robe and put it on King Cobra instead. This is it? Asked King Cobra. This piece of clothing has some special defensive properties which can effectively protect His Majesty. His Majesty must take it off anyway. Ion explained. Okay, King Cobra replied, tightening his robe. 177. At this time, Jun and the CP9 team were constantly trying to attack the Hades. However, under the control of Crocodile, the Pluto giant ship continuously released a large amount of pitch-black light from its secondary guns, which slammed Jun and the CP9 team into a panic. 340 Chapter 340th Tempest / Obviously, under the terrifying power of the ancient weapon Pluto, even if Crocodile hadn't hadn't been able to control it skillfully, he could easily suppress Jun and the entire team of CP9 members. And this, Ian also feels that Crocodile is more of a cat and mouse trick, using the power of the ancient weapon Hades to deliberately play with the enemy to satisfy the joking psychology, otherwise the result may be more than just suppressing it. However, this is also a good opportunity. Ian's thoughts move up, Ian said in a low voice, not only reminding King Cobra but also Darag. Next moment, Yan grabbed King Cobra with one hand, and his figure was like a swift shadow, and he swept toward the ancient weapon Hades. In the distance, whoosh, with the deliberate cooperation of Drago, a gust of wind was entwined around Yan's body all the time, as if Yan was walking on the wind, using the power of the wind to move forward. Soon, Crocodile noticed Ian's rapidly approaching figure. Are you looking for death? Crocodile muttered to himself, manipulating the turret on the Hades battleship to turn, and a large amount of dark light shrouded Ion like a large net. Whirlwind slash. Ion slashed out with a slash, and a whirlwind formed in front of him. The violent whirlwind cut through everything that came close, but the dark rays of light seemed to have a great restraining effect on the ability of the devil fruit, directly blasting the whirlwind into big holes. However, under the traction of the violent whirlwind, the dark light like a big net still produced a certain degree of cheapness, resulting in a gap. Enough. Ion speeded up again, secretly keeping preparations to release bounding road number 81 broken air to protect himself, and his figure quickly swept through the gap and arrived at the bottom of the giant ship of Hades. Immediately, Ion didn't stop at all, and his body was clinging to the hull of the Hades giant ship and charged straight up at 90 degrees. And King Cobra, who was being pulled by Ion, only felt the continuous rotation of the sky at this moment, and the surrounding things were changing so quickly that it was difficult to see clearly. Among them, there was a huge tearing pain from the wrist of King Cobra that was pulled by Ion, as if the arm would be torn off in the next moment. Pain. King Cobra subconsciously wanted to open his mouth and scream in pain, but a large amount of wind filled his mouth under the high-speed movement, and he could only emit a series of bursts. Lulu. Gradually, King Cobra's eyes paled slightly, and he was dragged around like a rag by Ion. Hurry up, I can't hold on, and if this goes on like this, I will die. At this moment, King Cobra understood that his body couldn't recognize the speed of this man at all, and he could only pray in his heart. And Ion, who jumped to the deck of the Pluto battleship, will also enter an important sprint stage at this time. Under the high tension, he has no intention to pay attention to King Cobra's feelings. Sprint. At this moment, he is on the Pluto battleship, surrounded by countless fortresses that have begun to turn around. Ion can't stay a little bit. Otherwise, once Crocodile reacts and manipulates countless turrets to turn and aim, then this dash will be in vain. And with the burden of King Cobra, Ion may be able to guarantee that he can retire completely, but King Cobra is likely to pay the price with his life. Whizzing. Ian raised Shunpo's speed almost to the limit, and his figure on the deck turned into an afterimage that could only be barely captured by seeing domineering, and went straight to the center area. So fast. Witnessing that extraordinary speed, Jun, who was holding down the ancient weapon Hades, and members of the CP9 organization couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, the size of the ancient weapon Pluto was too large, and the area on the deck was no less than that of a small island. Even though Ion was extremely fast, it was impossible to cross that long distance in an instant, and the time for counting breaths was enough for Crocodile to react and realize that Ion and King Cobra probably had some plan. Don't try to succeed. The next moment, Ion's eyes shrank slightly, and he saw that a large amount of sand suddenly poured out from all over the deck that covered the fort like a huge wave. Crocodile, what's going on? Has his fruit ability increased? It was clearly on the Pluto giant ship that had no sand, and he was able to break out this level of sand waves. Untouchable. As for Crocodile's ability information, Ian has already collected it through various channels during this period of time. Crocodile is a Shasha fruit ability, but the essence of his ability is dry and moisture absorption. As long as it is entangled by his sand, in addition to the terrible pressure and squeezing force, the water in the body will be lost at an extremely fast speed, thus turning into a mummified corpse. The wind blowing more and more violently in Yan's ears seemed to remind Yan of something. Yes, Darag. With the tacit understanding between Drago, Ion has already read the meaning of the sky. Drago, he can solve this sand wave. Even if Drago cannot be above board due to his identity, he appeared, but he was confident that he could control the strong wind from a distance to solve the rolling sand waves. Don't let me down, Ion murmured, and then matched the gesture and slashed. Breathless slash. The wind that was entangled in Yan's body all the time suddenly rose, turning into a huge wind blade and slashing forward with the trend of destroying and pulling away. Boom. When the wind passes, the sand waves are divided into 2 points. Ion pulled King Cobra quickly across the gap in the sand wave waves and headed straight for the center area. Almost at this time, Ion's eyes could vaguely see the central area of the Pluto ship. Where is it? Ion turned back and asked, and was surprised to find that King Cobra was pale and his eyes were almost white. Have you been affected by the attack of the Hades giant ship? Hold on, Ian said in a hurry, and his figure sped up a bit, avoiding the locks of one fort after another. Almost there. Just as Ion was overjoyed and was about to enter that area, 9 artillery turrets suddenly rose in front of him and aimed directly at Ion's direction. Choo choo choo. Another large net of jet black light that blocked the angles of avoidance was shrouded in. 341 Chapter 341 Hades Bruton. At the same time, on the edge of the capital city of the Kingdom of Alabasta, an image transmission phone bug has just been successfully deployed to simultaneously transmit the image of the ancient weapon Hades to the powers of the Holy Land Mary Joa. Pluto. Witnessing the familiar outline on the screen projected by the video phone bug, Wu Laoxing suddenly stood up and his face changed greatly. There is still a well-preserved ancient weapon in the sea. Hades, what are you kidding? It cannot be allowed. It must be completely destroyed. Kingdom of Alabasta, let that unit go. The 5 old stars made a decision almost instantly, without the slightest procrastination in the past and the style of looking forward to the future. What is the real threat of the world government? The real enemy? No one knows better than the 5 old stars. The ancient weapon Pluto, the kind of existence that can truly threaten the foundation of the world government, must not remain in the sea. The eyes of the 5 old stars were full of fierce light, and they could not wait to immediately destroy the giant Pluto ship, which was almost the same size as a small island. As for the reaction of the world government, even though Ion is not clear, he is expected. It is precisely because of this that Ion is so eager to deal with Crocodile and regain control of the ancient weapon Hades. For this reason, Ion is on a rare adventure himself. Choo choo choo. Looking at the dark web of light that was approaching in the blink of an eye, Ian knew that he couldn't step back. Once the rhythm is disrupted and stays in place for a while, then the next thing you will face is the endless bombardment of the dark light around you. Ion is not the unscrupulous physical monster of Kaido. He is just a normal Earthman. Even if his body has been exercised to the limit, he is destined to not be able to withstand much hair. Do you want to use the power of the soul chopping blade? Senbon Sakura and Ruo Renruo Huo can't be used, and other soul chopping swords will break down a bit as ordinary swordsmen, but they must release their power. In the rush of Yan's thoughts, the hand holding the soul chopping blade tightened just as he was about to release the power of soul chopping blade divine retribution to forcibly resist the dark light. A thunder column crashed into the sky. God's punishment. Crackling. For a time, under the bombardment of this thunder, the dark light that surrounded Ion was instantly melted by a small half, revealing a gap. Here you go, Ian praised, and the speed that had dropped slightly increased again, and quickly walked through the 9 forts. On a rooftop where a hole had been smashed out of the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Anilu was covered in blood, holding the eaves with one hand, and lifted up in the direction of the Pluto ship with flashing lightning in the other hand. Hardnet, listen. Ion's praise subconsciously responded in a proud tone. Isn't it? Of course. Enel, our gods. After breaking through the 9 forts on the edge of the central area, Ion finally officially set foot in the central area that King Cobra said. It's just that the area of the central area is no less than the size of half a football field. Ion's eyes swept back and forth, trying to find a place similar to the entrance. However, what you see is completely flat, and there is no so-called entrance at all. Let me go. Let me down. At this moment, the faint voice of King Cobra reached Ion's ears. Boom. When Ion heard the words, his figure instantly changed from extreme motion to extreme silence, and he let down King Cobra. Crash. In an instant, King Cobra opened his mouth and spit out all the undigested food. At the same time, King Cobra tremblingly took out a golden knife from his arms and swiped it at the palm of his hand, then pressed it towards the ancient weapon Hades. Bruton. The Nefertali family came following an ancient contract. The next moment, under Ion's gaze, the ground on which King Cobra was sitting seemed to melt, slowly pulling King Cobra down, and King Cobra raised his bluish and white face to glance at Ion, and explained with a difficult smile. Pluto has a certain degree of consciousness, similar to a weapon formed by devouring devil fruits, and Bruton is his name. Next, I'll leave it to you, Your Excellency Yasuo. As King Cobra's last words fell, he was also completely engulfed by the ancient weapon Hades. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 178. Bruton. Ion watched the place where King Cobra disappeared and muttered the name of the ancient weapon Hades. As the ancient weapon Pluto suddenly became quiet, all the turrets stopped turning, followed by a violent tremor. Boom. Cobra, you bastard, get out of here. Don't hinder me. Crocodile. Pluto is absolutely impossible to hand over to a villain like you. For a time, 2 completely different voices appeared inside Hades, and the movements of everyone around stopped immediately. quietly observing the changes of Hades' giant ship, and the tremor of the Pluto ship is getting stronger and stronger, and a large number of turrets start to rotate randomly and spray jet black light. Boom boom boom. Immediately, with the giant ship of Hades as the center, countless jet black rays of light were sprayed in disorder, causing bursts of explosions. Crocodile, your ambitions have come to an end. Leave the Hades giant ship. Guhahaha, what a joke. As long as the sea still exists, the ambition of mankind will never end. In this case, it is better to let Laozi's ambition be above everyone else. This Pluto giant ship is the realization, the basis of this wish. Cobra, as cowardly and incompetent as you can understand this ideal, I only know that the Pluto ship has a mission that he must complete and cannot be wasted on this desire. What nonsense mission? The lie left 800 years ago. Do you really think there will be a chance to achieve it? In short, give it up, Crocodile. You will never be the opponent of the Nefertari family for the control of Hades. Guhahaha, Cobra, you are really an idiot. Don't you understand now? I also have the blood of the Nefertari family in my body. Otherwise, why do you think I know the kingdom of Alabasta? Is there information about an ancient weapon Pluto buried in the ground? At this moment, not only King Cobra was stunned, but even Ion, who was still standing in the central area of the Hades giant ship waiting for Crocodile to be forced out, couldn't help but be surprised. 342 Chapter 342 Ancestors. There is a problem. Crocodile actually has the blood of the Nefertari family in his body. In this case, it is likely to be troublesome. Ion knew immediately that the situation would never develop as King Cobra expected. At this time, King Cobra was completely stunned, and he did not expect that Crocodile would also be one of the descendants of the Nefertari family. Ancestors, you have a big problem. You kept seeds outside and leaked information about ancient weapons. At this moment, King Cobra was not only scolding his mother, but even scolded his ancestors once for the 18th generation. No wonder King Cobra wondered why Crocodile had the ability to manipulate the ancient weapon Pluto, but it turned out to be a family after all. So, is the trouble this time all left by the ancestors? If it were an outsider, even if he accidentally discovered the ancient weapon Pluto, he would definitely not have the ability to manipulate it. As a result, this has led to the fact that the entire Pluto battleship has now been dug out. In comparison, King Cobra really would rather have all the graves of his ancestors dug up, which is better than having all the battleships of Hades dug up now. A few the dumbfounded King Cobra could only speak. Crocodile, since you are also a member of the Nefertari family, then you should understand the importance of the ancient weapon, the Pluto. Hehe, I don't care about that kind of thing, and I only have a little blood of the Nefertari family flowing in my body. I'm not a Nefertari. After a pause, Crocodile, who was constantly fighting with King Cobra for control of the Hades battleship, said, Cobra, get out of this guy. My goal is only the sea. As long as you are willing to get out, I can promise not to destroy the kingdom of Alabasta. Do you think I will still believe you? Pirates. King Cobra, who had no illusions, refused Crocodile's proposal without hesitation. Okay, you guys really think I can't help you, right? The next moment, the ground carrying the Hades giant ship quickly appeared, a large area of desertification, and a large amount of land turned into rolling yellow sand almost instantly. Immediately, these rolling yellow sand began to surging just like a rolling sea of sand, and the heavy ship of Hades began to move. What does this guy want to do? As the Pluto ship began to move, Ion, who was standing in the center area, bent down slightly to avoid being hit by the dark light that was moving and shooting indiscriminately. Boom. And what kind of concept does the island-sized giant ship start to move? It almost seems like a huge mountain is running on the earth. The ground is all deserted, and the only remaining obstacles are crushed by the giant ship of Hades. All smashed. Where does Crocodile want to go? What is his goal? Don't worry about other things. Stop the Pluto giant ship from leaving the land, and it will be more difficult to deal with it when it enters the sea. For a time, with the end of the communication between the CP9 team and the boss, they began to try to block the Pluto ship. However, even though Crocodile and King Cobra were vying for control so that the forts on the giant ship were almost out of control, the hundreds of forts firing indiscriminately were still a great threat. More importantly, no one knew how to stop an island-like ship from advancing. Bombing, punching, blocking, allowing the members of the CP9 team to continue to block. It was just as ridiculous as a man's arm and a car. Even Jun tried to slash with all his strength but still failed to cause damage to the hull of the Pluto ship. Boom. The giant ship of Hades rolled forward under the load of the sand sea and quickly rushed out of the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile, what do you want? Asked King Cobra. You'll find out soon, Cobra. Crocodile's voice followed and then said, found it? What? King Cobra and Ion were both puzzled for a moment, then looked forward in unison. At the end of the line of sight, a small figure can be seen standing there, and the logos on their clothes can easily distinguish their identity as the guardian of the kingdom. Princess Vivi. The next moment King Cobra and Ion reacted. Crocodile's target is Princess Vivi. Cobra, either you get out of here or you try to stop me. As Crocodile's voice fell, hundreds of turrets on the giant ship Pluto turned in the direction of Princess Waiwei, but most of them reversed in the next moment and a small part was stagnant. Ahahaha, idiot. I only need to snatch a few cannons. How can you control it completely? Crocodile, don't. Just as King Cobra's voice full of despair and anger sounded under the control of Crocodile, nearly 10 forts spewed jet black light directly in the direction of Princess Vivi. Choo choo choo. At this time, it was out of the scope of the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and it was inconvenient for Drago to show up for action, and Yon couldn't use the false wind swordsmanship at all. Damn. Ion cursed secretly and whispered, the 81 binding Deo. Broken space. Immediately, a nearly transparent invisible barrier blocked the front of the Hades giant ship, directly blocking the 7 dark rays of light. However, even though Ion had already prepared for the release of breaking the air and expanded its range to the maximum, it was still impossible to compare the distance between the fort and the fort of Hades' giant ship, which was half an island smaller than the distance between them. This also led to 3 more dark rays of light that crossed the obstacle of breakthrough and went straight to the direction of Princess Waiwei in the distance. Bastard Crocodile. Ha 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 ha. Under the very different voices of King Cobra and Crocodile, the pitch black light approached not far from Princess Vivi and his party almost instantly. Princess, be careful. Akalem, who had no time to escape, quickly protected Princess Waiwei in her arms, trying to protect Princess Waiwei with her own body, and Princess Waiwei's wide eyes were quickly occupied by the 3 dark rays of light. At the moment of lightning, a beautiful red figure suddenly appeared in front of Princess Waiwei, and the perfect jade legs swept away in an elegant manner. Boom! The 3 jet black rays of light were directly kicked away, and then exploded in mid-air. What a nice view! Just as Princess Waiwei was shocked by the beautiful face of this slightly profiled woman, a proud and self-willed voice sounded from her body. Hey, are you from the Alabasta royal family? Where is that little bitch? Princess Vivi. 343 Chapter 343. You will regret it. Princess Waiwei, little bitch. Akalem's expression, which was originally confused by Hancock's beautiful profile face, was instantly cleared, and then he became completely angry. You bastard, talk. Akalem. Before Akalem could finish speaking, Princess Vivi quickly tugged at his sleeve and stopped Akalem from the next words. Was Princess Waiwei angry to be given such a title so abruptly? Certainly. Although Princess Waiwei is still young, she also understands that this is definitely not a kind name. In just one short day after Princess Waiwei experienced the series of drastic changes, she completely understood that this was not her time to be self-willed at all. For the survival of the Nefertari family, for the continuation of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and for the safety of countless citizens, those so-called face and dignity are not worth mentioning at all. What's more, the overly beautiful woman in front of her looked very powerful, so powerful that she could easily kick those dark rays of light away, and she seemed so powerful that she could help her father and teacher Yasuo. Immediately, Princess Vivi, who was guarded by Akalem, showed a grateful expression to Hancock and introduced herself. Thank you for your help just now. I am the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Waiwei. What? Hancock's expression instantly became extremely shocked, and it was still the kind that couldn't be added. And as Hancock came back to his senses a little and carefully looked at Princess Waiwei's figure and age, he fell into a double, no, triple shock. How possible? You are Princess Vivi? Hancock stammered. Yes, she is the noble and only princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Akalem answered directly. Well, this sister, I am Princess Waiwei. Princess Waiwei also repeated. Hancock, who was still keeping his feet raised, slowly folded his legs, turned to face Princess Vivi, and rubbed his slender fingers unconsciously on his chin, repeating in a murmur. Princess Waiwei, is it like this? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't. But that clip sound seems to be really right. And as Hancock turned around, Princess Vivi and Akalem were as shocked as Hancock was. Not only was he shocked by Hancock's beautiful face, but more importantly, the woman in front of me who could kick the black light with one foot was actually a pregnant woman. The already bulging belly made Akalem and Princess Vivi look at each other in dismay. How is this possible? A pregnant woman can kick Pluto's attack. However, it is different from Princess Vivi and Hancock, who can still talk normally. At this time, Ion, who was on the ancient weapon Pluto, saw Hancock's appearance and even tried to block the dark light. The whole person was going crazy. Hancock, how could she be in such a dangerous place? According to the time calculation, Hancock's pregnancy period at this time is almost 5 months. 5 months. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 179. In the past life, the shocking incidents of pregnant women dancing disco were simply weak. Laozi is only 5 months old, and he is still a 5-month-old child in his mother's womb. Len is already going to follow her mother to face the ancient weapon known as the Pluto that can destroy the world. This is not a story about my child who has not yet been born and whose beginning of life is already someone else's end. But Hancock only needs a little bit of mistakes, and the beginning and end of his child's life is a tragedy that is a thin line. At this moment ENU experienced Hancock's suffocating willfulness. Although I don't know why Hancock appeared here, it is clear that her willfulness did not take into account the feelings of the life in her stomach. And just when Ion was going crazy, Crocodile also found that after the 10 dark rays of light were blocked by a barrier for 7, the remaining 3 were also blocked because of the distance. People were kicked away. Can you stop it once? Can you stop it 10 times? Crocodile seemed to be playing with his opponent, and a voice full of wickedness sounded, and a large number of artillery turrets on the giant ship Pluto began to turn again under the control of Crocodile. Even though King Cobra was trying his best to stop it, it was impossible for King Cobra to stop every fort, as neither side of the control had an absolute advantage. The next moment hundreds of fortresses aimed in the direction of Hancock and Princess Waiwei in unison. However, Crocodile's move completely touched Yan's bottom line. Perhaps between exposing his identity and saving Princess Waiwei, Yan will consider again and again whether the hesitation is worth it. However, now the Pluto giant ship is targeting Ion's wife Hancock and the unborn child. Crocodile, you are courting death. Yan's voice full of unparalleled anger roared out, and his body flashed directly in front of the giant ship of Hades, facing the hundreds of gun turrets that slowly glowed with dark light. Your Excellency Yasuo, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Gohaha. Yasuo, do you want to face the power of the ancient weapon Pluto in person? The very different voices of King Cobra and Crocodile sounded almost simultaneously. For King Cobra's persuasion, Ion did not pay any attention to it at all, but said with a gloomy expression, Crocodile, give up the shelling, or don't blame me. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Ion's words, Crocodile said with laughter, Yasuo, you really care about that Princess Waiwei. From the very beginning, you ruined the attack plan I carefully prepared for Princess Waiwei. After that, as a swordsman strong enough to venture into the seas of the New World, you were willing to stay in the palace and become a so-called kendo teacher. Also, you are willing to follow Laozi to face Inalu for Princess Waiwei. So now Laozi is a little curious if you are willing to die for Princess Waiwei. As Crocodile's voice fell, the turrets that were ready to go slowly turned and instead aimed in the direction of Ion. Yasuo, didn't you once say, death is like the wind? Is it always with me? Since this is the case, then don't hide and feel the despairing power of the ancient weapon Pluto for yourself. I promise that as long as you don't die, I will never attack Princess Waiwei. 344 Chapter 344 Yasuo, go to death. Ion's eyes slowly became sharp, as if he saw Crocodile laughing through the dark and thick outer armor of the ancient weapon Pluto. Immediately, Ion quietly crushed a phone bug that had been prepared in advance, and said, Crocodile, as I said, you will regret your choice today. Regret? I have never regretted anything in my life. Crocodile's proud and arrogant voice resounded in the ancient weapon Hades. Feel death under the terror of Hades. Yasuo and King Cobra, who desperately prevented the turret from aiming at Ion, shouted hoarsely, Your Excellency Yasuo, get out of the way. Crocodile wants to use this as an excuse to eliminate your threat. The next moment, even with King Cobra's blocking, there were still 70 or 80 fortresses emitting a pitch-black light that seemed to be enough to devour and annihilate everything. You must know that the power of each of these dark rays of light is no less than the power of the main guns of the naval battleships in the demon-slaying order. Not to mention that these dark rays of light have a strange restrained effect on devil fruit users. 60 or 70 rays of light came densely in the direction of Ion like raindrops, covering Ion's line of sight almost instantly. At this moment, Ion is like an ant facing the rolling flood, which is unusually inconspicuous. Get out of the way, Your Excellency Yasuo. King Cobra's voice was still sounding, but Ion didn't move at all, letting the dark light wash over. Boom. In just an instant, the original position of Ion was completely submerged by the dark light, and then it exploded. No. Teacher Yasuo. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Princess Waiwei's eyes widened and she couldn't believe Yan's death. Impossible. Yasuo, teacher can't just die like this. Princess Waiwei widened her eyes diligently, trying to find the familiar figure again in the distant sky, until a piece of clothing belonging to Ion slowly fell from the sky, but Ion himself had completely disappeared without a trace in an unobstructed sky. Guhahaha. Yasuo, this idiot, isn't this smashed to pieces? He's really a big idiot. As a swordsman, you should be alone. If you try to save others, you will only lose your life. Result. Crocodile's wanton laughter echoed around, and the giant ship of Pluto continued to drive fast in the direction of Princess Vivi under the load of the Sand Sea. However, since this guy likes so much and cares about Princess Waiwei so much, let me send Princess Waiwei down to accompany him. After a pause, Crocodile continued to threaten King Cobra and said, "Cobra, this is your last chance. Will you give up the control of Hades? Otherwise, I will definitely blast Princess Waiwei out of the scum next time." "No way." King Cobra's voice was full of guilt and even shouted with a hint of weeping. "How can your majesty Yasuo's sacrifice be wasted in vain? Even if the Nefertari family ends here, they will definitely stop you bastards' evil deeds. If that's the case, then watch Princess Waiwei die with your own eyes." The next moment, with the threat of Crocodile falling, the fort on the giant ship Pluto slowly began to turn again, and King Cobra did everything he could to stop Crocodile, even turning the fort under his control to bombard the adjacent fort. Boom boom boom. However, Crocodile seems to be deliberately torturing King Cobra's last will and spirit so as to disintegrate King Cobra's continuous wrestling with him for the control of the giant ship of Hades. So Crocodile allowed King Cobra to keep stopping him, letting him control some of the forts to bombard adjacent forts. Crocodile is still constantly manipulating the sand sea, carrying the giant ship of Hades like a mountain to move towards Princess Vivi. Hundreds of forts under the control of Crocodile are also slowly aiming in the direction of Princess Vivi again. Dark glow. Princess Waiwei, run away. Seeing this, Akalem was about to pull Princess Waiwei to escape, but Princess Waiwei, who had tears in her eyes, shook her head as if she had lost all motivation to escape and said, "No need, Akalem, run away alone with the escort. Mr. Yasuo has already sacrificed for me. I don't want to hurt you anymore. Now Crocodile's goal is only me, and I won't go after you." "Yes, run away." "Impossible. We are the guardians of the Alabasta Kingdom, and our mission is to protect the Alabasta Kingdom and the Nefertari family," Akalem said firmly, and the rest of the bodyguards blocked the front of Princess Waiwei with their bodies without the slightest retreat, even if they understand that what they need to face next is a meaningless death. The next moment, the dark rays of light condensed by the hundreds of fortresses on the Pluto giant ship that aimed in the direction of Princess Waiwei flashed, and hundreds of dark rays of terrifying power came in this direction like shooting stars. "What a mess." Seeing this, Hancock murmured, "Although I don't understand the situation a little bit, but this Princess Waiwei is the beloved of her concubine and husband, so she can't be bombarded to death like this." Immediately, Hancock slowly raised one foot, covering it with a domineering armed look just as he was about to block it. "Hancock, you are not allowed to move." It was almost inscribed in Hancock's soul, and the voice belonging to Ion suddenly sounded behind Hancock. "Dissolution." Thousands of Sakura Jinjian. At the moment when hundreds of dark rays of light rushed in with the breath of death, an endless wave of pink cherry blossoms suddenly rose behind Hancock and Princess Waiwei. At this moment, Hancock and Princess Waiwei suddenly seemed to be in a dreamlike world of cherry blossoms, and the endless waves of cherry blossoms collided with the hundreds of jet black rays of light. Boom! The explosion and the roar are endless, but Hancock and Princess Waiwei, who were sheltered by the wave of cherry blossoms, did not even feel the slightest aftermath except for the huge noise. In the end, after the roaring explosion that lasted for a full breath, the 100 dark rays of light were perfectly blocked. Behind Hancock and Princess Vivi, the cherry blossom wave separated, and Yan, who was wearing a decent suit and holding a cape in one hand, moved slowly. 345 Chapter 345 Sakura Dragon Ion. Why is Ion holding the cape in one hand? It's not because it's more chic this way, but it's just that Ion didn't have time to put it on. At the moment when hundreds of dark rays of light approached, Ion used Shunbu's special skill Empty Cicada at the cost of abandoning a piece of clothing so as to escape the danger at an unreasonable speed, and then directly entered close to the edge of the battlefield. Zyajin's body then just took off the mask, put on glasses, undressed, and showed up with the cloak that was too late to put on at the end. After all, Ion doesn't show up again, and Hancock, this idiot, will use his kicking skills to resist the attack of the ancient weapon, the Pluto. Not to mention Hancock's kicking skills and armed color domineering practice. Is it enough to easily kick away such a large number of dark rays of light? But Yan knows that those dark rays of light have an unknown effect on Devil Fruit abilities. Perhaps from the perspective of Hancock's performance, it seems that even she herself did not notice that influence. But this unknown existence, which is suspected to be similar to radiation, feels extremely dangerous to Yan. What if he accidentally causes the mutation in his stomach? If it is a benign mutation, it is barely acceptable. If it becomes like Neza, who stays in his stomach for 3 years and does not come out, and waits for an opportunity to destroy his father's existence as soon as he comes out, Yan said that he can't accept it. So, just as Ian lifted the palm of his hand that manipulated the cherry blossoms and waved it to the side, a large number of cherry blossoms rose into the sky like a huge cherry-colored dragon, blocking the front of Hancock and Princess Waiwei, and the follow-up continued one after another. The dark light that was still being released was blocked thousands of meters away. way. Wow, Mr. Yan, so handsome. Looking at this scene, Hancock, who had a proud and contemptuous expression when facing Princess Wei and others, immediately changed. The former queen was now completely transformed into a little fangirl. Her hands were vacantly clasped at her chin. Her chest was unconsciously squeezed. Her eyes were shining brightly at Ion. Her admiration were almost unstoppable. As for Yan's gorgeous and shocking appearance, Princess Wei was also a little stunned. Especially Yan's face exuded an invisible temperament which made people inexplicably impressed and respected. Princess Vivi, I know this man. He is Rear Admiral Sakura Dragon Temurfi Ian of the Navy headquarters, who beheaded Quixote da Flamingo, the former heavenly dragon, and participated in the shocking of the sea not long ago, the Holy Land Marijoa incident, and he was also the trigger for the Dressrosa Kingdom incident. After a pause, Akalem glanced carefully at Hancock and then continued to introduce in a low voice in Princess Vivi's ear. In addition, the most famous deed of this rather troublesome man is the husband of the pirate Empress Boya Hancock, and according to rumors, he was forced by the Empress. What? And if I remember correctly, the woman who just saved us is probably the famous pirate Queen Boya Hancock. I just didn't expect that the Empress, who is known as the #1 beauty in the sea, would be pregnant so soon. At the end of hearing it, Ian, who couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth, could not help but hear a feeling of envy and hatred from it. Hancock's charm is as exaggerated as ever, Ian said silently in his heart. Actually, Hancock is not as good as those men imagine. In addition to being a little stubborn and willful compared with Robin in terms of attractiveness, they only have their own strengths. At least that's probably how Ion feels after getting to know him personally. Robin's intellectual elegance and Hancock's beauty are absolutely different. The temperament of the two is completely different, and it is difficult to have the so-called standard of victory. In addition, Ion also knows an example, that is, Major General Jun, who is a swordsman. She is a very peculiar kind of woman who has the heroic spirit of being a female swordsman, and there is no lack of charming and seductive between her eyebrows. Perhaps at first glance, it is much inferior to Hancock's beauty, but Ion believes that after a deeper understanding, Jun's inner beauty is definitely not inferior to any woman. 180. However, Ion knows the charm of Hancock, which is unknown to outsiders. That is, Hancock can perform the most perfect demon incarnation anytime, anywhere, which is many times stronger than the temptation of those so-called demon uniforms. Of course, these are just pure thoughts that flashed in Yan's mind, and on the surface Yan's expression still maintains the usual gentleness and gentleness. Hancock, are you okay? Ion walked to Hancock's side and asked with concern. Lord Yan, my concubine is fine. Hancock leaned directly on Yan's body and asked, move. Lord Yan, why are you here? Yan turned his back to the others and gave Hancock a wink before speaking. It's not that you sneaked from the boat to the kingdom of Alabasta without telling me. I was a little worried, so I got off the boat and looked for it. Hancock blinked, and then, as the emperor of a country, she understood what Yan meant almost instantly. Understand that Ian is deliberately covering up something, and is creating the illusion that Ian arrived in the kingdom of Alabasta with Hancock. Sorry, Lord Yan, it's the concubine's self-willedness. It's just that I often heard that you praised the kingdom of Alabasta for having a smart and moving Princess Wei, so I couldn't help but come here secretly to see it. Hancock responded in the tone of a young daughter-in-law who seemed to have done something wrong, without a trace of the domineering arrogance of the pitch-black light that had just been released by kicking the giant ship of Hades with one kick as a pregnant woman. Ah, am I so famous? Could it be that the last time I attended the World Conference with my father was passed on to the Navy? Princess Wei murmured to herself with some doubts. Of course, Princess Wei. Just when Ion simply followed Princess Wei's words, the voice was abrupt, and he turned his head to look at the Pluto giant ship that was gradually approaching, and said, if you're greeting, let's postpone it for a while. Hancock, take Princess Vivi and the soldiers out first. Okay, Lord Ion. Under Ion's order, Hancock complied with almost no hesitation, completely forgetting that her original purpose was to teach Princess Vivi a lesson. On the other hand, Ion turned to face the giant ship of Hades, which was approaching like a mountain. Boom! The cherry-colored giant dragon, which had been continuously blocking the dark light, was knocked into the ground almost instantly by the impact of the Pluto giant ship. Witnessing this scene, Ion's expression did not change in the slightest. He murmured silently while gently adjusting his glasses. I said, you will definitely regret your choice. Crocodile. 346 Chapter 346 I Flo Chen Yai Feng. At this time, Crocodile was also in a state of anger. Originally in Crocodile's vision, even if Princess Vivi could not force King Cobra to give up control of the Pluto ship, Princess Vivi's death could stimulate King Cobra completely, so that King Cobra could be completely stimulated by the death of Princess Vivi. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. In this way, King Cobra will definitely definitely not be the opponent of Crocodile under the control of the giant ship of Hades. However, what Crocodile didn't expect was that a guy who could easily block hundreds of continuous black rays of light appeared so suddenly. Crocodile collided with the giant ship of Hades like a mountain, smashing the sea of Sakura that was constantly blocking the dark light like a Sakura dragon, and went straight to Ion. And as the distance got closer, Crocodile could also see who the man who stood on the ground indifferently facing the ancient weapon Pluto was. Yinglong, you guys dare to harm me. Sakura Dragon Major General Tefamer Ion. Crocodile naturally knows this guy. In other words, as long as it is someone who truly understands the whole story of the Dressrosa Kingdom incident, there will be no one who doesn't know about this guy. The important fuse that sparked the conflict between Kaido 100 Beasts and the Virtual Circle organization was this man. The world is in chaos because of this man. The horror of the Virtual Circle organization is also completely exposed to the world because of this man. Seeing this man, Crocodile couldn't help but think of that terrifying sun that seemed to evaporate the sea. The fear that could not help but start to breed in his heart made Crocodile fall into a different kind of anger. The next moment, under the control of Crocodile, more than 200 artillery turrets rushed towards Ian with pitch black light as if to smash Ian to pieces. Together with the escaping man behind Ian, Princess Waiwei was annihilated together. However, with the lift of Ion's palm, countless cherry blossoms rose into the sky with Ion at the center, dyeing one side of the earth completely pink. Yanben Sakura, as the soul-killing knife that Yen was able to solve at first. With the familiarity and practice of these years, Yen's degree of control over it is no longer the concept of the past. The same solution, Yanben Sakura Jinjian. At this time, with the lift of Yen's palm, more than hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms floated up. In an instant, it was as if a vast sea of cherry blossoms rushed towards the ancient weapon Pluto with a mighty momentum. Boom! From a distance, it seemed that the mountains and the giant waves collided on the land of the kingdom of Alabasta, and the violent roar was clearly audible within 100 miles. That is, behind the giant ship Hades, Rear Admiral Jun and other Navy members and the CP9 team looked at the overwhelming cherry blossoms in the distance. It's the ability of Major General Yinglong. It's terrifying. The speed of the Pluto giant ship seems to have dropped. Just how did Major General Yinglong appear here? According to the rumors, Major General Yinglong was not captured by the Empress and trapped in Nine Snakes Island and forced to marry. Yeah, I also saw someone selling the albums that might happen between Major General Yinglong and the pirate Empress. Before the Navy could finish speaking, Rear Admiral Jun shouted in a stern tone, "Shut up, you have to blame the speaker." Yes, Major General Jun. Immediately, Major General Jun's speed suddenly increased a bit, directly breaking away from the pace of the large army and quickly heading towards the place where the cherry blossoms were flying. Yan, did you escape from Nine Snake Island? And you still escaped here? Jun's eyes couldn't help showing a hint of hope, and the palm holding the Kinpura hilt subconsciously tightened. This time, I will definitely hold you tight and will not let myself sink into that kind of despair and regret. Not only Major General Jun, but also in the CP9 team, a figure suddenly accelerated, directly leaving the rest of his colleagues behind, and went straight to Ion's direction. Lucci, what do you want to do? Why did you leave the team? And as the leader of the CP9 organization this time, Fosfu, he couldn't help but yelled at Lucci loudly. In this regard, Lucci turned his head and glanced at his colleagues, but there was no hesitation in his actions, and even his figure swelled by 3 points. His body directly transformed into a half-human half-leopard shape with the beauty of killing, and the speed was once again raise a bit. These weak and incompetent colleagues, Lucci has already endured enough. It's just that the completion of the mission may require the sacrifice of these guys, so Lucci stayed in the team all the time. That's right, I didn't want to see Lord Yan. I just realized that by cooperating with Lord Yan, it is possible to complete the task of blocking the ancient weapon Pluto. Everything is for the mission, Lucci murmured. The body that was originally just subconsciously acted, and there was no longer any hesitation. However, just as Jun and Lucci left the main group one after the other and rushed towards the ancient weapon Hades, Jun's eyes flicked to the side inadvertently, and his footsteps stopped instantly. Immediately afterwards, the expression on Jun's face was unprecedented anger. Bo, yeah, Han-ku-ke, you're a woman here. Almost instantly, Jun's direction turned, and at the same time that Jun suddenly soared towards Hancock on the other side, the famous sword Kimpira on his waist was instantly unsheathed. I'm a bitch. The next moment, almost a huge amount of flying slashes went in the direction of Hancock like a storm. These flying slashes, no matter how fast or powerful, are completely incomparable to the level that Jun has performed in the past. Every flying slash is like a famous sword that slashes all the pieces, smashing everything in its path. Hancock's footsteps paused, and he turned his head to look at a large number of flying slashes that came rushing in. Immediately, Immediately Hancock touched his lips lightly, condensing a mass of peach-colored heart-shaped substance directly in front of him, and then pulled it, and a large number of peach-colored arrows were released. Captive arrow. Boom boom boom. The collision between the flying slash and the captive arrow instantly produced a large explosion. However, just as Hancock confidently ended the release of the captive arrow, he was about to brush off the long hair that fell on his chest. Whoosh! A flying slash suddenly broke through the blockade of the captive arrow, swept past Hancock directly, and even cut off a few strands of Hancock's hair. 347 Chapter 347 Absolutely impossible. Seeing those strands of hair slowly falling from the air, Hancock's expression suddenly became terrifying, and Jun's figure was approaching quickly, and he directly protected himself with armed arrogance, forcibly crossed the explosion area, and the famous sword Jinpura in his hand pointed directly at Hancock's key point and shouted, "Hancock, you dare to appear here? No matter what, I will never let you take Major General Yan away again today. The regrets of the past, today I will make up for it myself." Boom. The next moment famous sword Kimpiro suddenly collided with Hancock's graceful raised legs. Oh! At this time Hancock's expression became playful. He glanced at Jun with condescending eyes, and then said disdainfully, "What, is it a woman who has surrendered to the charm of her concubine husband?" Immediately Jun seemed to have been hit by the words. His expression was shy and angry, and he looked at Hancock as if he could kill someone. "Major General Yan is not willing at all. What qualifications do you have as a pirate?" However, when Jun shifted his gaze and noticed that Hancock's perfectly curvy body would not normally bulge his belly, he was completely stunned, and his hand holding famous sword Kimpira even more. It trembled slightly. That's... Jun stammered. The shock and disbelief in his eyes were comparable to the appearance of the ancient weapon Pluto, which had been dormant for 800 years. "That's right." Hancock gently stroked his stomach with one hand, and said with pride and satisfaction on his face, "This is Lord Ion's." This sentence, for Jun, was no less than a bolt from the blue, so that her face turned pale in an instant. "What, are you kidding? It's impossible, absolutely impossible," Jun muttered to himself, but his footsteps retreated step by step. In this regard Hancock did not answer, as if he was disdain to hit an opponent of a different level, but gently stroked his bulging belly. "Forced. Major General Yan must be forced." With Major General Ion's belief in justice and persistence, how could it be possible to give in so easily? "I don't believe, absolutely don't believe in such a thing," Jun murmured, but what she recalled in her mind was what Admiral Tsuru said about half a year ago. "Jun, Major General Ion is in a very difficult situation right now. For the peace of the sea, the world government chose to give up Major General Ion in exchange for information that could destroy the world, and to protect Major General Ion, the Warring States Marshal specially sent Major General Yan to recruit Boya Hancock as King Shichibukai. But surprisingly, Boya Hancock seemed to be madly infatuated with Major General Yan, so the Warring States Marshal will choose to push the boat along the way, and use this excuse to keep Major General Yan on the Nine-Snake Island, so as to avoid the world government's persecution of Major General Yan. Of course, Major General Ion may suffer a little grievance and have to commit himself to marrying that pirate queen. However, this is all for the peace and stability of the sea, and I also believe that Major Yan will be able to withstand such trials and grievances." The words that Jun couldn't believe in the past still echoed clearly in his ears. All for the peace and stability of the sea. With a simple sentence, Jun felt extremely heavy, and could only watch Ion sinking into the hell of Nine-Snake Island, and she couldn't go to the rescue yet. Under the grief, Jun has been practicing frantically for half a year, practicing with all his heart, and integrating all the grief and despair into the swordsmanship, becoming the youngest female swordsman in the sea. 181. Of course, in fact, Jianhao belongs to a fairly general class. Generally speaking, as long as he can release flying slashes, he will be recognized as a swordsman. However, the strength gap between Jianhao and Jianhao is unimaginable, even more exaggerated than the gap between Jianhao and ordinary people. The so-called great swordsmen actually belong to the same category of swordsmen, and there is no clear standard division among them. What it symbolizes is that the strength is far beyond the level of ordinary swordsmen, and if you want to get the title of great swordsman, the easiest way is to gain the approval of another great swordsman with Kendo. Jun has an unimaginable talent. After nearly 7 years of accumulation, Kendo has undergone a qualitative leap in just half a year, and he is challenging Kizuna Palsalino. Later, he was recognized by Palsalino, who also bears the title of great swordsman, because Jun is now a veritable great swordsman in the navy, and his strength has truly reached the level of the top of the sea, far exceeding the average admiral. However, at this time, the great swordsman Jun, who was really famous in the navy for challenging Kizuna Palsalino, could not stop shaking his hand holding Kimpira. In fact, the change in Jun was just something that happened in a few breaths. Lucci, who followed Jun to the place later, had absolutely no idea what was going on. He only saw Jun's pale face, the whole person shaky. Lucci and Jun knew each other, and in the past it was the Dressrosa Kingdom that the two of them went with Ion. Although Lucci and Jun had almost no communication with each other, but because of Ion's relationship, Lucci naturally felt more recognition for Jun. An enemy. Pirate Empress Boya Hancock. Lucci's tone instantly became hostile. Although the CP9 and the Navy belong to different systems, the intelligence representations obtained are sometimes quite different, but there is one thing in common, that is, about half a year ago, Boya Hancock captured Rear Admiral Ion of the Navy headquarters. That is to say, it is indeed an enemy. Lucci made a judgment in an instant, and the characteristics of the leopard on his body became more and more obvious, with a posture that would be violent at any time. I said, "What are you doing?" Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, Ion's voice sounded from one side. "Major General Yan." "Master Yan." Regarding the appearance of Ion, Jun and Lucci spoke out almost at the same time. "Husband, are you okay?" Hancock leaned over with a concerned look, and his tone was even more tender. Suddenly, Lucci's expression was a little weird, and Jun's expression was even more colorful and changing. 348 Chapter 348 You know me? Ian was a little surprised by Hancock's uncommon name, but he also patted the back of Hancock's hand lightly and comforted. "I'm fine. The Pluto ship's defense is too strong. I really can't do anything about it for a while. However, the Pluto ship is only a weapon against the island in the end. Whether it is attack or action, it is quite slow, and there are no other targets to hold me back. It's almost impossible to hurt me." "That's fine, husband." In the end, Hancock's tone was very gentle, but his eyes swept over Jun's body intentionally or unintentionally, and Jun was trembling with unspeakable provocation. "Don't worry. On the contrary, you ran into such a dangerous place. When you have time, you must teach you a good lesson." Ion's tone was slightly harsher. However, Ion's slightly harsh words sounded nothing less than the most sincere concern to Hancock, and Hancock's pride was that he didn't treat the others around him as human at all, and went directly to Ion's ear to answer. "Okay, Mr. Yan, the concubine will look forward to that lesson." "Yan." Why did Hancock answer seem to tell himself it doesn't seem to be the same thing? Also, the style of painting seems to be a little out of place. Immediately, Ion coughed twice, his expression straightened, and then patted Hancock's palm. This time Hancock moved away obediently. "Jun, Lucci, long time no see." There was a gentle smile on Ion's face, and there was a hint of goodbye to the old man, and the hair on Lucci's face, who turned into a half-orc form, trembled, and then replied in a stiff tone, "Lord Yan, thank you very much for the last time. You don't have to. Let's not say that. I think it would be very regrettable for a man like you to die like this. And didn't you try to save me later?" Ian patted Lucci on the shoulder, and out of the corner of his eyes he was a little surprised to find that the frequency of Lucci's tail shaking unconsciously has obviously accelerated a lot. This big cat seems to be cuddly. However, considering the environment he is in now, Ian still resisted the urge to reach out and slap Lucci's head. After all, Ian can still handle it for a while and a lifetime. This big cat, who is cold and ruthless on the surface but is actually hot and gentle on the inside, thinks of a way to pull the relationship. Maybe he will be able to play more often in the future. The only pity is that Lucci is a male leopard. Suddenly, Ian's eyebrows twitched vaguely, inexplicably thinking of Ivankov. Male to female cat-eared girl. Ion stopped his divergent thoughts in time. With a gentle smile on his face, he nodded at Lucci and then looked at Jun, who had a very complicated expression and didn't speak. In fact, facing Jun, Ion was also a little embarrassed. He subconsciously stroked his index finger on the side of his ear, not knowing what to say. In particular, Hancock was still standing behind him, and Ian didn't know how to speak, as if he had to take the title of a scumbag when he said anything. Obviously, Yan's heart has always been extremely pure, and his dreams have always been the same. He yearns for a new era of Datong world, and seeks a wife who can bear the name of the strongest. It's just that, forced by the situation, it was wrong. That's right, it's all the fault of the world government. Just when Ion was thinking helplessly in his heart, Jun shook his head slightly towards Ion and said, "Major General Yan, you don't need to explain. I understand that this is all the fault of the government's decision. You are also innocent." Yan's eyes widened slightly, and he replied subconsciously, "Jun, you understand me." Only. Jun's eyes glanced at Hancock's abdomen almost uncontrollably, and his tone was full of sadness. After all, there are still too many uncontrollable things in this free sea, swept by the waves and wrapped around. Ion's brows twitched tightly, and he thought hard for a moment. Only then did he vaguely understand what Jun meant. Probably he is sighing that the sea under the oppression of the world government is full of unfreedom and misery. Otherwise, there seems to be no other explanation. However, it doesn't seem quite right. After all, in Ion's past impressions, Jun Jun's position is still very firm, whether it is standing on the Navy or maintaining the world government. Communication with women is sometimes more complicated than studying the situation in the sea with Draco. It's strange and unpredictable. Ion said something silently in his heart and then said, "Anyway." Just when Ion was about to say something, dozens of dark rays of light fell again from a distance in the direction of Ion, who, with the lift of Ion's finger, the overwhelming cherry blossom suddenly rose into the sky, killing all the dozens of dark rays with an absolute numerical advantage. That guy Crocodile really doesn't give up. Ion glanced in the direction of the Hades giant ship and murmured, "In the confrontation just now, Ion was limited by the defense of the Hades giant ship, and it was difficult to cause real substantial damage. But no matter how Crocodile manipulated the giant ship of Hades to release the dark light, all of them were easily blocked by Ion. In addition, with King Cobra constantly vying for control, Crocodile was completely unable to use the exaggerated main guns on the Pluto ship that were almost the same length as the hull. Therefore, compared with the arrogance and domineering when he just obtained the Pluto giant ship and thought that he was invincible and planned to dominate the sea, the just now Crocodile was completely suffocated under the suppression of Ion. However, with the huge hull of the Pluto ship like a mountain, Ion couldn't stop it from advancing. It is precisely because of this that Ion chose to temporarily retreat after initially testing the Pluto giant ship, and Crocodile continued to manipulate the sand waves to carry the Hades giant ship to move forward, and did not choose to continue chasing Princess Vivi. The most urgent task at the moment is to find a way to solve the trouble of the ancient weapon Pluto first. At this time, Ion's eyes still showed a stern look even though he was masked by glasses. It's just about how to deal with the ancient weapon, the Pluto. But Ion can't help but hesitate. There is no doubt that the ancient weapon Pluto was sent by the blank 100 years with an important historical mission. It seems to be one of the indispensable forces against the world government. Really destroying the ancient weapon, Hades, may cause more serious trouble in the future. Whether it is the Navy's instinct to maintain the peace of the sea, or the belief that the Revolutionary Army is trying to open a new era, Ion can't let Crocodile go to the sea with this kind of thing. 349 Chapter 349 The Unknown Power of the World Government. While Jun and Lucci had been stagnant for a while due to Hancock's reasons, the Navy and the CP9 team had also rushed over. Shibukai, Boya Hancock, and Major General Yinglong is also here. The Navy unit and the CP9 team also stopped immediately and approached Yan's direction. However, as the distance got closer, the expressions on the faces of the Navy troop and CP9 team members became a little weird. After all, Hancock followed Yan's performance step by step like a good wife, and his completely abnormal attitude combined with the previous rumors that Hancock married Major General Yinglong. Heartbreaks sounded from time to time among the members of the Navy and the CP9 squad. This is not realistic. How is it going so fast? Major General Yinglong, you should swear to death. But obviously, Ion did not pay attention to their voices, but discussed with Jun, Lucci, and Fuzzfu, the leader of the CP9 team this time, about the ancient weapon Pluto. Does the world government and the Navy have any countermeasures now? Yan turned his head and asked Fuzzy Fu. In the past, Fuzzfu actually ignored Ion at all, thinking that he was just a frail and unmotivated waste who relied on his father as the marshal of the warring states period. However, seeing with his own eyes the sea of cherry blossoms just now that was overwhelming enough to survive the encounter with the ancient weapon Pluto, Fuzzfu subconsciously felt a bit of awe for the seemingly gentle man in front of him. Hart introduced the situation. Major General Yinglong, the world government has dispatched a special force and a large fleet to the direction of the kingdom of Alabasta. After a pause, Fuzzfu added, Master Wu Laoxing is also very concerned about this incident. He personally issued an order to the CP9 chief Spandane to stop the ancient weapon Pluto from leaving the land of the kingdom of Alabasta and returning to the sea no matter what the cost. Superior, well, what's the matter with that special unit and the Grand Fleet? Can they have the ability to deal with the ancient weapon, Hades? Ion asked involuntarily. In response, Fuzzfu shook his head and said, I don't know. That's the name I heard from Chief Spandane. Ion nodded, but his vigilance kept rising. Special Forces, Great Fleet, whether it is the intelligence collection of the world government by the Revolutionary Army in the past, or the understanding of the world government in the naval system, nothing like this has ever been exposed. Moreover, since the world government dispatched this special force and the large fleet to deal with the ancient weapon Pluto, it is obviously quite certain. That is to say, the degree of danger is extremely high. At this time, Jun had returned to his usual calm on the surface, except that his eyes would fall on Ion from time to time, and there was hardly any abnormality when he spoke. In addition, after receiving the notice from the world government, the Marshal of the Warring States has also urgently mobilized the Yellow Monkey General Paul Salino to lead the demon-slaying Order fleet as the front part to set off from Marin Vando, and the Aokiji General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Karp will follow. It is to lead the naval force to rush to it as soon as possible. Yan 182. That's why Ion finds it strange that Crocodile's act of taking the ancient weapon, the Pluto. The ancient weapon, the Pluto, is deeply feared by the world government, or it will never be exposed to the world government, and even a little bit of information will not appear. Either he already has the determination and strength to fight the world government head-on, or even capturing the ancient weapon, the Pluto, would be nothing more than an act of courting death. Otherwise, Ion and Drago would not have thought about it for so long before, and finally gave up the idea of secretly stealing the ancient weapon, Hades, from the underground of the Alabasta Palace. Without it, the risk is too great. If there is a slight accident, the world government will mobilize all forces to directly reduce the dimension. What is outrageous is that Crocodile thinks that with the help of an ancient weapon, the Pluto, he can dominate the sea. It can be said that with the emergence of this situation, apart from being surprised by the two unknown troops of the world government, the reaction of the world government and the navy did not exceed Yan's expectations. It's just a pity that if King Cobra can really regain control of the Hades giant ship, Ion also feels that there may be a slim hope that the Hades giant ship will be preserved intact. And Ion shifted his gaze and looked at the giant ship of Pluto that was constantly moving away under the load of the sand sea in the distance. Now, after receiving definite information from Fuzzy Fu and Jun, Ion has completely given up this slim hope. Immediately, Ion said to Fuzz Fu and Jun, Crocodile was in the battle with me just now, and he should have also understood that the giant ship of Pluto is a living target left on land. Even if the firepower is strong, the real combat power will be cut by half, so this guy is probably leaning in the direction of the sea. If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. Fuzz Fu took a map from one of his subordinates and spread it out. Although the kingdom of Alabasta is in the center of the interior, with the current speed of the Hades giant ship, it won't take long for it to leave the land and enter the sea. And when the giant ship of Hades entered the sea, thinking of this, Fuzz Fu couldn't help shivering. A terrifying fort covered with jet black light and a mobile mountain range that could easily destroy a small and medium-sized island under the power of the main gun's release was moving in the sea. It was simply the most horrific disaster, and the next conflict between the Pluto giant ship and the world government and the navy is inevitable. Regardless of the size and combat power of the special forces and large fleets dispatched by the world government, purely on the navy side, the combat power of two admirals and a navy hero lieutenant admiral can completely destroy one side of the sea. Fuzz Fu couldn't help muttering something. If the giant ship of Pluto cannot be prevented from entering the sea, then it is very likely that there will be a large area of the sea, and it is not necessarily that it will be completely destroyed because of this war. After a pause, Fuzz Fu continued, so it is necessary to prevent the Pluto giant ship from entering the sea and limit the war to the kingdom of Alabasta so as to avoid various accidents and reduce a lot of losses and casualties. As soon as these words came out, Princess Weiwei, who was in the corner with the kingdom guard, couldn't help but turn pale. 350. The 350th chapter of the Justice Carried. It is conceivable that even if the island where the kingdom of Alabasta is located is the largest giant island in the first half of the Great Route, it will definitely not be able to withstand a terrifying war of this scale. The citizens of the kingdom of Alabasta are likely to be killed and injured by millions. Princess Weiwei doesn't care whether the name of the kingdom of Alabasta can continue after this war, and whether her status as a princess can be guaranteed. What made Princess Vivi feel uncomfortable was the idea that King Cobra had instilled in her since she was a child, the idea of protecting the country as a royal family, as well as Mr. Yasuo's earnest teaching about the idea of running the country before, obviously as a royal family, but there is no way to do anything for the people watching their homes shattered. Princess Weiwei couldn't help clenching her small fists tightly, only to feel an indescribable despair looming over her, vaguely as if she had seen the fragmented kingdom of Alabasta, and countless citizens wailed in pain and powerlessness in the war. I beg you. In the end, Princess Weiwei couldn't help but speak out. I beg you, even if you are going to fight in the kingdom of Alabasta, please consider the lives of the citizens. Princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. Fuzz Fu looked down at Princess Weiwei with almost naked contempt and said, perhaps what the Nefertari family needs to consider now is how to explain the appearance of the ancient weapon Pluto to the world government. Otherwise, according to the ban of the world government, the Nefertari family will be completely reduced to sinners, or even the best result, it's nothing but predictable slavery. Akalem was instantly furious and shouted at Fuzz F, whose expression was full of playfulness. You rude bastard. Boom. However, before Akalem could finish speaking, Fuzz Fu was suddenly kicked dozens of meters away. Immediately, the rest of the CP9 members turned hostilely directly towards Hancock, who slowly retracted his legs and scolded angrily. "Boya Hancock, what do you want to do? What a rude man." Hancock's face was extremely cold, and there was naked killing intent in the eyes of Fosfu. Slave. These two words can be said to be completely provocative to one of Hancock's important bottom lines. But Fosfu, who was suddenly kicked and struggled on the ground for a while before barely getting up, shouted at Hancock with an ugly face. "Boya Hancock, even if you have the title of Shishibukai, it is not allowed to shoot at CP9. If you fail to give a reasonable explanation, you will be deprived of your title. No matter what the concubine does, she will be forgiven. After all, the concubine." When Hancock was halfway through subconsciously speaking, his voice slowly lowered. He glanced at Ian in a panic and then said pitifully, "Master Yan, I'm sorry. Please forgive my concubine's impulse just now." Looking at Hancock's slightly flustered and pitiful look for fear of being angry, "What else can I say?" Cough. Ian coughed heavily, pretending to be serious. "Hancock, your behavior is too willful." "Sorry, Lord Ion, the concubine is just..." Hancock's voice paused, realizing that he could never say the words about slaves. He could only change his tone and say weakly, "I know that you like Princess Weiwei very much, Lord Yan." So hearing that rude man insulting Princess Weiwei like this made my concubine a little angry. The expressions of Ion, Jun, Princess Vivi, Fuzfu, and everyone present suddenly became exciting. "No, what that?" Ian's eyes swept away from the blushing little blue-haired loli and opened his mouth, not knowing how to justify such an unnecessary thing. "How old is Princess Weiwei? How could Tefamer Ion, be such a perverted man?" Thinking about it and knowing that it's impossible. However, Ian found that at this time, everyone else was looking at perverts with mixed expressions of disgust. "Isn't it this? Believe this?" What's even more outrageous is that Ion also showed admiration and envy from some of his expressions. "Major General Yan is really amazing. The pirate empress, who has always been rumored to be extremely domineering and willful, actually helped Major General Ian find a new love." Sure enough, in the face of love, even a woman as beautiful as the pirate empress is full of blindness and incomparable humility. "It's just that I can't see Major General Ian's usual gentle appearance. I didn't expect that it was such a person." He was not satisfied with having a perfect pirate empress, but he liked it. I don't know why, but Ion could vaguely read the thoughts of these guys from the expressions and eyes of these guys. Ion twitched his lips weakly again, completely giving up the idea of explaining. How to explain? Under the real hammer of Hancock, who is his wife, all explanations seemed to be too pale. With a helpless sigh, Ion said, "Hancock, you take Princess Weiwei aside first. I still have business to discuss here." "Well, Lord Ion." Knowing that he seemed to have caused trouble for Ion, Hancock was a man of every kind. He turned around and took Princess Weiwei's hand and walked towards the corner, and Princess Weiwei was walked back by Han Kyokra, one step at a time. 3 steps, suddenly stopped, turned her head and shouted at Yan, "Major General Yan, as long as you can save the citizens of Alabasta, I can do anything." Immediately, Yan felt that the eyes of those around him were looking at him more and more strangely and complicatedly, especially the eyes of Jun. Yan did not dare to look directly at him. Immediately, Ian waved his hand towards Hancock almost without hesitation, motioning Hancock to quickly pull Princess Vivi away so as not to get darker and darker. Yan inadvertently made contact with Princess Weiwei's eyes for a moment, but it made Yan's actions abrupt. Those tearful eyes were full of sadness, fear, and deep despair. It seems that she is mourning the death of Yasuo-sensei, whom she relies on, fearing for the crumbling future of the Alabasta kingdom, and despairing of everything that seems to be able to swing her at will. This unofficial disciple of mine has experienced too many changes in this short half-day, and he seems to have been infected by Hancock's willfulness, completely ignoring her feelings. Weiwei, the justice I carry is absolutely not allowing innocent civilians to suffer disasters." The breeze blew, and Ion's firm words were passed into Princess Weiwei's ears. 351 Chapter 351 Sneak a bit. "Major General Ion, who are you?" Fuzfu obviously did not expect this scene. Before the world government issued an order, the kingdom of Alabasta was still one of the countries that joined the world government, and the Nefertari family was still the royal family of Alabasta. Ion stated in an unusually flat tone, "Faced with the help of the world government member countries, the Navy is obliged to provide corresponding support and assistance. I just follow the rules." After being interrupted like this, Fuzfu had completely ignored the fact that he had just been kicked by Hancock and responded somewhat helplessly, "Major General Ion, you're right. Of course, whether it was the rest of the Navy present or the CP9 members, the eye contact between looking at each other no doubt seemed to understand that Yen was a completely unwise choice, and he was just comforting Princess Weiwei. Not to mention that the world government's investigation of the kingdom of Alabasta will definitely appear after the event. At that time, the Nefertari family and even the kingdom of Alabasta will be directly wiped out on this sea. More importantly, in the face of the terrifying Pluto giant ship, it is undoubtedly overkill to protect civilians. Even if this man has the ability to easily create a sea of cherry blossoms, it is absolutely impossible. However, Ian gently adjusted his glasses, and the eyes revealed were unusually serious. Now that we have confirmed the fact that there is no way to keep the ancient weapon Pluto, we should activate the emergency plan. There is one thing Ion agrees with in what Fox said. Once the incident is delayed until the ancient weapon Pluto comes into contact with the world government and the Navy, the scale of the war that breaks out may be extremely terrifying. So Ion decided the intention is to completely resolve this incident before the world government and the Navy have access to the ancient weapon Hades. Furthermore, it would be too despicable and incompetent if the promise to a child like Princess Waiwei could not be fulfilled. Everyone, I will stop the ancient weapon Pluto next. Maybe I can't stop the ancient weapon Pluto by myself, but there is no problem in delaying it for a while. Ion looked at the map of the kingdom of Alabasta beside him and said, and during this period of time, if you want to completely block the ancient weapon Pluto and prevent it from entering the sea, it depends on whether you can set enough obstacles in the time you have won. Do your best and live up to justice. In the end, Ion shouted a slogan, accompanied by countless cherry blossoms, and quickly walked towards the ancient weapon Hades. Crocodile, it's time to continue our warm-up battle and start the real battle. If you want to take away the ancient weapon Hades, then defeat me first. Ion's voice came from a distance, followed by a huge sea of splendid cherry blossoms hanging upside down in the sky, rushing towards the ancient weapon Pluto in an endless manner. Yinglong, I have given up chasing and killing Princess Waiwei. You are still entangled here. While Crocodile's annoyed and angry voice responded to Ion, some of the turrets on the Pluto ship were also starting to counterattack, and a lot of dark light was released, melting large swathes of cherry blossoms. For a time, with the battle between Ion and the giant ship of Hades, when Crocodile's attention was distracted, the surging sand sea was obviously much slower, resulting in the speed of the giant ship of Hades also greatly reduced. What are you still doing? And Jun, who already understood what Ion meant, said, obviously it is unrealistic to use our power to destroy the Pluto ship, and our mission is to prevent the Pluto ship from entering the sea. So within the time Rear Admiral Yan bought, what we have to do is to arrange enough lines of defense in front of the Pluto ship to dig deep pits or divert the river, etc., to prevent the Pluto ship from leaving Alaba, Kingdom of Stan. Okay. Fuzzy Fu also understands that this seems to be the best method at present. At least it is more reliable than relying on CP9 to try to hold down the giant ship of Pluto with human life. 183. After the CP9 team set off first, Jun then spoke to the subordinates behind him. You immediately contact all the surrounding naval bases, mobilize warships as much as possible to concentrate in the kingdom of Alabasta, and immediately rush to the 5 cities that the Hades giant ship's route is likely to pass through to disperse civilians. After a pause, Jun continued, Rear Admiral Ian is right. Naval justice should not involve innocent civilians in such a disaster. Yes, Chief Jun. Immediately after simply assigning the task, Jun's subordinates also dispersed, racing against time to execute the task. Boom. In the distance, the intensity of the collision between the sea of cherry blossoms and the giant ship of Hades is still rising, and there is a violent roar from time to time. Tisk. Jun sighed softly and muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Yan, it's rare for you to act so aggressively. Are you really fighting for that Princess Waiwei? You bastard. Immediately after, Jun couldn't help but scold it a few times, and quickly disappeared in place in a flash, and didn't want to stay for another second. Whether it was the pirate empress or the Princess Waiwei, Jun didn't want to look at it at a glance. In fact, Ion doesn't care about how CP9 and Jun's navy act. It is almost impossible to destroy the giant ship of Hades with their power alone. Therefore, from the very beginning, Ion did not pin his hopes on them, and only used it to cover up his behavior. In fact, Ian is constantly delaying time just to buy time for the contingency plan that has been prepared in advance. Between the cherry blossoms flying all over the sky, Ion's figure has been unknowingly blocked. Ian took the opportunity to speak in a low voice, contacting Anilu, who had already joined Drago at this moment, and asked Anilu to tell Drago what he needed to cooperate with. Boom boom. At this time, from a distance, it seems that there are cherry-colored giant dragons constantly entangling the ancient weapon Pluto, preventing and delaying the advance of the ancient weapon Pluto. Under the restraint of King Cobra, Crocodile, who was unable to fully utilize the power of the ancient weapon Hades, was unbearable. At the same time, inside the giant ship of Hades, a human face slowly appeared in the corner of the robe that King Cobra was wearing, and then Crack secretly tried to take a bite of the special substance that wrapped King Cobra. 352 2 Chapter 352 Pluto Design. Master Yan, it's jelly. Baby Five's voice sounded in Ion's conscious space, and there was even a little joy in his tone. Hearing Baby Five's words, Ion, who was manipulating the Sea of Sakura, almost choked. Ian just asked Baby Five to try to assimilate the giant ship of Hades, but I didn't expect Baby Five to return something. What flavor is it? Can I taste it? However, Ion couldn't help but feel relieved. What taste he could taste. At least it shows that Baby Five does have the possibility of destroying the giant ship of Pluto from the inside. This is also the purpose of Ion secretly letting Baby Five follow King Cobra into the Pluto ship at the beginning, in order to prepare for the worst. Even if King Cobra is not able to control the Pluto giant ship as he said, then the Baby Five, which has the ability to devour the void and weapon fruit at the same time, can also be used as a backup in the Pluto giant ship. Play a certain role. The ability of weapon fruit is that if Baby Five can understand the composition of certain weapons or assimilate certain weapons, it can replicate itself. The ability of devouring the void is shown in Baby Five, which can make Baby Five swallow all kinds of materials and can also integrate the corresponding material characteristics into its own body. The combination of the two, in Yan's opinion, makes the Baby Five almost a dimensionality reduction blow for any weapon. It seems that the ancient weapon Pluto has not exceeded this category, but yes, even the most sturdy shell of the ancient weapon Pluto is similar to the material of the historical text, and Baby Five has been chewing on the historical text of the Sky Island for several months to practice his teeth, so it shouldn't be a problem to chew on it from the inside. Since this is the case, then all the key elements will be complete as long as the time is delayed a little longer. Thinking of this, Ion manipulated the Sea of Sakura to constantly entangle with the giant ship of Pluto, while delaying the speed of the giant ship of Pluto. A peaceful smile appeared on his face. Perhaps it is a pity that the complete Pluto giant ship was not obtained, but if the Baby Five assimilates and devours the Pluto giant ship internally, it should be able to gain a lot. Moreover, when Yan discovered that the eyes of the world government and a large number of CP9s were almost concentrated on the kingdom of Alabasta, Yan had asked Drago to send someone to fetch another important thing. This is a great opportunity. As Ian envisioned, the Seven Waters City, which has been closely monitored by the CP9 organization in the past, is now in the most empty period. Whether it is the elites of CP9, the officers of CP9, or the eyes of the world government, they are completely attracted by the giant ship of Pluto that appeared in the kingdom of Alabasta, the monitored Seven Waters. But at this moment, a bear paw-like air cover swept across the sky and landed on the edge of the beach. Boom! At the same time that the air cover was broken, the tall Bartholomew bear slowly stood up, and his expressionless face scanned the surrounding environment and the landmark buildings of the Seven Waters. Yes, the destination of this trip is here. In a building with a strange shape. Frankie, who had a strange shape and wore only a pair of underwear, suddenly had some strange premonitions. What's the matter, Mr. Frankie? The younger brother on the side noticed Frankie's expression and asked. No, nothing, I just feel like I'm being targeted by something. Frankie shook his head and said. The younger brothers on the side were booing and laughing. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Boss, Frankie is a famous pervert in the Seven Waters. That's right, who would stare at perverts? When Frankie heard the words, he jumped on the table suddenly, took an abnormal posture, and shouted, you may be wrong about this. Ah, the little brothers, Frankie shouted in a high tone. My pervert, but super. Just as Frankie's voice fell, the voices of the rest of the younger brothers were still stuck in their throats. Suddenly, a shockwave of terrifying extremes directly washed away the entire building where Frankie was. Boom! In just an instant, the entire building was completely shattered. Under the terrifying impact, many of Frankie's younger brothers passed out without even humming. Found it? The bear slowly stretched out his palm, and his eyes searched for the broken wreckage of the building. The next moment, under the wreckage not far from the bear, Frankie suddenly got out, and the fist transformed into steel suddenly aimed at the bear's head and blasted it. However, as the bear's palm was lifted, when Frankie's steel fist landed on the flesh pad on the palm, the huge impact suddenly surged back, and Frankie was directly blasted out, hitting the ground, rolled more than 10 times. Bang bang bang. Amidst a series of bumping sounds, Frankie slowly stopped. You bastard, do you have prejudice against perverts, so you attack? Frankie's words made people laugh and cry, but the tone is very serious. Are you acting stupid? In this remote area, the bear muttered. Will Pluto's design really be on this kind of guy? The bear's voice was soft, but Frankie heard it. This also caused Frankie's expression to change drastically in an instant, and he looked astonished beyond measure. The next moment, before Frankie could react, the figure of the bear had already appeared behind Frankie, and his tall body even covered all the sunlight. It seems right, that thing really is on you. The next moment, the bear raised his palm and patted Frankie's back again. Boom! It seemed that the bear didn't use much force, force, but the moment the strange pad of flesh on the palm touched Frankie, a terrifying impact erupted. Boom! Frankie's transformed steel body was shot out almost instantly and rolled dozens of times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. However, just when the bear thought that this precisely calculated force was just enough to make Frankie unconscious, Frankie's already twisted body jumped out of the soil and tumbled toward the sea not far away. Run! Jump into the sea and live. It was to prevent the enemy from robbing the blueprint of the ancient weapon Hades that Frankie decided to live in a remote seaside far away from people. 353 Chapter 353 Want to go with me? 1. This can prevent the enemy's attack from accidentally hurting the residents of the Seven Waters. 2nd, this also allows Frankie to have an escape route when facing a difficult enemy coming. Frankie looked at the sea water that was close at hand and suddenly jumped towards the sea. As long as they can enter the sea, the demon-capable person will be powerless. However, just as Frankie watched the clear water get closer and closer to him, the tall figure of the bear suddenly stood in front of him. Boom! With another palm shot, Frankie flew back towards the beach like a ball. However, the next moment Frankie's exposed body, which was partially hidden under the skin, was once again rushing away in a dark way that could not be seen at all. However, under the power of Xiong's delicate and rude coexistence, Frankie had just reached into the secret passage with half of his body, but the bear smashed the whole secret passage with one palm. Damn it! At this moment Frankie couldn't help but show a bit of despair in his eyes. This is a completely different level of enemy. Bastard, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a pervert in the Seven Waters. Frankie shouted. Are these meaningless words delaying time? Bear said calmly. Although your strength is weak, your will to protect Hades' design is admirable. And as the voice fell, the bear pressed Frankie to the ground with one hand, and the other palm slowly pressed against Frankie's abdomen under Frankie's horrified and desperate eyes. Boom! The shockwave in the bear's palm spit out, and Frankie's abdomen made a dull sound, and a piece of steel disguised as abdominal muscles was directly smashed, revealing a small space hidden in Frankie's body. In this space, a large stack of blueprints are lying quietly inside. How did you know? How did you know this position? Impossible. I never told anyone. Frankie shouted in disbelief as he struggled desperately. Witnessing the appearance of Hades' design drawings, Xiong's expression and tone were still as calm as before. He took out the Hades drawings hidden in Frankie's body and slowly answered, that old man knows everything. Bastard, put down the blueprint. You will destroy the world like this. Frankie roared and shouted. In response to this, Xiong did not hesitate in his actions and placed the Hades design drawing carefully in his arms and stated it in a plain tone. No, that Lord acted to save the world, and this Hades design drawing is exactly what that Lord needs. I don't know what you are talking about. Return the blueprint to me. Bastard. Frankie is still struggling, resisting, trying to take back what was so important to him. In the past, he promised his senior brother Bingshan that he would protect the Pluto blueprint left by his master. 184. How could the blueprints be taken away so easily? It's just that the gap is too big. Although Frankie is a transformed man, he is as weak as a toy compared to a strong man like a bear who stands at the top of the sea. After the bear carefully placed the blueprint, he asked Frankie, who was being suppressed by him, so, do you want to come with me? What? Frankie was stunned. The Lord's order, if you wish, can take you with you, so that you can witness with your own eyes that this drawing will be used on the right path, even with your own eyes. Witnessing that new future, the bear said the words that made Frankie's eyes widen, and the extremely flat tone made it clear that this was definitely not a lie. In other words, the expressionless man in front of him doesn't look like a liar at all. At this moment Frankie was tempted. Protecting the blueprint of Hades is Frankie's mission. Only just when Frankie wanted to open his mouth to agree, his eyes slanted to one side and looked at the little brothers who were lying on top of the broken buildings. As if seeing through Frankie's thoughts, the bear said, don't worry, a shock wave of that magnitude will only stun people and not be fatal. Okay, then I'll come with you, and if I have the chance, I will definitely take back the Hades blueprint, Frankie said seriously and without concealing his purpose. In this regard, the bear did not care, but slowly released the palm that suppressed Frankie, and then asked, is there anything to say goodbye? After touching some secrets and truths hidden in the sea, you may not be able to return for a long time. Frankie struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes swept away from the position of the Hades blueprint hidden in the bear's chest and said, oh, you rough guy is surprisingly gentle. After a pause, Frankie continued, but no, I'm a Superman. Let's go then. The next moment, as the bear's voice fell, the palm of his hand slapped Frankie's body again, and while he slapped Frankie directly, a layer of bear paw-shaped air enveloped Frankie's position toward the empty island. And go. Immediately, the bear patted himself in the same way and disappeared along with Frankie. A moment later, the mayor of the Seven Waters and Bingshan, who also quietly handed the design design of Hades to his younger brother Frankie led the soldiers to rush there. However, at this time there were only a group of Frankie brothers who didn't know anything and passed out unconscious. It's over. Iceberg's face sank completely and he felt cold all over. Frankie has been playing stupid all these years, and on the surface he just looks like a perverted gangster with a weird appearance. Ordinary people won't attack or take away the seemingly worthless Frankie at all. Frankie was attacked and disappeared, so it was definitely aimed at Hades' design. Just how is that possible? Even if the world government suspects that Master Mr. Tom had the design drawings of Hades before his death, Frankie has nothing to do with Master Mr. Tom, and he has always kept a distance from Frankie, and there is hardly any contact and communication. How could you possibly suspect Frankie? Moreover, I gave Frankie the design drawings of Hades, and no one else knew about it. The back of the iceberg was cold, and the whole body was sweating, but the surface could only pretend to be calm. Let the messenger immediately block the port and immediately look for Frankie. It's just a pity that Frankie and Seong have already flown to a position hundreds of miles away from the Seven Waters City. 354 Chapter 354 The Pluto Who Returned to the Sea. Soon, in the kingdom of Alabasta, Ion understood the result of the capital of Seven Waters from a few thunders that flashed in the sky. Pluto's design drawings are in hand, and Frankie, a scientific geek who can mechanically transform himself through some tattered steel when he was seriously injured in his teens, has it. In fact, most of what the bear said to Frankie was prepared in advance by Jan for Frankie's perverted and strong character. What a wonderful joke. If Frankie didn't agree on the spot, then following Ian's intention, the bear's immediate choice was to use violence against the uncooperative tyrant, knocking Frankie out and taking him away. In short, that person with great potential, whether it is the follow-up use of the Hades blueprint or the mechanical transformation science expert who has considerable help in the research on the envisaged mechanical armor of Baby 5, Ian is impossible to let go past. At the very least, when Frankie is enough to subvert the sea, using coke as an energy source into a power unit is worthy of the attention of the Revolutionary Army and Ion. It's just that Ion was very aware of the complexity of the Seven Waters City, and the CP9 organization in the world government has been keeping an eye on that place to confirm whether the blueprint of Hades still exists in the city where the ancient weapon, Hades, was built in the past. Therefore, Ian has never let members of the Revolutionary Army touch that place to avoid the possibility of accidental exposure. But in this way, Pluto's blueprint and Frankie have obtained. Even if there is no gain in the ancient weapon Pluto, this time at least it can be regarded as a guaranteed gain. After learning of such a result, Yan's half-hanging heart was slightly relieved. Boom! At this moment Crocodile interrupted this joy again, and a large number of dark rays of light converged in one area, forcibly penetrated the Sea of Sakura and blasted towards Ion. What a bad guy, Ian muttered, and among the large number of cherry blossoms beside him, they swirled and rushed up like a giant dragon, forcibly offsetting the power of the dark light with an absolute numerical advantage. Crocodile by Ion. This method of harassment can be described as extremely irritable, and he couldn't help roaring, "Damn guy Cobra, you guy, let me go of the control. I'm going to blast this bastard to death with the main cannon." "Give up, Crocodile. Giving up the Hades is your only choice," King Cobra retorted. Crocodile said while continuing to attack Ion. "You idiot, do you think that after the giant ship Pluto appears in the kingdom of Alabasta, what will the world government do to the kingdom of Alabasta? Letting go of the power of manipulation and killing all the enemies that block it is your only choice." Immediately, King Cobra's voice ceased. Under the depression of King Cobra, the number of forts that Crocodile can control has increased significantly, and it can even press the Sea of Cherry Blossoms for a while. That kind of fierce firepower is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Seeing that King Cobra seemed to be shaken, Ion personally manipulated a large number of cherry blossoms with both hands to fill the vacancy in the Sea of Cherry Blossoms that blocked the giant ship of Hades, and said, "It's so naive, Crocodile. The power of the ancient weapon Pluto is indeed terrifying, and the title of the most ferocious battleship in the world is well deserved, but it is impossible to be an opponent of the world government with just one battleship." After a pause, Ion continued, "Since you got your hands on the ancient weapon Pluto, your fate has been doomed. Either you will die under the siege of the world government and the navy, or you will be buried by my justice." "What an arrogant guy, Yinglong. You are just a rear admiral. Do you really think I can't help you?" Crocodile shouted angrily. "Yes, you just can't help me." Ion stated this fact flatly, and this repeated and repeated provocation also caused Crocodile to fall into complete anger, and unknowingly even being led by Ion to start deviating from the established road that traverses a large number of cities towards a relatively remote route to go. Boom! What would a mountain range look like moving across the earth? Everything was flattened wherever he passed, and every moment within a radius of of 100 miles seemed to be in an earthquake. Even if it did not cross the city but swept across the edge of the city, it also caused a large number of buildings in the city to collapse, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground. In contrast, the various methods prepared by the CP9 organization to block the ancient weapon Pluto had almost no substantial effect. Under the erosion of the sand sea, both the river channel and the hills and valleys were filled up in an instant. In the end, the CP9 organization returned to the most primitive and simple way: shelling. In the name of the world government, CP9 forcibly requisitioned all the cannons that could be used in the cities of the Kingdom of Alabasta and bombarded the ancient weapon Pluto continuously. However, under the baptism of countless artillery fire, the dark luster of the ancient weapon, the Pluto ship, was polished to become more and more dazzling, and it was unable to cause substantial damage at all. In the end, despite Ion's obstruction, after a day and a night, the ancient weapon, Hades, reached the coast of the Kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, dozens of world government warships and naval warships were already on the sea. These are the foundations of the world government and the navy. At all costs, this number of battleships were assembled in the nearby waters in just one day, and a warship of this level has enough firepower to easily overthrow a small country. Fire. In an instant, countless artillery fires hit the ancient weapon Pluto back and forth like rain, so dense that even Ion had to dodge aside. However, even so, the ancient weapon Pluto is still in the spotlight, but it is receiving the baptism of countless artillery fires, and it slowly sinks in the water with the attitude of a king. Set sail. After a lapse of 800 years, the giant ship of Hades, which was sleeping in the ground, returned to the sea again. Ha ha ha. As long as Hades touches the sea water, do you think the power will still be the same as before? Accompanied by Crocodile's arrogant voice, the pitch-black light released by the turrets in every corner of the giant ship Pluto suddenly rose, more than a circle thicker than before, and its power was even more astonishing. Boom! The Sea of Sakura, which was originally harassing the giant ship of Hades all the time, was instantly smashed by a large amount of dark light. With the spread of its power, the battleships and warships lined up in the distance were smashed into pieces almost instantly. 355. The 355th chapters of the action parties. The rotten fireworks ignited on the sea. This kind of power. At this moment, whether it was the 5 old stars who were far away in the Holy Land Marijoa, or the high-ranking navy who were watching by Marin Fando, they all showed their faces in shock. At this moment, the combat power displayed by the ancient weapon Pluto was far more terrifying than that on land. Speaking of the ancient weapon Pluto, the power of the jet-black light emitted by the densely packed turrets was comparable to that of the main guns of naval battleships. Then, after the ancient weapon, the Pluto, came into contact with the sea, its power increased significantly. It has reached a terrifying level that is enough to easily smash a huge warship with one shot. Damn it, just now I thought that the giant ship of Hades was eroded in these 800 years, and its power was greatly reduced. I didn't expect that after the giant ship of Pluto came into contact with the sea water, the power of light released completely reached the level of the past. Could it be that this is the hidden function of the Pluto giant ship that we didn't know about in the past? After it comes into contact with the sea water, its power increases. No, maybe those guys have concealed us before. The seemingly endless energy of the Pluto ship is likely to come from seawater, so after it comes into contact with seawater, the energy that can be used is completely restored. If it is like this, Wu Laoxing's expression has become completely solemn, and he muttered, "Then we must prepare for the destruction of several sea areas, and we also need to prepare for the shot. This kind of scourge left over 800 years ago must be completely eliminated." Compared with the expectations of the 5 old stars, the top navy leaders were completely shocked. Before on the land, although the combat power and destructive power of the Hades giant ship was terrifying, it was not despairing, and even Ion alone used the cherry blossom fruit to contain the Hades giant ship to a certain extent. Let the navy executives have a slight underestimation of the idea. That's it. In addition to the hard shell, can it be called a weapon that can destroy the world at this level? However, at this time, the top navy fully understood that destroying the world is definitely not just a joke. Every jet of black light can easily destroy a naval battleship, and in addition to the extremely exaggerated main gun on the Pluto giant ship, there are thousands of small turrets all over the body. That is to say, the Pluto giant ship can instantly destroy thousands of naval battleships known as steel behemoths under the limit state. And even with the scale of the navy, there are not many thousands of warships assembled in all sea areas. Damn it, this dangerous weapon must not be allowed to fall into the hands of pirates. If it continues like this sea and this world will all be destroyed because of it. The warring states marshal couldn't sit still, and some worried eyes swept away from Ion's body on the transmitted screen, and then said, "I want to go out in person and and defeat the ancient weapon Pluto with the fastest speed. Marshal of the Warring States period. But after you leave, who will be able to sit in Marin Fando? A senior naval staff officer said in a disapproving tone. The justice and order of the sea is about to collapse. Even if Marin Fando is maintained, it is meaningless. It is announced that all the navies who are rushing to the kingdom of Alabasta this time, where I am, where they are, is the headquarters of the navy, where the real justice is proud. As the words of the Warring States Marshal fell, he turned around and walked out of the conference room. The word justice written on the cloak behind his back was inexplicably dazzling. In the conference room, Lieutenant General Crane shook his head helplessly, stood up, and said, "Everyone, this war is related to the survival or death of the justice of the sea. Since the Admiral of the Navy has made a decision, let's take this as the goal. All departments, all generals, and all naval soldiers will all take action for justice." 185. With the rare excitement of Admiral Crane raised, the senior naval officers present stood up one after another. For justice. For a time, the entire naval headquarters, Marine Fando, began to act, and even the nearby naval bases, branches, etc. began to gather forces. On the coastline of the kingdom of Alabasta, the scene was dead silent. Countless people stared dumbfoundedly at the battleship group that had been blocking the sea almost like a steel city wall before, and they forcibly smashed it, causing a large swath of flames. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile's arrogant laughter resounded in the ancient weapon, Hades, freely venting his grievances on land. Pluto, that is a weapon that is enough to destroy the world. It's really beyond your own power. Immediately, under the control of Crocodile, a part of the fort slowly turned and pointed towards the land, and the bright pitch-black light began to flicker. "You scum, go to hell." Immediately, the faces of the Navy and CP9 organization members who had originally pursued the edge of the coastline turned pale. With the power shown by the ancient weapon Pluto just now, once these hundreds of jet-black rays fell on the ground, they were enough to instantly destroy this large area of land. A lot of cherry blossoms are flying, trying to block these dark rays. Only, boom, the two touch each other. Even if the number of cherry blossoms transformed by Senbon Sakura Jinjian is almost infinite, and it is not restrained by the dark light. However, the enormous power erupted from the jet-black light still forcibly penetrated the sea of cherry blossoms and slammed into the land. "I'm a bitch." Jun's waist famous sword Gold Chen Ruan's back was left violently. His flying slashes swept out like a gust of wind, heading straight for the dark rays of light whose power was greatly weakened by the sea of Sakura. Boom. However, the flying slash unleashed by Jun was constantly collapsing under the impact of the jet-black light. "Can't stop." Jun's eyes narrowed, and he deeply felt the change in the power of the jet-black light released by the giant ship of Hades. Oops. When this thought came to Jun's mind, a huge turquoise flying slash swept past. The sea and the sky were separated by this flying slash, and even the hundreds of dark rays of light were directly shattered by the power that was almost the apex of human beings. This slash. The eyes of countless people stared, and their eyes moved slowly to the side. Supreme Greatsword 12 works, random blades and heavy flower T-shape characters. Black knife, knight. Jun murmured while staring at the raised black sword, and then moved her gaze downwards, sensing the other's sharp eagle-like eyes, and said, "The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, my hawk, is he here?" 356. Chapter 356. Bear pressure. The next moment, after everyone recovered from Mihawk's shocking appearance, they soon noticed another tall man standing beside Hawkeye. Not only Hawkeye, but also the great pirate tyrant Bartholomew Bear. These are the real bigwigs. How could they be here? Just when the Navy and the CP9 organization members had not recovered from the joy of the rest of their lives, and subconsciously began to discuss, a sharp laughter sounded from the bear's back. "He he he, interesting. Is this the rumored ancient weapon, Hades?" The next moment, Moria's somewhat demon-like appearance came out from behind the bear, and there was a little girl with a pink umbrella and a princess dress sitting on her shoulders. "That's Moonlight Moria." "Idiot, is the focus only on Mariah? Didn't you notice the man on Mariah's shoulder?" The Virtual Circle organization, the Ghost Princess codenamed Wolfpack. Along with a series of exclamations, most of the Navy and CP9 organizations couldn't help swallowing saliva subconsciously. The world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, Tyrant Bear, Moonlight Mariah, and Princess Mononoke, who was rumored to have been beaten by Pandemic Quinn, one of the three major disasters, all appeared. Even at this moment, not only the Navy and CP9 were surprised, but even Crocodile, who was arrogantly manipulating the ancient weapon, Hades, could not help but frown completely. These are not simple roles, and even their combat power is already the group of people standing at the top of the sea. Boom. The next moment, Ion's figure swept across the sky, and along with a large number of cherry blossoms fell in front of Mihawk and others. He asked with a dignified expression, "You guys, what's your purpose?" "It's just a deal," Mihawk answered coldly and arrogantly. "Hee hee, I am interested in the ancient weapon Pluto, so let's take a look, Moria replied. Instead, the bear took a step forward and explained calmly, Major General Yinglong, we don't have any malicious intentions. It's just that the appearance of the ancient weapon, the Pluto, will also hinder us, so I invited them to come and help. I didn't promise anything to help, just. My hawk's voice was full of sharpness. After completing the transaction, I plan to use the ancient weapon, Hades, to hone my swordsmanship. Hehe, I'm just seeing Hades, and I'll see if I can pick up some interesting corpses. Major General Yinglong probably won't shoot at me, will he? Mariah followed suit. As for Perona, who was sitting on Moria's shoulders, she was holding a teddy bear in her hands, and her eyes showed some doubts from time to time. This man in front of me feels so kind. Strangeness. Why do you feel this way? Obviously, apart from Mr. Mariah, among the people I contacted, only the great lord of the void circle felt this way. Perona's round eyes blinked, but she didn't speak. After all, before setting off with Moria, Perona was reminded not to speak at will. In the eyes of the Navy soldiers, when Ion faced the three famous sea pirates alone as a mere rear admiral, he did not show any weakness and gave a bold warning. Pirates, I hope you don't come to make trouble, otherwise in the name of justice, I will definitely arrest you one by one into the Push City. At this moment, after Crocodile recovered from the initial shock, he immediately what came was unparalleled arrogance. You guys, do you think you can really threaten Lao Tzu? Let Lao Tzu send you one by one to the bottom of the sea with the power of Hades, and become the first stepping stone for Lao Tzu to dominate the sea. The next moment, the light of the giant ship of Hades gathered again, and even with the restraint of King Cobra, there were still more than 200 forts roaring at the same time. Be careful. Jun saw that some of the dark rays of light were coming straight at the Navy soldiers and the CP9 organization, and couldn't help but reminded loudly, and was ready to arrive again. My hawk's figure suddenly appeared in the frontmost position, and the black knife in his hand, the sea-famous knight, faintly had a green light flowing. This young Navy female swordsman wielded the knife quite well just now, but there is still a lack of will in the slashing. Immediately, the black knife in my hawk's hand, turned and slashed forward abruptly. If you want to cut through the obstacles in front of you, just a slash of that level is not enough. As my hawk's voice fell, the black knife, the green flying slash that bloomed from the night sky, slashed straight into the sky, splitting the sea in front of him in an instant, and it was even more unstoppable. The momentum swept towards those dark rays of light. Boom! There was an unprecedented collision between a large amount of pitch black light and the flying slash, and the aftermath of the explosion shook the entire sea. On the other side, where Ion, Bear, and Moria stood, there was also a large amount of dark light rushing towards them, and with the appearance of the character that Ian has been waiting for. Ian is no longer holding hands at this moment. A mere pirate. I'm so proud. Destroy King, change, thousand Sakura King Yan. Countless cherry blossoms rose into the sky behind Ion, and then compressed each other continuously, turning into real blades, arranging behind them like a wall of knives that penetrated the sky, exuding fierce cherry blossoms. Cool color. The falling cherry blossoms can cut everything. For a time, the countless cherry-colored blades swept forward like a real torrent of blades with a wave of Ion's fingers. Clang, clang, clang. Compared with the fragile and small broken blades in the shape of cherry blossoms, the countless cherry blossoms at this moment have condensed into real blades, and their destructive power has increased more than 10 times. No matter how powerful those dark rays of light are, they are constantly being worn away under the endless torrent of cherry-colored blades, and a large number of cherry-colored blades were continuously broken under the huge impact, but they turned into pieces of falling cherry blossoms and slowly floated back to Ion's back and condensed into a new cherry-colored blade again. In the end, in Crocodile's unbelievable eyes, the torrent-like sakura-colored blade even rolled backwards and slammed into the hull of the ancient weapon Hades. Clang, clang, clang. In a series of harsh collision sounds, Xiong's huge body suddenly appeared above the hull under the cover of the torrent of cherry-colored blades. The bear's face was still calm and did not fluctuate at all, but the palm of his hand pressed on the Pluto ship at a slow speed. Bear pressure. Boom. The unimaginable impact was suddenly suppressed. The huge air waves exploded, and the giant ship of Hades, which was as huge as a small island, seemed to sink a lot in an instant. EDG champion. So excited. Ha 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 ha. 357 Chapter 357 Uneasy irritability. Boom. At this moment, a huge roar exploded in the center of the Hades giant ship, and even stirred up water waves hundreds of meters high around the Hades giant ship. This level of power. In an instant, countless people were shocked and moved by the power displayed by the bear. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear's reputation in the sea is quite loud, but he has always belonged to the type that is not particularly conspicuous. With a taciturn personality and an unchanging expression compared to other arrogant and domineering pirates, the bear always makes people sometimes unconsciously and subconsciously ignore his existence. And at this this moment the bear's palm was photographed, which shocked the sea. "This man is so strong." The giant ship of Hades, which is comparable in size to an island, was shot by his palm and the water line dropped by more than 10 meters. What kind of terrifying impact was required? Inside the Hades giant ship, even though Crocodile and King Cobra had the protection of the Hades giant ship, when the terrifying impact reverberated inside the Hades giant ship, their ears hummed. It made a sound, and in several breaths, my brain felt white. That is to say, taking this opportunity, Baby 5 quickly swallowed and assimilated the surrounding substances, forcibly left the control area where King Cobra was located, and did not attract the attention of King Cobra and King Cobra. After counting the interest weight for grams after Rockdale recovered, the whole person fell into a provocative rage. In the face of the ancient weapon Pluto, not only did these guys not flee, but they dared to attack Loudza. "Damn guy, kill me." Just as Crocodile manipulated a large number of turrets to start turning, he began to aim at Bartholomew Bear. However, there was one thing that Crocodile, who was just a pirate, did not understand at all. Similar to the ancient weapon Pluto, it is extremely large and can be called a huge warship like an aircraft carrier. If you want to really take advantage of it, you need a large number of frigates, or the cover of a strong man to fully exert the terrifying power of pouring firepower. Of Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 186. There is only one ancient weapon, Pluto, and there is also King Cobra, who is involved in control with Crocodile. Boom. Another large number of artillery turrets emitted pitch black light, sweeping away all enemies close to the Hades in a disorderly manner. However, with the wave of Yen's hand, a large number of cherry-colored blades flew in the sky, and the real sword rain poured down. But under Yen's extremely wide range of knowledge and domineering, it accurately offset those who might a pitch black light that creates a real threat. Boom. A continuous roar sounded on the body of the Hades giant ship, and a series of explosions appeared one after another. For a while, from a distance, Ion, who was flying over the Pluto giant ship and manipulating countless cherry-colored blades down, seemed to be relying on the power of one person, but forcibly suppressed the unparalleled firepower of the Pluto giant ship. "That man is Major General Yinglong. That's actually so strong. Didn't the intelligence say that he was a weak guy?" According to the intelligence records, Major General Yinglong is indeed physically weak, but he is obviously very talented in fruit development. He developed to the level of awakening when he was only in his 20s. So, does this kind of cherry blossom sword rain also belong to the ability of devil fruit awakening? Probably. In the middle of power, the 5 old stars looked at the screen manipulating thousands of cherry-colored blades, the most eye-catching Ian, and his tone couldn't help but discuss it with a bit of surprise. With this level of combat power, how did this guy get caught alive by Khorasan? This kind of combat power is completely the level of the top of the sea. Before, it seemed that Major General Yinglong was not so strong. Could it be because of Nine Snake Island? What? Immediately, the bearded 5-star, who is mainly responsible for the Navy, said, "Before, due to the organization of the virtual circle, the decision we made was to find a way to gain the trust of Khorasan at the expense of Major General Yinglong. But I didn't expect that the Warring States Marshal secretly dispatched Major General Yinglong to recruit the pirate Empress Boya Hancock." After a pause, the bearded 5 old star continued. "Then, according to the report from the Navy, Rear Admiral Yinglong was defeated, captured by Boya Hancock, and then forced to marry, and one of the conditions for Hancock to join Shichibukai was Rear Admiral Yinglong. So, after Major General Yinglong was tortured on Nine Snake Island, his strength has increased substantially," asked another 5 old star. "This possibility exists," said the long-bearded 5 old stars. "In any case, with the combat power that Major General Yinglong has shown now, his value may need to be reconsidered. Not only Major General Yinglong, but the rest of the powerful pirates may also be able to win over." "That's right. While they are restraining the Hades giant ship, let the large troops speed up and rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. Otherwise the Hades giant ship will completely escape into the depths of the sea, and the terrifying firepower advantage of fighting and retreating will make the situation worse." Got pretty bad. While the 5 old stars kept discussing and paying close attention to the picture, Crocodile also noticed that something seemed wrong. When Ion constantly resisted the dark light by manipulating thousands of cherry-colored blades, Mihawk Bear, Moria, Jun, and many other powerhouses could be said to be outputting to their heart's content, trying to destroy the outer defense of the Hades giant ship. At the same time, a large number of naval warships and world government ships are also approaching rapidly, constantly shelling the Pluto giant ship and directly connecting with the Pluto giant ship through hooks and the like, trying to contain the most primitive way. Follow the action of the Pluto ship. Gradually, the giant ship of Pluto was almost covered with dense battleships on both sides, preventing the giant ship of Pluto from entering the depths of the sea. Even though Crocodile Crocodile has absolute trust in the Pluto giant ship. It is not only the devastating firepower of the Pluto giant ship but also the desperate defense of the Pluto giant ship. But under this restraint, Crocodile suddenly realized that there was not much he could do. In particular, with Ion's thousands of cherry-colored blades and Mihawk's continuous unleashing of a slash that can be called the number one in the sea, the lethality of the jet black light which the Pluto ship relies on most is dropping sharply. As if an elephant covered with ants, Crocodile gradually developed a sense of irritability, an inexplicable irritability. If it continues like this, then the giant ship of Hades is likely to be breached. 358 Chapter 358 The wind comes out. Impossible. The ancient weapon, Hades, is invincible. You guys, just in a whimsical way, let you see the horror of the Hades giant ship. After Crocodile made an announcement, a large amount of energy drawn from the sea in the Pluto ship began to gather at the tail. King Cobra, who was also in the giant ship of Hades, hurriedly stopped Crocodile and warned loudly, "Everyone, hurry up and stay away from the giant ship of Hades. Crocodile intends to escape with wind burst, and you will all be torn apart under the terrifying inertia." What? Just when the rest of the people were still a little confused, Ion instantly understood what King Cobra said. The wind blows. Isn't that a special technology on the millions of sunshine that Frankie built for Luffy in the future? Through a large amount of energy erupting in the tail, it instantly accelerates and escapes at a jump level speed. Sure enough, in the original trajectory, Frankie definitely peeked at the drawings of Hades and learned a lot of technology from it and applied it to the Wanli sunshine. Is the real wind to jet? Is it one of the functions of the Pluto ship itself? If it is like this, Ion's expression changed. His eyes swept away, and he found that even with the obstruction of King Cobra, the speed of wind to jet was greatly reduced, but there was no way to completely stop it. All battleships immediately cut off the hooks, and the rest kept their distance from the giant ship of Hades as soon as possible. Almost everyone was taken aback by Yan's order and then quickly responded. If it is said that in the past, although the reputation of Sakura Dragon Rear Admiral Tefamer Yan in the Navy was not small, it was more of various interests, various anecdotes, etc., and the real prestige was still insufficient. However, this time, Ion's fighting power and righteous deeds completely convinced all the navies. Quick! However, it is not an order to contain the giant ship of Hades at all costs. Follow the instructions of your superiors and trust Major General Yinglong's judgment. For a time, a large number of naval warships quickly cut off the hook lines, but the ships directly under the jurisdiction of the world government fell into hesitation. It's just that the giant ship Pluto will not give too much time for hesitation. Even with King Cobra's restraint, Windjet still completes the energy storage within 10 breaths. Boom! An incomparably huge roar suddenly sounded, and the extremely terrifying shockwave appeared at the tail of the Hades giant ship, and the terrifying acceleration pushed the acceleration comparable to the mountains forward. Almost in an instant, those world government warships that were too late to cut off the hook were dragged out of the sea, then rolled over, and finally shattered directly under the collision with the sea. In just a few breaths, the huge size of the giant ship Pluto has accelerated to an extremely terrifying speed. Like a meteor, it melted away from the sea and disappeared near the coastline of the kingdom of Alabasta, leaving pieces of debris after another. Guru. The navy on a large number of battleships that cut off the hooks in time couldn't help swallowing saliva after another. Not only was it unbelievable that the giant ship of Hades, which was comparable to a mountain, could burst out with such a terrifying speed, it was even more fortunate for its own calamity. After the rest of life, even if these navy soldiers have the consciousness to sacrifice their lives for justice, it does not mean that they will not cherish their own lives. Wait, what about Major General Yinglong, Major General Jun, and Mihawk's pirates? Won't they still be on the Hades giant ship? Hurry up, leave some of the battleships to participate in the rescue, and the rest will prepare immediately to support Rear Admiral Yinglong and Rear Admiral Jun. And just as those naval battleships hurriedly pursued the direction of the disappearance of the giant ship of Pluto again, in a sea area that was quite far away from the kingdom of Alabasta, the giant ship of Pluto slowly stopped, and the tailwind came. The device that broke out was still smoking black smoke. What's the matter? How can the distance be so short? Crocodile's tone was full of surprise. Although this is a fairly long burst distance for an ordinary warship compared to the huge size of the Pluto giant ship, it is no less than just a few jumps and a stop. Obviously, it should be able to directly cross a sea area. Bruton, what's going on? Why did you stop? It's just that the Pluto ship does have its own consciousness, but it is far from being able to communicate directly with humans. Even though Pluto's consciousness named Bruton is very clear about what happened, that is, an abnormality has penetrated into his body and he can't get rid of it. Bug. Well done, Baby 5. Ion, floating above the Pluto ship, praised Baby 5 in the space of consciousness. At that moment, moment Jan understood that there was no way to prevent the wind burst of the Pluto giant ship through ordinary methods, and he could only let Baby 5 try to destroy the wind burst related devices inside. Complete after all, in order to prevent the world government from being able to obtain the complete wreckage of the Pluto giant ship and conduct an inspection. Ion won't allow the Pluto ship to fall on the land like that, but once the Pluto ship is allowed to escape to a fairly distant sea, it will also result in no relevant important spectators witnessing the destruction of the Pluto ship process. The ancient weapon Pluto is of great importance, and any doubt can easily be magnified by the world government. Even if Ion intends to destroy Pluto before the arrival of the world government's military power, this will not only prevent Pluto from causing serious damage to the sea, but also prevent the ancient weapon Pluto from falling into the hands of the world government. So, one of the problems Ian faced was having to figure out a way to do it cleanly and reasonably. For this reason, Mariah, Seong, and Mihawk, who was invited by Seong, are all important roles that Jan deliberately asked Drago to contact to distract the attention of the world government. Rear Admiral destroying the ancient weapon Pluto alone. This kind of thing is too shocking, but in the case of having to do it, it seems more reasonable if the credit is divided among several people, and this just happened to let the world government notice the credits of Mihawk, Mariah, and Seong, so as to try to prompt the world government to invite the three of them to become Shichibukai. In this case, how could Ion let the Pluto ship run away? However, this sea area is just right. The deeper the seabed, the harder it will be for the world government to verify what happened to the sinking Hades. Thinking of this, Ion, who was still hearing Crocodile's doubtful voice, had countless cherry blossoms gathered behind him and said, "Crocodile, I can't let you destroy like this any longer." 359 Chapter 359 To Mihawk Noble Phantasm. It's time to let everything end. You thugs who are trying to destroy the sea with ancient weapons cannot allow you to leave. A large number of cherry blossoms gathered to drive the wind, and Yan's clothes were constantly fluttering, but Yan's body gradually exuded a terrible momentum. What? Crocodile's tone was still full of disdain. As for Ion's strength, Crocodile naturally knew very well that this man was not simple. However, the ancient weapon Hades is invincible, absolutely invincible. The main gun that can destroy islands in one hit, the hardest shell armor in the world, and the largest unstoppable warship at the same time. Therefore, even if things develop to the present, unexpected things happen one after another, Crocodile is still full of confidence in himself. Conquer the sea, dominate the sea, it will be Lao Tzu. As long as I find a way to get rid of these annoying ants, I can free up my hands and slowly get rid of that guy Cobra, so as to completely regain control of the Hades ship, and then the whole sea will be able to fully play the Hades ship. My feet tremble with strength. Crocodile's tone was full of arrogance and confidence, as if he could clearly see that scene coming. Slowly standing up from the Pluto giant ship, Mihawk had relieved the discomfort caused by the rapid acceleration of the Pluto giant ship in a moment, and said disdainfully, "It's ridiculous. A man like you is nothing but a tortoise hiding in the underworld. Hee Crocodile, this sea is not something that a guy like you can decide." Moria also said with a mocking expression, "Crocodile, it must be removed." Seong commented word by word, "Too arrogant, Crocodile. How dare a pirate try to dominate the sea?" Jun also said angrily, "Huh." On the surface, she seemed to have been sitting on Moria's shoulder, but Perona's big eyes, floating in a ghost state, had doubts. "Lord Moria, do you want to kill the enemy?" And Moria thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Perona, you will fall into a state of exhaustion after you use up your abilities. It's better to let me do things like fights." "Actually, there's no problem, and it will slowly recover after a sleep," Perona said. "Then when I'm tired, how about Perona's shot?" "Okay, Mariah-sama." Immediately, Moria calmed Perona in a low voice as if she was coaxing her daughter, but she took the lead. "Shadow Horn Giant Gun." Immediately, with Moria as the source, the shadow rapidly extended and changed, and it swelled almost instantly longer than 5 battleships connected together. 187. The next moment, this shadow directly broke away from the two-dimensional concept and appeared in reality in three-dimensional form, slamming into the Pluto giant ship like a drill. Boom! A loud bang sounded, and the entire huge Pluto ship shook for a while. Immediately afterwards, the bear, Mihawk and Jun also shot one after another, attacking the Hades giant ship with extremely exaggerated moves. It's not enough common sense. With the cooperation of these 4 first-class powerhouses in the sea, the ordinary island may have been completely collapsed in an instant. Yes, Pluto giant. The surface of the ship's hull is covered with a material similar to the historical text, which is unique in hardness and has the praise of indestructible. Therefore, the huge hull of the Pluto giant ship was shaken violently, but on the surface it still did not suffer serious damage. Moria, who has been maintaining the Shadow Horn giant spear constantly drilling the Hades giant ship, couldn't help but scolded angrily. "This thing thing is really hard enough. I can easily pierce through the body of a giant with this gun. How can it have no effect on the Pluto giant ship? Hey. At this moment Mihawk, who appeared to be both arrogant and indifferent, suddenly spoke to Moria. Moria, who had barely communicated with Mihawk before, was slightly stunned. While Mihawk swung an exaggerated flying slash, his eagle-like eyes glanced at Perona, who was holding a teddy bear and looked extremely well behaved, and said in a cold tone, "Don't make this kind of joke in front of inappropriate people." Moria thought for a moment, but she didn't understand what Mihawk meant. Immediately afterwards, Mihawk dropped another word coldly. "Sorrowful weakling, you are not fit to protect treasures." This time, Moria understood the disdain and ridicule in Mihawk's words, and immediately became furious and shouted, "You bastard, believe it or not, I killed you first." And Mihawk's eagle-like eyes swept proudly at Moria's somewhat frantic appearance, but his actions were full of aristocratic demeanor, and he did not engage in that kind of pointless battle of words. "Bastard, I will deprive you of your shadow sooner or later." Moria continued to control the shadow horn giant spear to keep drilling, and scolded Mihawk incessantly. In response, Ion, who was keeping an eye on the bottom while quickly gathering all the cherry blossoms, vaguely understood what Mihawk meant. This guy, was he just reminding Moria to keep his demeanor in front of Perona and not make inappropriate jokes? As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk is secretly a lolicon? No. Hi, but it doesn't seem impossible. Jun is such a mature and beautiful female swordsman. He didn't care too much, just said a few words in a tone of pointing at the weak, but Moria was in front of Perona. I couldn't help but say a joke. So to Mihawk, noble phantasm Perona, Ian thought secretly, and after seeing the giant ship of Hades sluggish for a while, a large amount of dark light broke out again to attack the powerhouses like Mihawk. This time, Ion did not use thousands of cherry-colored blades to block the dark light, which caused even the powerhouses of Mihawk, Bear, Moria, and Jun to gradually appear a little embarrassed, and soon Crocodile noticed that Ion had not shot but instead seemed to be gathering cherry blossoms as if he was saving something. The next moment dozens of forts turned obscurely, aiming at Ion, who was in the air. Boom! The jet black light suddenly shot out and blasted towards Ion from different directions. At this moment Yan said slowly, "Finally done. Sorry, I wasted a little time on the first use." 360 Chapter 360 The final scene, White Emperor Sword. The next moment, just as a large amount of dark light approached Ion, behind Ion, white wings slowly spread out and a sword made of pure white light appeared in Ion's hand. Boom! With the sudden sweep of the sword in Ion's hand, a large piece of white spilled out, instantly annihilating all the dark rays of light that approached. What is that? At this moment even Mihawk, who is the world's greatest swordsman, couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face. Kendo? No, it doesn't seem to be pure kendo, but the slash just now was extremely terrifying, so terrifying that Mihawk instantly developed an extremely strong fighting spirit. This level of slash is the opponent Mihawk has always wanted to pursue. Immediately, the white annular airflow exploded in the air, and Ion's current appearance was completely revealed. The body seemed to be surrounded by a bird-shaped pure white light, a pair of white wings spread out behind him, and the swords held in both hands were like raised bird heads, setting off Ion's astonishing momentum. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. Theoretically, this is the form of the Dissolution Senbon Sakura Jinji, an attack that is completely extreme. Out of the corner of Yan's eyes, he noticed the naval battleship that was gradually approaching in the distance, as well as the stunned expressions of the people below, and said coldly, "Crocodile, this is the ultimate form that I will only show in front of the enemy. I will cut." I abandoned all defenses and condensed hundreds of millions of cherry blossom blades into one point. One knife is a billion knife. As Ion's voice fell, the white bird-shaped pure white light surrounding Ion also shook, and an invisible sense of danger shrouded everyone's hearts. On the battleships that rushed to support in the distance, many navies looked at the white light and figures above the island-like Pluto giant ship in the distance, and their expressions were also extremely puzzled. That is, what? White light? No, it looks like a human. The words flying behind the cloak seemed to be, "Buddha, is that Lord Yinglong?" Master Yinglong still has this form. Not only the Navy soldiers couldn't help but talk about it, even the 5 old stars among the powers, as well as many senior Navy leaders who had gathered at the port and were ready to set off, were also watching the picture. However, because the naval battleship is still quite a distance away from the Pluto giant ship, they can barely distinguish the Ion surrounded by pure white light through the cloak features behind them, but more details are difficult to see clearly. Unlike the senior Navy and the 5 old stars, Crocodile was stunned for a moment by Yan's apparently extraordinary form, and then quickly reacted and said disdainfully, "Pretend, Sakura Long, are you really thinking that you can break the defense of the ancient weapon, Hades? Is it still so arrogant? The habit of pirates sometimes makes me feel uncomfortable." Obviously, my own comment combat power is a little weaker than mine. Relying on the ancient weapon, Pluto's arrogant thinking, this is what I generally call it, arrogant. After a pause, Ion moved slowly, the unseen white emperor sword in his hand aimed at the giant ship of Hades below and said, this time, let me cut off your arrogance completely, and completely smash your ambitions to destroy the sea through ancient weapons. As Ion's voice fell, the white wings surrounding Ion shook, and a halo suddenly appeared in the air, while Ion's figure fell like a white meteor from the sky toward the ancient weapon Pluto. And in Ion's determined tone, no matter how disdainful Crocodile was on the surface, there was an inexplicable feeling of panic in his heart. Obviously, the ancient weapon Pluto should be invincible, and it will never be broken. In some bad premonition, Crocodile instinctively tried desperately to grab control from King Cobra, and controlled a large number of turrets as much as possible to release pitch black light towards Ion. Abandon the defense and gather a sword of 100 million knives. Then let Laozi directly smash your weak body. In Crocodile's roar with a hint of panic, a large number of pitch black rays of light emerged from the ancient weapon Pluto and shot straight into the sky, and also went straight to Ion. Don't try to stop Major General Ion. Crocodile. Seeing this, Jun moved first. I'm a bitch. In an instant, it originated from the famous knife Golden Chen Yubi Iam Shang's Pox shady frame, and after experiencing the tempering of the ancient weapon, the Pluto, this storm-like flying slash became more and more violent, annihilating more than 20 dark rays of light in an instant. Hehe. I also really want to see how powerful Yinglong's White Emperor sword will be. The barrier of shadows. Immediately, the shadow horn giant spear that had been drilled and started to ignite changed, and the shadow quickly turned into a wall to block Ion's side. Bang bang bang. Even though the dark light has a natural and special restraining effect on the ability of the devil fruit, this solid barrier composed of shadows can still block the dark light for a moment, and a moment's obstruction was enough for the dark light to catch up with Ion. As for the other side, Black Sword none. With my hawk's eyes sharply slashing out the strongest knife that year, the sky green flying slash swept everything. At the end, when there were only a few dozen jet black rays of light from tricky angles approaching Ion, the bear's tall body appeared beside Ion. Bear shock. The bear silently pushed out the shockwave with palm after palm, forcibly changing the dark rays of light that approached one after another, opening up the final passage for Ion. Working with these guys really makes people feel reliable. Ion's eyes flashed with this thought, but his eyes were always locked on a specific place on the Pluto ship. Just how terrifying the destructive power of unseen White Emperor sword is, Ion has not really used it in the sea. However, in order to avoid any accident, Ion had asked Baby 5 in advance to bite a specific place on the Pluto ship until only a thin layer was left. If the armor thickness of the rest of the ancient weapon Hades is comparable to a wall, then that place can only be regarded as a layer of film, even if the layer in front of him may be the hardest membrane in the world. But if Ion doesn't even have such a little self-confidence, what qualifications does he have to call himself a man? Pluto Bruton, give me break. The next moment, the final scene, White Emperor sword condensed by hundreds of millions of cherry blossom blades in Yan's hand slammed onto the ancient weapon Hades. At the moment of the collision, the white light suddenly rose and shot straight into the sky.